There you go.
Madam Mayor, it is 9:34 and we are live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Thursday, June 11th, 2026 City Commission Budget Workshop number 1. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Mimi May,
Ready.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Ready.
Yeah, I like that.
Commissioner Anthony Segridge.
Present.
Be ready for a day of thrills and spills. Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's a short but lengthy agenda. Okay, so we have a schedule here of the different departments. We're going to first start out with budget overview.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Commissioners. I would let Ms. Dale take over. Thank you.
Morning, can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Candace Dale. I am the Senior Budget Analyst here in the Finance Department. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to present the City of Lake Forest Beach fiscal year 2027 proposed operating budget. I will provide a high-level overview of the city's overall revenue and expenditure position, followed by a fund-by-fund review highlighting any significant changes within the budget. Following the city's presentation, our partner Stantec will present their financial analysis of the general fund, enterprise fund, and special revenue funds. Before we begin, I would like to extend my appreciation to Interim City Manager, Mr. Troy Perry, and Interim Assistant City Manager, Mrs. Tiana McKay, also Jamie Brown and Shona Smith for their leadership, guidance, and preparation for today's budget workshop. I also would like to recognize our budget team, including Finance Director Yannick Ninjahayo, Senior Budget Analyst Hector Vargas, and my colleagues within the Finance Department, Lucy, Sylvia, and William. In addition, I would like to thank all city departments for their collaboration throughout the budget process. Now I will go over today's agenda, which you have here in front of you. I already went through the intro and the acknowledgements. From 9:30 to 3:45, there will be presentations. I kick it off with my budget overview, followed by the departments who will present their supplementals and answer any questions that you may have for their respective departments. We will break for lunch from 12:30 to 1:15, reconvene, continue with the department presentations. We have a 15-minute break from 3:45 to 4. And then Stantec will come on and present their financial analysis and forecast. And we will also answer any questions that you may have. I have a spot holder for a preliminary review of the fiscal year 2027 CIP. But before we get to that, we would like to get consensus on the supplementals and also the stormwater rates and the refuse residential rates. And the preliminary review of the CIP, we're going to provide you with a list of the projects for 2027. And we just want to make sure that the needs of the commission are being met. And if they're not, we'll take whatever direction you give us. We'll have a meeting with the departments and we'll make those updates for budget workshop number 2. And then 4:45 to 5, further direction from commission and preparation for budget workshop number 2.
I'm not a
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, your mic's not on.
I know. It's very annoying when you listen to it.
And then you hear that.
And that sort of so just use your breath.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So this slide here represents the city's year-round budget process. Staff begins with budget development early in the calendar year. We conduct detailed departmental reviews, analysis in the spring, engage with commission through budget workshops during the summer, and we finalize the adoption through the statutory public hearing process in September. Those dates are already set. September 10th is the first public hearing, and September 24th is the second and final hearing. Before proceeding, I will respectfully ask that you allow me to complete the budget overview presentation, as many questions may be addressed throughout the presentation or later during the departmental discussions. And please note that the expenditure figures being presented this morning does not include the supplemental requests. Also, I would like to highlight several key budget drivers that impact multiple funds throughout the organization. Those include reductions in IT costs, the implementation of a revised budget allocation, an updated pension contribution calculation, and adjustments to property and liability insurance allocations. And that's resulting in a more equitable distribution of costs. And then debt service reductions resulting from scheduled debt amortization. As we move through the presentation, you will notice that these items are recurring factors contributing to expenditure reductions across several funds unless otherwise noted. With that, I will begin with the city's overall revenue and expenditure position. This slide provides a summary of revenues across all city funds. Total revenues are projected at approximately 223 million, representing an increase of about 1.4 million, and that's 0.64% over fiscal year 26. The largest revenue growth is occurring within the enterprise funds. And despite the fluctuations you may see among the individual funds, the city's revenue position remains stable. The next slide are the city's overall expenditures. Total expenditures are proposed at approximately 197 million, a decrease of approximately 18 million, which is 8.4% less compared to last year. Now we'll start with the individual funds. The general fund revenues are projected to decrease by approximately 2.3 million. That is 4.3% less compared to last year, and that's primarily due to the elimination of prior year's use of fund balance. Expenditures are projected to decrease by approximately 6.7 million. That's 12.4% less than last year's budget. And the primary driver of this reduction was a decrease of approximately 4.9 million in the required pension and contribution from both the police and the fire.
Can you slow down?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, because you guys have practiced this
You've been looking
87
at this for a
times. This
long
is the first time we're hearing it.
Okay.
So we can't, it's hard to take notes when
Could
you're,
you redo
you're
that?
already on page 9.
That last.
Okay.
If you go back to page 8, could you
I'm on
review what you said at the end? What was the primary driver of the revenue decrease?
It's used to the elimination of prior year's use of fund balance. So we're not using fund balance to balance the funds
At all?
at all. As of
Um,
right now.
and that, did we use it this year?
For 26, yes. If you look, we used 2.1 million.
No, I know it was in the adopted, but did we actually use it?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Isn't that on the next?
We'll have to wait till the end of the fiscal year to see where we end up. If the expenses exceed the revenues, obviously we'll have to dip in our fund balance. But so far, correct. Oh, we're ahead. We're ahead. I don't think we'll touch it. Yes. Yes. And if you don't mind, so that we can get through her presentation, and just if it's okay with you guys, if we could.
IT, can you not leave? I just got a message that this is not streaming on YouTube. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yes. So
Go through that, but I mean, if we fly through it, we're gonna have to go through it again anyway. So just, we need to be able to write down a few little things. So you said that we're not using
Yeah.
fund balance, and then you said for our revenues, our expenditures, we're decreasing the expenditures based on what criteria?
That is the reduction of the police and fire pension contribution.
Okay, Thank you.
because those are all expiring.
No, I
Yeah,
get it. I
okay.
just want, she was,
No, no, no,
it's hard to write
please.
down.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you.
No problem.
Before we continue, can you speak up a little bit more, Candace? People are saying it's a little hard to hear you.
Yeah. Breathe from your gut,
I'm trying not to.
Yeah.
Is this better?
much better. Except
Okay.
Be careful of the,
Much better.
Okay, my apologies.
you're an important woman.
Okay, moving along with the building fund. Revenues are projected to decrease by approximately 284,000, which is 12.5% lower compared to fiscal year 2026. And that's primarily due to the elimination of prior year use of fund balance.
Oh.
Building fund expenditures are projected to decrease by approximately 326,000, and that's largely driven by savings in salaries and benefits. Please note that this does not reflect any revised numbers within the legislation that will affect the building fund, but the department director will speak on that later today.
Now, do those figures account for the fact, do they fill if we had every position filled, or are they as is right now?
As is
As
of
is.
fiscal year 26.
Okay, so it looks like less, but we really need more people. Okay.
Mhm. The code remediation fund. As we discussed in previous meetings, this fund is not self-supporting and will require commission direction regarding its long-term funding strategy. Expenditures exceed revenues by approximately 128,000, which would require additional use of fund balance. Moving on to the beach funds. Beach fund revenues decreased by approximately 357,000. That is 6% lower compared to last year. And that's primarily due to the elimination of the use of prior year's fund balance as a funding source. Beach funds expenditures decreased by 357,000 from the prior year, and that's also 6% lower. And the reduction is primarily attributable to lower debt service payments for the amortization schedule. Moving on to the golf fund. Golf fund revenues remain consistent with prior year. They have an increase of about 35,000, and that's approximately 2% higher than last year. Expenditures remain consistent with prior year as well. Now we're on information technology funds. IT revenues decreased by approximately 530,000. That's 14% lower compared to last year, and that's mainly due to budget cuts, which did not require the same contributions as last year from the respective departments. Expenses were also reduced to that respective budget cut across the board by 616,000. Looking at the self-insurance fund, revenues in the self-insurance fund decreased by 948,000. That's approximately 14% lower compared to last year. The 14% reduction in revenues reflects a recalibration of departmental charges to more closely match projected expenditures and the operational needs of the self-insurance fund. And as you can see, the expenditures remain consistent with prior year. Looking at the benefit fund, revenues in the benefit fund are projected to decrease by 1.3 million. That is approximately 19% lower than last year. And the decrease is primarily attributable to revised benefits allocation methodology that is more accurately aligned with departmental contributions with actual budget costs. Expenditures are projected to decrease by 809,000. That is 13% lower than last year. Staff has aligned the budget with current spending trends and known budget costs pending receipt of updated premium projections from the city's benefits broker. Moving on to the garage fund. Revenues in the garage decreased by 127,000. That's about 7% less due to cuts in garage labor costs and based on historical trends. Expenditures decreased by approximately 157,000, and that's 9% lower compared to last year. The debt service fund, there's really no significant changes in debt service. And we have approximately about 22 years left to pay on the GO bonds, 2048. So, 2048. Moving on to the electric fund, revenues are projected to increase by approximately 4.5 million, and that's 6.66% higher compared to the prior year. And that's primarily due to the changes in the PCA costs. And for the expenditures, let me try to break this down for you because what is shown in the budget book, we noticed that there was an error. So it looks as if there's a $9 million decrease, but that is not the case. It's approximately 4.7 million. And we do have printed handouts to provide you so you can see that. Hector has them here. Do you want the handout first or do you want me to go ahead and explain?
Yeah.
Okay. And also you can follow me on page 297 in your budget book.
Just look at this. Thank you.
So this is going to replace in the presentation or in the book?
In the book for the next budget workshop, it will be updated then.
Okay.
Careful. Budget casualty.
Is it okay for me to proceed?
Yes, good.
Okay. So on page 297 in your budget book, we noticed the operated expenditures for purchase power should have been 16.1 million instead of 11.3 million. And this was mainly driven by the reclass of PCA related expenditures. So I'm going to list out those 3 GL accounts. The first one is FP&L transmission costs of 3,496,157. The second one is the purchase power Stanton PCA. That's 648,555. And the last one is purchase power Fampa Solar 2, and that's 644,984. Do you want me to go over those numbers again?
No, I don't
Yeah,
know
we're
what numbers you're reading.
On page 297?
Yeah, we're there. We don't see those numbers.
In the variance column, it says 3,496,157. You have
Yes.
to go, that's FP&L transmission cost.
Yes,
Then
right here.
So if, excuse me, if I could jump in just a little bit, so I could clarify this for you. Do you all see where the 11.3 million is for purchase power?
Yeah.
That number should have been 16.1 million, correct? Correct. And the reason for that is because you, right below it, you see those significant decreases. Those should have been reclassed over to the 11 point. should have been added over to the 11.3 million. Correct.
Could you explain the
So the,
reclassification?
so meaning it should have those, the PCA cost, purchase power should have been 16.1, meaning if you add up the 3.4, the 648,000 and the 644,000, that add up to approximately 4.7. That should have been added to the 11.3 because it's still purchase power. It's just a different line item. That's what I mean by reclass.
So it's not 11, it's 16.
Correct. Because it's all,
But once you do the 16, you cross out now you no longer have the 3.4, the 320,
right. This is,
all
yeah,
the way down.
right.
Those are not additional, those are inclusive.
yes, that they're all inclusive.
And what about the 8?
The 8 is fine. The 8 is fine. Yes. So if you flip at the very page 304, at the very bottom, that decrease, is everyone there? That decrease of 9 million should really be 4.7. Should be 4.7.
What does that do to the percent?
I would say six. It's almost half. I'll say 6 point something. Yeah. Yeah, about half. No.
Yeah, so
Oh, you've been,
I meant Ed, sorry.
Ms. May sort of jumped
We-
right in. Hmm. And I'm very grateful for that.
but then adding to that other line, wouldn't it just zero out? Okay.
There's so much to do.
Right now, it's not that 4.7 is not part of it's not added to the 11 million on this item.
Got it.
Yes, and you can see on the board. So if that,
So that 64 million needs to be 68.
yes. So if you look at the screen, so if that 9 million goes down to 4.7, it's corresponding to the PCA increase on the revenues. So it's more in line with the PCA revenues increase.
Also 64, this one go up.
That's capital.
I hope we're not doing 64 million at the beach.
I believe that's the capital improvements CIP schedule. That's the CIP schedule, right? Is that?
There's a lot.
The next is.
It's the same, it's the same number. Look at the bottom. The same number.
Yeah, it's the same number as the budget. So it's 64.
I
Correct.
just heard. 64.
So that will go up to 68. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Any questions? Thank you.
On the
Sorry.
electric fund. The expenditures went from 74 to proposed 64 million.
That changed that,
Is that the one that we
we can
changed?
check
Right.
Okay, we just checked that.
That's the exact thing brings that.
No.
Shouldn't the 64 be 68?
Yes.
On this additional sheet that you gave us expenditures by division. This one that you just passed out, I guess it's page 340. In the book.
I know why. If you on your budget, on your
340.
On your budget book,
No, he just passed this out. It was attached to this sheet.
right, because on your budget book, if you turn into 339. Yeah, correct. Yes, there's no 340. So that details the non-departmental. We when we printed these books, we noticed that the non-departmental detail was not included, so we're providing that. Yeah.
Questions when we're looking at bond. I would like to, I don't know if I have consensus, but where it says notes, if we could have the balance of those bonds. On the, where it says notes, on the bonds that we're
Yeah, how
paying
much is
into,
left?
how much is left and our expiration date.
Sure, we could do that.
I think that would be helpful.
Sure.
And the sheets that they just passed out, there was a one that says page 340 on the bottom.
Yeah.
At the top, it says expenditures by division.
Yeah.
And it's got all the bonds listed out, but it doesn't have the balance or when those bonds are up to be paid off. Got it. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Saber. Sorry, can you see? No, I can.
So
John, what-
with this, these still have the wrong numbers.
You mean the 68?
This has the 64 and
Right.
9 million.
Yeah, so this will need to, this will need to be updated as well.
So the whole thing you just handed to us, check it.
No,
No, just-
We corrected it.
But this is corrected or this is not?
Chuck, the color.
Yes.
It is incorrect.
Hold it.
Oh.
But so is the rest of it. The rest is not good. Page 200, it's got 64 and 9 million.
He's got him back. He's got him the way that we give him to it. So the second one in here, if you pick up the thing, second page that says.
Vice Mayor, can you speak into your mic, please?
Sorry, the
Okay.
second one is
So
the one you
throw
do.
this whole packet away.
No, just the one that says electric.
Keep the second sheet. Page 340.
Let's make a pile of garbage. Right? Or we could throw it over the cliff. Yeah. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so we're moving on to the electric utility storm fund.
What page are we on? Is it slides?
That is slide number
19.
18. I'm sorry, 19.
Uh-huh.
So electric utility storm funds revenues are projected at approximately 1.6 million, and that's consistent with last year's adopted budget. Year to date, revenues total approximately 3 million.
3 million now,
Yes,
so
3 million now plus the 1.68 for next year.
correct.
So we're more than halfway to our goal, which is pretty good.
Next, we have the water fund. Their revenues are projected to increase by approximately 715,000. And that's due to a rate adjustment increase of about 4%, which will be further explained in the Stantec model later on today. Expenditures are projected to decrease by 534,000. That's approximately 2.72% lower than last year. And that's primarily due to reductions in administrative allocations and debt-related costs. Moving on to the local sewer funds. Local sewer fund revenues increased by 689,000. That's 5% higher than last year, primarily due to an increase in rates, which will later be explained by Stantec later on today as well. Expenditures slightly went down by 2.2%, and that's primarily due to operational efficiencies and expenditure adjustments. The Regional Sewer Board has not yet finalized their budget. I believe they have a meeting coming up in June. So once they finalize the budget, we'll get that information and have it updated by budget workshop number 2.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Give me a second.
Oh, Mr. Segrich?
Just really quick question. In the fund balance sheet that you gave us at the last meeting, there's a regional sewer fund in there. Are we holding like all of the money for our regional interlocal partnership? Is that what, or do we have $19 million sitting in a fund for regional sewer?
Yes, we are holding whatever contributions that they have on there. So I believe there's 3 reserved. There's one for capital projects. There's another one for catastrophe fund that just
So we're kind
started
of a
recently.
managing entity
Yes,
for
it's
all
all included in there. The reason why you see such a big fund balance is because we have a large our portion of investment in the ECR is pretty large. So it's about like 40 million now. So that's why you see such a big fund balance.
Moving on to
Oh, wait,
stormwater.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Ms. Malega
sorry.
has a question.
Thank you. I'm gonna throw this out there, not for a conversation now, but looking at the storm fund and for the sewer fund, I think that we should create another storm fund for those because the storm fund that we have now is a storm for electrical. And I think that we should have a policy conversation coming forward in regards to a storm fund for those two,
For what?
for water and sewer. An emergency storm fund, because currently we're getting $5 from every account, but that's going to the electrical storm fund.
Ms. Smith?
I remember earlier in the year, the water department was gonna do a rate study. Was that done?
But I believe it's in progress.
So how can we change rates if we don't have that results from that study?
We'll get back to you on that one.
Thank you.
Yes.
Off goes Valentina. As in off goes Valentina. She does all purchasing. Okay.
Keep going?
Yep.
Okay. Stormwater fund revenues remain consistent to prior year at 3.2 million. That's a slight increase of roughly 1.2%. Stormwater fund expenditures slightly went down by 61,000, and that's roughly down 2% compared to last year. Moving on to the refuse funds. Revenues are projected at approximately 8.5 million, and that's representing a decrease of 8.9% compared to last year. And the decrease is mainly driven by a reduction in prior year's use of some balance, which declined from 1.5 million to 139,000. Expenditures are projected at approximately 8.6 million, and that's representing a decrease of 839,000, 8.9% lower than last year. And the reduction is driven by prior year transfer of CIP in the amount of about 500,000 for the purchase of the bucket truck.
Mr. Segrich has a question.
Thank you. I saw in both of these funds, we basically relabeled to special assessment about a large amount. What was the reason that we reclassified that like that?
We were going by the uniform accounting guidance, state of Florida.
Okay.
So that it doesn't get confused with charges for services, that it will just be like special assessment from the county. So it's just a reclassification.
So if I'm reading that correctly, we don't actually charge for any services for stormwater. It's purely all special assessment.
Not all of it. We also have commercial, I believe, on there.
Well, sorry.
There's a commercial portion of it, right?
Both special.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, for the special assessment, both commercial and residential.
But
And
it's residential only.
for refuse is only correct.
Okay, so
So
in
the-
reference to special assessments are residential and the charges of service is our commercial.
Yes. Yes.
And I would say that the charges of services are when we have dumping picked up. That's a charge of service as well.
Have to. Yes, yes,
No, what I'm asking is the charges of services, does that include when we pick up dumping on a lot? That's the bill that we send them as well?
That's
Okay, thank you.
That's a big decrease in charge of services. That's a big decrease.
It
For
just
which-
got
It
moved.
just got relabeled.
This plus
Okay,
that.
got it.
3
They-
plus 4 is 7.
Thank you. That I understand.
I know, I'm making it easy for you. 'Cause, yeah, before we change the rate.
What? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's great. No,
Last but not least, beautification fund. No significant changes are proposed for the beautification fund. Revenues and expenditures remain consistent with prior year's budget. But I would like to address something, and I think this is what Mr. Segrich was pointing out to in the handouts.
Mhm.
For the beach funds, the handout that we provided, we noticed in the book that the table was pointing to the wrong chart. So we had to update that, and that's why we reprinted that section. So what you have in your hand will be different from the book because that is the accurate information.
So replace the pages in the book with these.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
185 through 92.
yeah, Miss Malega,
The beautification fund, does that,
where does that come from?
I'm like, I don't know what we've done with that. I don't
Yeah.
recommend
Can we
anything
talk
coming
about
out of
that? for a
that.
second? Where
I
does it
mean,
come
I know that we have a tree fund. I don't see a tree fund in here. So the beautification should actually be tree fund, or is we just, that is where we get the tree? I thought we had 75,000
Yeah.
in there.
I thought we had
Oh.
more than,
Or is the tree fund with the money we're using from sustainability? Or is this a different fund? I think that
That's-
Carmen
that's-
developed this, didn't she, for like downtown beautification when she was here?
no, it's been there for a while. I believe that's the tree fund. It's always been called beautification fund.
by
Uh,
you,
No, not by me.
by someone other than us, because we're
Because-
just calling it tree.
We've been calling it the tree fund for a long
If it's-
time.
Yes.
I don't think
Is-
it's the same.
It should have, okay.
Yeah, it should have, so I think it's a different fund.
If we could just do it, not right now.
Okay.
But if we could earmark that for discussion to come forward.
Okay.
Beautification versus tree,
If there's,
what do we I don't know what we've used beautification fund for personally. I don't remember
Yeah.
ever a budget amendment or a transfer.
Mr. Segrich?
If you look at your fund balance sheets that they gave us the other week, it's listed as the tree beautification fund and there's $51,000 in the fund balance.
Yes.
Oh,
I
this
knew it was for
doesn't have
tree.
balances.
Yes.
It's page 11 in your budget book. We have a copy of that on page 11. I'm sorry, page 10, and then if you cross over, page 11 will show you the balance.
Here, but in here it's showing. Oh, it doesn't show the balance at all.
This is the fund balance.
No, I got it.
Oh,
So we used fund balance, we're wanting to use fund balance of 22,400 this year. Or 12,400 for the coming year,
correct,
where we use 22,400 for this year.
correct.
Okay, so this has to have the word tree in front of it. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll fix it.
That's on page 11 of our book.
Oh, that's.
Not on the sheet.
Just the increase or decrease.
Yeah.
We just learned that. Mr.
City
Segrich.
needs.
Thank you. And I wanted to say that this format and how we started this presentation, this only being my second time, but this has gone a lot smoother. And I think we got
Oh.
through a lot of information and I thank you guys for that. It's been great to go through it. My only one ask, and I don't know if my colleagues would agree, is when we have this overview like this, I think it would be great to see the
Balance.
fund balance and the allocated and then the available. So basically
Oh, okay.
3 columns from this sheet.
Right.
Essentially what I asked for on the bonds, carried over.
yes, yeah,
Gives
and
us more confidence.
because then
Then you
we don't have
see-
to go flipping back and forth in it, and it would have answered the question that we just had, but minor ask, but kudos to you guys. This is a lot easier to go through and
We'll work with Hector to see if we can get that for the next presentation.
Okay,
Okay, so you want to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to point out, speaking of fund balance on your budget book, we have a fund balance analysis on from page 10 through 13. It's kind of like a summary because we couldn't fix all those, we couldn't include all those columns in there. So it's kind of like summarizes that big, long fund balance analysis on there, just for your reference.
that's not a bad fund balance. Before we start adding them
Sure.
on.
So the reason that we're negative 23 million on the electric is the,
Right, that's how much more we need to increase our fund balance to get to the 6 months target line. Yes. Yes.
one more question on that. So under required working capital,
Yes.
that's what we're required in the one next to is what we have. So essentially we need to increase both of those.
What page you?
Right. So what we currently have, what we're anticipating to have by the end of this fiscal year is 13.4, and that's a very conservative number. But our required based on the our required should be 36.8, give or take. So we have 23 million more to go.
So whereas the water fund is up
Yes,
almost 3 million,
correct. Has access funds.
excess funds.
Yes.
Don't get in trouble for that, correct?
No. That's so we use that excess funds if for emergencies maybe, or if you have a additional capital project, we could always use that. It gives us a little bit more flexibility to use those funds.
That's almost 3 million. And then, so the local sewer, or the regional sewers one that we just talked about.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other?
Any other questions from
I don't
commissioners?
see any right now.
Okay. We will now transition to the departmental presentations, which consists of supplemental requests. Each department has been allowed approximately 30 minutes to present their requests and address any questions from the commission. And with that, we'll begin with City Commission and City Manager's Office. Yes.
We can turn that down.
Other people might not be free to.
See, they're in the office or at home. Yeah. Yeah.
So she'll be right
She
back.
went to get her.
No, she went to. It blocks it. I said your giant water bottle. Sometimes I can't see Anthony's light. This is a giant water bottle.
I've been thinking, we're trying to get more water. And
Mhm. That's my call.
I drank coffee.
Water. He just absorbs it from the atmosphere because water knows that he is their friend. So it
I
just
don't.
comes to
This
him
is just-
naturally.
it just-
It just sucks right
Tiger
in.
stop at Summit.
Boy, there was an ambulance flying up Dixie just a little
Yeah.
while ago.
Cold-blooded lizard.
Ooh. They need,
Cold-hearted, cold-blooded.
they need water. They have to drink water.
Not a lot, though. They could do one little lick of their eyeball.
Like a bromeliad.
Madam Mayor, when you're ready. Good morning. Troy Perry, the City Manager's Office. I'll be presenting the city managers and city commissions supplemental requests. For this year, the City Manager's Office did not have any supplemental requests. But for the
So
City
good.
Commission's Office, we did have a request. As you know, we held the Palm Beach County League of Cities Luncheon this year, which was a success.
It was great. It was great.
Definitely, thanks.
I would like to have that as we do that once a year.
Okay, thank Ms. Smith for her
If
hard work and
everybody's a-
dedication. So she put together an item for us,
Who did that?
Ms. Smith, Shauna Smith.
Uh-huh.
So what we're requesting, we were able to reallocate funds to cover a portion of it, and most of the cost probably was, majority was paid through the City Manager's Office this year. So what we're requesting is additional $5,000 in account for the contractual service to.
How much did
host-
it cost to do it?
I believe she said it was close to 11,000
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah.
So she's asking, so we're asking for an additional 5,000 this year and transfer it to the commission's
200, lunch, 200.
budget.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Segrich and Mr. McVoy.
I know there's a lot of cities in the League of Cities. How many of them host the luncheons?
This is the first time we've ever done it in all the years.
Okay.
Almost everybody hosts it.
Yeah,
I think that it's us, like Ocean Ridge doesn't host. The smaller tiny ones don't. But we are the biggest city that has never hosted before.
Yeah.
But if there's 39 municipalities and 3 people each come from each municipality, you got at least 117 attendees.
And they do these monthly?
once a year.
Once a year.
No, we do it
Annual.
once a year.
No,
Annual.
but the luncheons.
Yes, yeah.
So,
Yeah, but this is always a good.
so 12 out of the 39 municipalities host them.
Presumably.
Okay.
Well, Pahokee does a big barbecue.
Yeah.
Delray Beach is
Right.
doing one next week.
We're done right next week. Mr. McVoy.
Just a minor one. I support the additional request. We did receive, I believe all of the commission, but I don't remember, did receive a comment after that luncheon from a resident who's on staff in some other city, I believe. And they encouraged us
Yeah.
strongly to set an example of using recyclable and.
I got that
and,
email as well.
be a little more conscious. We used, it was pretty much all single-use stuff. And I think, especially since it's at the beach and people are concerned about
Like maybe look at
microplastics, all that stuff.
bamboo or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do a little more in that direction
Yep.
on this one.
If approved, we'll pass that information on. We'll take
Yeah.
it that.
And we can
Thank
look
you.
at, how much,
Stuff made from the sugar stock leftovers.
Bagasse, yeah,
That's it, thank you.
And
bagasse,
that concludes the
Don't
request
ask
from
me
the
why,
City
but it is.
Commission's office.
the French word.
I could not hear you, Mr.
That concludes the request. from the
So do you
City
just need
Commission's office.
consensus from us?
Well, you can do it two ways. You can give consensus or you can hear the entire, office of departments and
I
decide.
think we
Let's
should
do it one
consent.
at a
for-
time.
Yeah,
One
I
at a
can,
time.
I consent to this one.
Consent with the recommendation.
Thank you.
Consent with bagasse.
Mr. Segrich?
I don't know. Just given what's coming down the pipeline, I just want to weigh the importance of doing some of these things. I understand it's a small line item, but for me, I'd rather put this money towards roads or infrastructure out of our budget if we're going to be losing money. So I don't consent.
Yeah, I mean, and you've not been involved with any of the Florida League of Cities activities, which I think that those of us that do find them very helpful in
They're the ones
terms
who
of,
fight against the bad bills. They're the
Right.
ones who bring the money.
and learning about leadership.
I understand. I don't really,
And if we can't, if we have to
If-
cut it
if-
1 year, we cut it.
yeah, no, I just feel that right now we should focus on infrastructure and this is extra.
Yep, and if it has to go, it'll go. Yep. Good to take advantage of. Okay, clerk.
Are we ready? Okay.
I know.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If I might just say for the Palm Beach clerks, we take turns also hosting our meetings and sometimes municipalities combine to co-host. Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay, so for fiscal year 27, the clerk's office only has one supplemental request. We're requesting an additional $3,500 to our travel and training account to support tuition reimbursement, which is part of the city contract with per Article 26 of the PEU contract. We provide up to $5,000 annually for higher education. So in order to meet the $5,000, we're requesting an additional $3,500 as we normally budget $2,500 for that.
So on top of the 2,500 or the total?
So the total would be 6,000. So yes, so 3,500 on top, because that would still allow us to, because we have to attend conferences to keep up our CEUs and et cetera.
Ms. May and then Ms. Malega.
Just a quick question. Are we going to continue to have two city clerks?
You mean a city clerk and a deputy city clerk? Yes.
Okay. No, I just didn't know because so you're looking to hire
Oh.
the deputy.
Right.
Shayla is the deputy and Shayla is staying.
Oh, good. Well, hello. Somebody could have told us that.
Sorry, we just,
Walk around sad.
Is she here?
she's downstairs.
Shayla?
We're tag teaming.
Hey.
We're tag teaming. So she's
Oh, that's
doing it. Yes. So she's staying. Otherwise, I would not have had a supplemental.
That's kind of what I was like, wait a second, if we're losing her, why do we have to?
Yeah,
do more?
we
But
wouldn't.
We're not. Okay,
Great.
then I'm good.
Ms. Malega, then Mr.
Quick
Segrick.
question, where do I find the fund balance again for these supplementals? The
Yeah.
available funds that are for the request? And are we using fund balance or are we just increasing the budget for next year? Okay,
The mic isn't on.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Wait.
So if you look, it says that we are reducing a line item to
But we want
help
to go-
cover.
yeah, I understand that, but I still won't ask.
Okay,
Okay, if you go to page 8 of your budget book, it shows what the net revenues are. And that does not include any supplementals.
Thank you, that's all I needed to have a comparison while we're going through it.
Okay.
So, of course, I always love to support education. My question is, if we do give somebody education tuition reimbursement, is there a lock or a guarantee for how long they stay with the city and how long is that?
yes, so they are required to stay for at least 2 years. And if not, they have to pay the city back.
Pay the city back, and then I will hope that HR or finance tracks that, correct?
Absolutely. And also they have to have certain grades to get the full $5,000.
Okay, thank you, I'm in support.
Mr. Segrick.
Thank you. Just kind of one general question. As we're going through these supplementals, is this also our time to be asking about the overall budget line items? Or are we just purely looking at supplementals and we're going to come back to the full budget for each department?
You can ask for the overall budget as well.
Okay. So just for my own education, the employees in the city clerk's office are members of the PEU?
No, they're not, but there was a resolution passed that everybody in the city would follow those guidelines, follow that contract.
Okay.
Increases in salary.
Exactly. Right. So everything that PEU got, all employees were eligible for.
So might be slightly off topic, but just on that, it seems as most of the union employees fall into the enterprise funds. We're potentially looking at issues with the property tax and so on. At a future date, we may want to consider looking at merit-based incentives for city employees. I'm just You don't have to shake your head. You
Yeah.
can disagree with me. No,
Yeah, we've,
okay. Well, I'm just saying it might warrant it if we're suddenly faced with having to find $5 million.
like, feel.
Well, it's something to consider. The IT expenditures, $86,000 for 5 people seems very, very high. What is in there? Is there some special software that makes that up? Or do you guys have special computer equipment?
We don't have anything special, but we do have software particular only to our office. Also, we share in the costs. So IT provides that. We don't.
So you're not.
I provide information to IT about what the software costs. Because the first year the department covers it and thereafter IT covers it. So
what is
so,
software costs? So if from a commissioner. So
47.
on page 46
Thank you.
of the budget book.
Does that include like the YouTube cost, the channel of the YouTube for all of the meetings? Does that come on to the city clerk's office as well? Like for
I would,
for HRPB, planning and zoning?
Can I say something? I'm sorry.
Please, yeah.
If you don't mind,
No.
Nellie will be coming up
She's right
to
there.
present. Do you want to wait until we
Oh,
get
she
to
can have her own
IT,
presentation.
or correct? Or do you want to ask as we go along? I'm just asking.
Mr. Perry?
Madam Mayor, what the intent of this, hopefully you will allow us to go through this process. We're going to go through the supplement. So forms, once we go through supplemental forms, we'll take that information back,
Okay,
and some of the items might change in terms of priority. So I don't think the departments were really prepared today to go through there.
So-
That, so you want to be prepared and
When are we going to do the deep
at
dive?
our next budget.
So we're,
That's what.
But how do we know how to compare the amount of the supplementals to the amount of the fund?
If you look on page 8 of your budget book. Page 8 of your budget book shows the net revenues for each fund. And then on the supplemental book that you have, there is a page that subtotals all the supplemental. So like for the general fund, if you go to page 2, it is approximately 627,000. And it shows what the remaining balance will be once those supplementals are applied.
Okay, but where's the? I'm,
it's hard when there's so many references to different.
I see, so. Page 1 and page 2 they just tell me how much they want?
No, if you look at page, may I?
Please, come on.
Yeah, please.
We need help.
Yeah.
At this top page right here, shows how to how it works. So that is the net revenue for each fund.
Page 2.
So and then this right here is 627. So the total amount of the benefit is 3,740,000.
I got it.
So I included it here, but it's on page 8 of your.
Page 8 of our book is this general fund net revenue. I got it. Okay, all right, thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
revenue balance. So it's not the time to go through the detailed budget.
Right.
That's going to be
We're
next,
just doing
that's going to be
supplemental.
next meeting.
So,
The only other question I have, and I'll probably ask it of every department. Are you adequately staffed?
yes, we are adequately staffed for sure. I mean, we have a lot to do, but we're getting it done.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
I consent for this item.
okay, me too, Mr.
Yep.
Mr. Savage,
Consent.
Ms. May. Yes. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professional services, legal, city attorney. Who's going to speak for the city attorney?
Madam Mayor.
Yep.
This is provided by the legal department. We are requesting an additional $26,000 a year. $6,000 towards the U and IDW ongoing litigation expenses.
What page are you on? Where are you?
I'm on page number 590, 190.
190?
When you say litigation? Huh?
With negotiations, that's correct.
Negotiations, that's how much it cost us to negotiate the union contract.
Additional, they need additional funding.
But I'm saying for the whole year to negotiate the contract, it's $694,000.
That's not all they do. No.
No. Well, that's why I'm like, say that again, because the way you said that, I was like, what is happening?
No, it's just.
They're asking for 6,000 more.
Just for that, but
Oh.
this is the total for everything.
I'm sorry. And on page number 6 of 190. Six of 190, additional charges incurred in the clerk of the court for litigation filing and court reporting services. et cetera.
Yeah.
And they're asking $20,000 for that.
I consent.
Mr. McCoy?
Reluctantly, but I don't see the alternative.
What are the biggest lawyers? I consent. Ms. May?
Say anything.
Ms. May?
Yeah, it looks like that we've been paying it anyway, and now we're just making it a line item.
That's
Mr. Sigmund?
I consent.
Thank you.
I just have. Never mind. I answered.
All right. That was Karen. Anger was more anger. Oh, okay. CEBS certification, human resources,
No, the next one,
the court reporting. We did
I
that.
think if we follow the agenda, finance is next. Yes. So
Alright, so what page?
for finance is starting on page 24.
Supplement of the supplemental book.
Yes,
20.
No,
That's what they do. They just. It's like
Throw it
reading
in.
an insurance policy.
alright, 24.
24.
yes. So requesting 5% education certification increase. That's for the CGFOA. That's a certified government finance officer certification that I'm going to be pursuing. And this in accordance with the incentive programs. And that also comes with the one-time payment of $2,500.
I don't-
So, yes,
So you get paid to get the course and then you get.
right, the one
bonus
time,
For getting the course?
yes,
That would be nice and
for
teaching.
passing
wait, wait.
it, for passing it.
You go
It's
to
a one-time payment.
one time thing.
Yes, once you pass, once I pass, you get according to our incentive program, we get the one-time payment of $2,500,
Which
For
is
that
also the
certification.
yearly Increase of
5%,
$1,000, 5% salary.
correct.
We're a little confused.
I brought this up during the union conversation.
Yeah, I don't know that we should give bonuses just for getting the.
It's part of their contract.
We're talking about Mr.
I
Yan.
understand. It's part, if you look at the employee handbook,
Um,
it's part
So
of
I-
the Senate program.
I can just go to school and I keep getting more money? And you pay for my
if
school?
It's in your contract. Here comes Lauren.
And you pay for my school? How long, do I have a requirement to stay?
Hi, Lauren Slayton, Director of Human Resources. This is a policy that was negotiated with the PEU union, and it was also passed by the city commission by you. I
You
don't
can speak
remember.
up a little bit.
I'm sorry, can you not hear?
By the Previous commission.
No, it came before you, I believe, in January. I can't remember when it came forward. I'll double check the date and I'll resend it to you. So this is a tiered program and is geared towards keeping employees and, building them as they go. So for just a general certification, for like a low certification, it's built into their compensation package. For instance, a code officer, they have certain levels that,
Tuition.
yeah. So once they pass one certification, they get a 5% raise.
Okay.
Keep in mind, code officers don't make that much money, so 5% of not much money is not much
Right.
money. So, but we stagger that into their compensation program. But then we realize that people that are going for higher degrees, we're getting the same the same perk for working a lot harder. So we built a tiered program where for somebody maybe possibly getting a bachelor's degree, we get a little bit more. So they get they get the 5% and they get a one-time bump to reward them for that. They have to sign up. The same thing, we do a promissory note. They have to stay for a
And
certain level of
employee?
time. Well, it has to be approved in the budget, which is in this
Right.
process right now. The funding has to be approved. And then there's a, and then they have to show the proof of it and sign a promissory note. Then
So-
there's a third level for an advanced degree. This is your CPA. This is your GFOA, because we want our employees to have these
Sure.
degrees. We want these people to stay. They can make a lot more in the private sector. So we know that we can't really give them a huge bump on their salary. So rather than increase the percentage, we give them a one-time bump to reward them for doing that.
But the one-time bump is 2,500.
It's like three
We're
levels.
talking about this.
So one's 5%, one's I can't remember,
but
like
for
1,000,
this one we're
1,500, and the
talking
other
about-
one is 2,500.
The number. we
But there's
have.
also an increase to the salary.
Yes, it's 5% increase, but this is also for somebody getting a GFOA that they work years for.
And is-
You have to have a certain number of years in your career to do this. You
Right.
can't even apply to take these.
Let me-
Has to be a proctored exam, and it's something that is above and beyond. So this
So-
is your CPA, your MBA, your advanced degrees.
So does that $11,000 reflect the 5% increase? Is that what that is?
I
Or-
didn't,
I mean,
I
that's
didn't,
what
I
that
did, I
is.
did not prepare this one, so I don't know. I would assume so.
Right, yeah, but so it's not like he gets, not, I don't.
I would assume so.
Third person, $11,000 for going on the trip.
No.
Okay, it's 2,500 for going on the trip.
He's
Or-
not going on a trip.
Well, the.
No, he's, and the GFOA is a prestigious
No,
award,
no, no,
especially
I'm
for,
not pushing that at all. I
Yes.
think it's wonderful to do it.
it
But
is.
Yeah.
And we want our employees to have these because this
No,
is our finance
no,
department and
no.
this is who are in charge of our budget.
So it's, sure.
100%, I agree on education and increase of knowledge.
Yes.
And not that we need more certificates hanging on, but we need more knowledge.
No, we need the knowledge. We want it to stay here.
No, and I agree with that. My only concern, and just hear me out, is when we have 5% increase for you being a rock star and going and getting the certification and improving your knowledge. And then they get another increase for doing something else. And then there's another increase for doing something else. And we know that we had this problem a couple of years ago that the auditor brought to us. And I'm concerned about that because we don't have an internal auditor right now. So I'm going to vote in favor of this, but I want to make sure that this is why we have internal auditors, to make sure that there's a checks and balances system. I'm not going to say there's nobody
Yeah.
taking advantage of, because when you further your education, that's a great thing across the board. But when you go 5% plus 5% plus 5%, now all of a sudden that inequality again that we had before the comps and class study starts to get the scales become imbalanced again. So I just want us to be mindful going forward that we don't have an internal auditor to make sure that we're not overstepping certain things.
Right, and there's a lot of, other public jobs where you don't get paid for your education.
No, I understand, but this is our policy and I will support this. And I'm thankful because we got Yannick back and our finance department is blowing it out of the water. You guys are doing fantastic. I just think that going forward, we need to be mindful of some of the policies and things that can happen.
Yeah.
Agreed. And just
Items.
just because maybe everybody doesn't do this doesn't mean they shouldn't. And also keep in mind, like some of these degrees, like an MBA or CPA or some of the things, they could go somewhere else and make a lot more. So we're just trying to give them some kind of little incentive to stay. And really in the big grand of schemes, if they went to the private sector, they could make a lot more. So we're trying to keep like these people here.
Understood. Yeah.
And I will gladly resend you that policy so you can review it on our lunch break. I will resend that to you.
And for one who's been here for many, many, many years before, turnover in the city is too high.
Yes, and we're trying to
sure.
reduce that and make it a good place to work.
Yeah, Mr. Segridge?
Thank you. So the raise kicks in upon completion and passing this certification, correct?
Yes,
And then so does the 2,500.
the one time. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's a one time and it does not add to their
Yeah,
base. So it
understood.
doesn't.
And when are you scheduled to do this? It's going to happen in 27? Okay. So- Yeah, so in there. And then the last, well, not the last, but again, we said that this scaling up program, the incentive program, was because we wanted parity with the union contracts for this.
Yes, and this is a resolution that was passed by
No,
you and
I
I'll report to.
understand.
Yes, we're
Um,
trying to do it for all employees to make it
No,
even.
I completely understand. Again, I would just voice, you guys already started saying, hey, look at this. This could become a problem. If we treat every type of employee the same from an incentive program, that's how you get into those troublesome areas. Especially since, if you just apply it blanketly to everybody, a lineman out in the field has very different incentive needs than someone. Is there a problem there?
No, and I agree with you, but I think like for your example, and I don't disagree with you, but I think someone from the electric department wouldn't be asking or wouldn't be approved by his supervisor to take
No.
a home ec.
Yeah, it has to be approved by the manager. It has to be submitted for the budget.
I understand
Yes.
that, but then you look at somebody who's in the professional office field, there's many more certification opportunities and so on. And it can quickly become imbalanced, as Commissioner Malega was referring to. Are we paying for the certification?
Yes. Yes. And when you're talking about somebody in, like, say, the IBW, your troubleman, your lineman, they're very well compensated. So
No, I
your
know.
low level, comparing like an administrative assistant to a troubleman, the salary ranges are very
I wasn't,
different.
I was comparing the
Okay.
director to.
No,
a
I'm
lineman.
sorry.
So they're probably similarly compensated.
But it has to be managed by the department head and.
I
approved by city manager.
understand. I'm trying to just ask a few questions.
Okay, trying to
Um,
answer them.
How much does this certification cost? You have no idea? Okay. Just ballpark's good.
Follow up.
Yeah, and realize I'm just asking these questions, not.
I'm sorry, Anik, can you speak into the mic, please?
I am. I'm not asking these questions in particular to you, just more to educate myself on the program and just understand where we're at. So I am all for this kind of a program. I actually love this kind of a program. I just want to make sure that I understand it. So thank you for.
So again, for those that didn't hear me, it's approximately, I would say $1,000, but I can give you a more accurate number.
Yeah, no, I was just concerned because like in other industries, some of these programs are $10,000, $20,000, $30,000.
Yes.
And
We ask you for just that.
why not? If we need it, right? All right, thank you.
Mr. McBoy?
Yeah, I just, I hear the concern that Commissioner Segrich raises of, if you reward blanket across, then you're not rewarding, out of the ordinary person. I'm hearing a background, like a recording or what. Well, could we turn that off? Or use an earphone or something? It's disturbing. And we've never had that before when PVSO's been here, so see if you can do something about that. I just want to say that it's a real challenge as a small city to retain and attract,
Quality people.
Preaching to the choir.
no, I'm not at all. Well, yes. I just want to say, I really appreciate that the difficulty of trying within the constraints of not a very luxurious budget, not an ability to have a luxurious budget, of trying to find imaginative ways to build a program that does that. And I appreciate the work that you've done on that with the comps and things and various ones. So, yes, I do hear that there might be a concern that if somebody does 5 certifications in there, but I think there's probably a certain amount of governors built into that, so it doesn't get too out of hand. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing on that.
Thank you, Commissioner McBoy.
Right. So, it's not the Wild West here. It's
No,
trying to keep,
it gives people something to strive for.
yeah.
Also
How many can they
improves
do a year?
it-
How
What's
many
that?
5% bumps can they do a year?
It's supposed to be 1. Anything more than 1 has to be approved at the city manager level.
And it reflects good on the city to have certified clerks, yeah.
Yeah, and it really helps with our retention because our employees know that they can work for something. They have to earn it.
You have to stick around, Yannick. All right,
Short time.
okay, so did we do consensus on this?
Consent.
Consent.
Consent?
Consent.
Thank you very much.
I wasn't.
You're not. No. Okay. Just go.
Are commissioners eligible?
I don't know what kind of certification you use. It's my supplements are all certifications. So there's in addition to mine, if you turn to page 25, we have a purchasing agent who's going to be pursuing the Florida Certified Contract Manager. No, that's a purchasing agent. One who works on the Valentina. Valentina, you want to speak on it?
Good morning, Valentina Susteda, Assistant Finance Director, Purchasing. So this is the certification for our purchasing agent that is managing contracts. This is a Florida state certification. It does not cost the city anything to actually go through the program. It requires probably about a year of studying and then taking a couple of days of intense program, and then it takes an exam. So we are not paying for anything except basically this program that would be $2,500 plus the 5% increase. Our purchasing agent manages and she drafts and works with the city attorney for about probably 300 to 400 contracts a year.
How long has she been with us?
She has been with us now. It's going to be the second year. Yeah.
Okay. Ms. May?
Just a quick question, and I do want to go on record that I obviously appreciate education. This is just a whole new policy for me that I know that Lauren said that we approved it, but I guess I didn't really understand the consequences of it. So this one is a year-long program. So she's gonna go into this and she's gonna go for a whole year long, and she's going to get 5% on her salary and 2,500. Do we take into account the number of hours per course? Because it sounds like, and this, let's pretend this has nothing to do with you, Yannick. One course had 6 months of work and one has a whole year of work, and they're getting the same bonus.
I think that Lauren has explained that there are different tiers for someone to actually pass this. I went through this one myself, so it was a little bit, it is a difficult, so
But
this is an advance.
I'm not
tiered.
arguing the difficulty of it. I'm arguing are the tiers based on the number of hours per course, the level of the employee?
They're based on they're certain criteria, and I will send you that. I don't have the policy in front of me, but
Okay,
it's usually based on like, does it require that you have a certain number of years experience in your field first?
okay.
Is it a proctored exam? Does it require continuing education credits? That course may be longer, shorter, depending on the field, but for the difficulty of attaining it and the work that comes in behind it, that's what we put into the criteria. And we could, if you want to look at that criteria, you think that we could tweak it, I'm open. We were
No, I
trying to
just
work
want to
it.
understand it.
I will absolutely send it to you, and then by
Okay.
by all means, we can go over it together. And like I said, I'm very open to tweaking.
And sometimes it's 3 days, a 3-day intense 3-day course. And I go to CLEs that are,
Right, I'm just trying to
Yeah,
understand it. I just don't
A
know.
3-day course would not give you a $2,500 bonus and a.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
is
yes.
You know, number of
It's-
hours.
it's-
Are you
it's
taking
the
a 20
hours.
Hour course, you taking a 180-hour course? It's not
Yeah,
hours.
It's
the
not
amount
necessarily the hours of the course, it's the amount of like the criteria behind it and the experience behind it. So we're not giving people a 5% increase for CPR courses, that kind of stuff.
Got it.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not a participation award.
Oh, no, I didn't think it was. It looks like it's gonna be hard. This girl's got to go to school for a whole year for this.
She got to study. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
thank you. Okay, up next. Oh, Mr. Segridge.
Sorry, one more quick question on
Uh-huh.
it. When with these courses, if somebody had to like, let's say, go for an intensive week, are they taking PTO to go to that week, or are we paying them while they're at that course? 'Cause some of these are very intense. So
So for this one, we do pay, this is going to take 3 days of the online, state provides the online, the course, they have a break, and then after that is an exam. So we do give them, pay them for their time for that. So the state does not charge us for this, but the employees do get paid
But
for
for-
that 8
but-
hours. Yeah.
But let's say for the courses that we do pay for, let's say we're paying $1,000 for the course and someone has to go away for 3 days? Is our general policy that if you're taking one of these courses, you're also getting paid while you're doing that? Well, she just said for this 3-day course, they do get paid while they're taking the course.
What's the answer? Because,
So
I mean, I wouldn't say that you have to take vacation time if you want to increase your.
no, if like for myself, if I study on my own, that's not, I don't take days off. That's either a study before. Yeah, it depends on the program.
I'm just saying, what's our
No,
policy?
no, when
The-
our policy is if they're attending a work related course that we mandated that they attend, or, you know, they get paid for it.
That they're mandated, but an optional one that they're trying.
An optional one, but if it's for their career advancement and is approved by management, absolutely, we pay for their
Okay.
time.
That's-
Yes, we don't pay overtime for it, but they'll get paid their regular schedule.
Just understand, just because I'm asking a question doesn't mean I'm trying to like refute it. Well,
I know, I'm just trying to
comments over here.
I'm just trying to
Go a
explain it
lot faster
thoroughly.
If someone just gives a yes or a no.
Okay.
Mr. McCoy?
Yeah, I'd just like to remind us all in this whole supplemental discussion, if I'm reading it right, on page 2 of the budget supplementals book, it says, if I understand it right, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that if we approve every one of these requests, we still have 3.7 million available funds.
Correct.
So we are not spending ourselves into the basement by any means, even if we approve everything.
That is correct.
We could even double everything
No.
and still be okay. I'm not saying we should do that, but I'm just to keep some overall perspective,
That is-
if I'm correct.
That is correct.
Consent.
I'm
What?
sorry, before you all continue, the 15 minutes has elapsed. And I just wanted to make sure on the last certification for the purchasing agent, there was a 5-0 for consensus.
Yes.
That's what I just consent, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
I think so.
Next up, Candace.
Yes. My last one for finance is this is a one-time lump sum performance payment. So for these is for 3 of our staff, an account 2, senior budget analyst, Ms. Dale.
Is that 3?
Yes.
This is 2 here.
Because that's breaking, so basically 2 employees will receive their CGFO and then 1 employee will be receiving their
Thank
CPA
you.
license.
Right. So the 5% was our increase was already approved last year. So this, but we did not incorporate the 2,500 lump sum. So this is just a one-time lump sum payment. Yes.
So you.
Consent.
Consent.
Okay.
Is it 2 or 3 people getting it?
3 people.
3.
Yes.
2 + 1 is 3.
Thank you. We have a 5-0
Consent.
5-0 consent on the Candace Dale accounting course.
Thank you.
Supplemental request.
Okay, so
Lauren?
next will be HR.
Lauren? You're up. Mrs. Slayton,
Contestant.
really? Calling. Next up, Lauren Slayton. Hello. She's back.
There you go.
Hear me now?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. This is for one of my employees. She's been here 3 years.
Jenny.
No, this is Susie. So Jenny is my assistant director,
Oh, okay.
who luckily for her is at a family reunion and not here today,
Yeah.
but she's on a beach while we're here. But no, this is one of my employees. She was hired about 3 years ago as a generalist, as an HR journalist. She has her master's degree. She's going for one of her certifications, and I would like to promote her.
And this insurance certification is something that she obviously, I'm asking, she uses day to day in her
Oh,
job.
actually, I apologize. I'm looking at the wrong one. This is for, this is, I've got 3. So this is for, Unique. This is the girl who handles our benefits. I think everybody has probably met, what, I'm sorry?
7.
I am on page 7 of the supplementals.
Okay.
I don't have the budget book. So, and I am blind as a bat.
It starts on page 7.
I'll loan you my glasses.
Okay, so welcome to my old age, guys. I apologize. So this is for Unique Royal. She has been with the city for about 7 years. She's been with me for 4.
She started as administrative assistant in Public Works where I stole her and Jamie forgave me after about a year. She's done a fabulous job taking over our benefits. She has taken our wellness program to all new levels, bringing us to a platinum level for the mental health. I could not be prouder of her. And so she's been seeking her CEEPS, her Certified Employee Benefit Specialist certification. It takes a couple of years to do it, which actually it takes a lot of people 4. And I think she's going to do it in 2, which is incredible. So I would like her to get this certification pay.
Any questions, Ms. Malega?
I have a question because I was on the other one as well, page 27, I think it was as well. And I see that each one of these women in HR is only getting a $1,500 versus the ones we just talked about in finance are getting 2,500.
Because those are more advanced degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes through the years of experience behind it, and I'll send you those tiers.
Yeah. Okay. Because I do see.
There's a logic behind it.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Because it's because the employees who are listening, I want them to know that we want to know what the logic is behind it to make sure that it's equitable for everybody.
Good
That's all.
Yes, yes.
It's not that you don't like Jan.
Oh, I love. Oh, are you kidding? I don't know what I would do without Jenny. I love Jenny.
Ms. May?
My question is, and I know it's policy always that it's a 5%,
Previously it was, there's 5% for everything.
5% for everything.
But then we changed the policy to include the tiers.
Okay, but my question is, and then, so we just talked about, negotiating for a raise, right? And we were talking about X amount. So if I'm an employee and I just got my 3% raise because that's what the union negotiated, and somebody else takes a course and gets a 5% raise.
You get both.
Okay, but what about positions that don't have courses?
They get the regular, whatever
They
the,
just get the
whatever we decide the cost of living increase will be, they get the cost of living increased. But we encourage all employees to do this if they can.
So most of the employee positions have opportunities for continuing education.
Yes.
Okay.
In the administrative, yeah.
Well,
Yes.
in
In a lot, actually, different-
administrative or in all departments?
In all departments, some positions, maybe not so much. So maybe, like the lineman, the troubleman, once they are licensed and they get through their apprentice program, that's kind of their career path.
Right, and they've maxed out, this is
Yes.
how much they're gonna make, and they make more on overtime and
Exactly.
rodeos.
What about leisure services? Like what about people in Parks and Rec? Like, do they have an opportunity
Yes.
for other certifications?
Yes, there are recreational, there's all sorts of,
That was my question.
Yeah.
I was just
I knew what
wondering.
you were getting at.
who-
Yes.
And, I mean, and my other thing was thinking, well, it's 5% on every year. So we're not really considering, is this a lean year or is this a fat year? You know what I mean? Where we're looking at the,
Wait again?
no, I'm just looking at if you're negotiating raises each year and this is always 5%. I don't know.
But you gotta earn the extra 5.
Yeah.
This is something that we incorporate into the budget process. Oh,
No, and I get it and I support it. I'm just looking at, if we have to go ahead and
The future.
in the future, maybe is the 5% like a state set, or in the future, could we say, okay, because we need to decrease blah, 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 we could give 3%, something like that.
for the union positions, we
No,
would have to
for
negotiate
for
that.
The ones that we set.
For the non-bargaining, yes, you could change it.
Okay, I mean, I don't want to, but I'm just thinking ahead because we're gonna have to be creative.
And yeah,
Yes.
Question, do we provide that information to all departments if they have the opportunity to take the certification as available?
Yes, and I worked with the departments when we created the policy and we I tried to first include every single certification, but there's so many. I just
No,
said,
I get
okay,
it.
so I added criteria instead of actually listing them. But yes, we work with the
So like, we get
departments.
the emails that say, hey, you need to go to IEMO 1, 2
Right.
leadership. We do that for all of our staff if there's something available.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to make.
I'm
I consent.
No, I think it's a good idea. I
Mr.
just wanted
Malloy,
to learn
consent?
more about it.
Consent.
sure, consent, Mr. Segrid?
Consent.
Thank you. All righty, next up.
I'm sorry, can I say something? She has a couple of more supplementals to go through.
Yeah,
So,
well-
do you want to consent after each one or do you want her to go through all?
Each one, we
each
want to do each one individually. It's much less confusing now.
Page 27 now?
Or 8.
No,
Or
8.
8?
Human Resources Generalist.
Okay,
Senior-
this is Susie Sanchez, and this is who I was talking about earlier. I apologize. Susie's been with us 3 years. She has a master's degree. She's really taken on a lot of the projects for us. She took on the evaluation system, automating that and creating a new one for us, which we rolled out to the department heads and assistant department heads, and we'll be rolling out to all the other employees on October 1st. She has taken over the recruiting and brought it to all new levels. This generation is so much more tech savvy than me, so she's really been instrumental in creating, and automating a lot of the process and streamlining them. And she's really taken up leadership roles, and I couldn't be prouder of her. So I'd like to promote her.
Consent.
Consent.
What'd you get her master's in?
Human resources.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Veterinary studies.
Consent.
That's the perfect answer.
All right, what about this one? Promotional activities.
This one is we were hoping to build a program to reward our employees and recognize them on their milestone anniversaries and when they retire. We don't really have a budget for that right now. We really haven't done much when people retire, maybe give them a plaque. So, and also we've had employees who have been here over 30 years, and they get maybe a thank you from their department right now. So we're hoping to maybe give, some kind of like milestone achievement, thank you for being here 5 years, 10 years, 20, 30.
You're asking for $6,000 additional.
Yes.
Consent.
Yes,
Yes.
Consent.
Okay.
Mr. Sigurd?
and you may want to bump it up a little.
Yes.
Well,
Take it as it comes.
baby steps, baby steps.
Mr. Sigurd?
Consent. I just had a quick question on the last one, because I just flipped the page and saw the backup. In your letter, it's saying the impact was 6,703.36, but in the impact, it was 8,408.
What page are you on?
Page 8 versus page 10.
They're different ones. No,
No,
no.
It's the same one.
I don't,
The same, you go to 8 and then 9, 10. There.
page 10 of 190.
I don't have your budget book, so
No, it's not the budget, it's supplemental book.
Candace.
Supplemental.
No, this is- Right.
Okay, so this is with some of the salaries, you have some people that are allocated amongst various departments. So what you're looking at is that total 8,408 is the total increase across all departments. So she split between.
Understood. I'm comparing
No, I-
that to the line on
10.
page 10, which says total budget supplement across all, which says
6,703.
6,703.
In the last part of your letter.
Fiscal impact.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that should have been updated to 8,408.
Okay.
That's what that number should be.
yes, the correct number is on page 8 of the supplemental package.
Good I am.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
And Hector just pointed out, that's just totaling the salary. It's not including the FICA taxes or the pension
Oh,
contributions.
6,000.
So that's
Right.
what that 6,703 is.
Okay.
Yes.
There's always some reason. Most of the time. Okay, next.
Are you sure that math's out?
Yes, he's a genius and he with the numbers.
So-
Yes.
so-
Hector is a human calculator, so we trust him.
Okay, where are we?
Look at 1676 times 4, and that's the total salaries. And that's where you should get that number at.
No, I was talking the difference between the 8 and the 6,700, but anyway, splitting hairs. All right.
Okay. Community sustainability.
No, she has the other one. It's on,
Promotional activities.
no, we did that one.
I didn't. I consent.
You did
Did-
consent and then you
I
asked
did?
your question.
I did?
Yeah, you said I consent.
The promotion.
Consent.
Wait, don't we have, we have one on page 27. The insurance certification for human resources.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
Page 27.
Yeah,
Pages 1 and
27.
11.
That was when
okay.
we were doing it first, then we had
That's
to go
where it
backwards.
started. remember?
Okay.
oh, this is the same thing? No, it's not.
No. Yeah, but.
This is a different certification for a different employee. This is for Therese Howell Poitier. She's been with the city, I think, 10 years, and she has been with me for about 6. Another one that I stole from William Waters. It takes them a year to forgive me. But she's just taken on our risk program and taken to all different levels. She was here being recognized as, and she's going to kill me for as a risk professional of the year.
Oh,
Nice.
She does not like the spotlight, but she's really, she's taken our safety committee to all new levels. We have such great participation. She takes it seriously. Whenever there's an accident, she's first one out there taking pictures. She's really implemented a lot of safety programs. I can't rave about her enough. So this is another certification.
$2,000.
What's that?
Yeah, $2,000. Yeah, consent.
Yeah, definitely.
Second,
It's $8,000. But consent,
additional is 2,000.
Additional request.
total fiscal impact, $8,000.
But it's budgeted for. They're asking for an additional 2,000.
What the extra.
They already budgeted for part of it.
Got it.
Hence supplement.
Do you want me to explain the breakout? Maybe that's where the confusion is coming from.
Actually, yeah, no, it is a total of 8,000. It's just on this particular fund, it's only 2,000 out of this fund.
Correct.
Right, but the total impact's 8,000.
So we should have this thing come up again
It will.
somewhere else where we'll see 4,000 and somewhere else where we'll see 2,000.
Yeah, and the HR department, we're spread out over different
Right.
funds and all my employees do everything.
Right.
Even though they specialize in risk or benefits. If you go down there and Teresa isn't there, somebody else can help you too.
For the sake of time, do we just want to say that we approve it across the board?
Yeah.
'Cause I don't think we're not going to approve it in the other funds. I mean, I'll try, but.
Any commissioners, so HR has, as I stated, she has different funds, and if you look at the agenda, there's a general fund, and then she's gonna go through the benefit fund and the self-insurance fund. That's what we have on the agenda. So she will cover those other.
But are they the same people?
It's the same.
Well, then let's give time. We've already approved that.
Already approved it.
Move on.
You're done.
We approve it in all funds, as long as it's the same people in the same courses.
Yes, it's not that big a department.
No, so I think we're good there. Do you guys agree?
Yes.
Yes, skip that.
The same people in the same,
Yeah.
same people in the same courses.
There's
Everything.
funding is-
Yeah,
Self-insurance
Yeah, you're good.
benefits, yes,
Don't go
okay.
over it again.
okay,
Go on, get your degrees.
great. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Does that mean we have time to go to the ladies' room?
Let's take a break.
Okay.
Okay.
Go to-
Or the men's room? Or the gender neutral bathroom?
Lauren, excuse me, one second, I'm sorry. No problem, no problem.
Are we ready to resume, Madam Mayor? Ready to resume, Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry.
I was asking, were we ready to resume?
Well, yeah. She's very fair. She's shy. She's shy moment.
Sorry, you guys were muted for a minute.
Oh, my God.
Madam Mayor, it is 11:26 and we have reconvened.
Thank you very much. Mr. Waters, you're up.
Good morning, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. I want to preface some of the comments on the supplemental with the fact that my team and I are spending the next few years in a valid attempt to create a succession plan, because I will be retiring at some point in the foreseeable future. And my goal is to have a team that can take over and respond to all the things that are necessary in the Community Sustainability Department by division, depending on how the budget picture goes, because this department is heavily reliant on generating fees and providing services. But at the same time, it's quite an expensive department. So the first one you have before you is the promotion of my budget manager, office person who's been with us, the city, over 6 years, but has nearly 30 years of public service. She has 2 master's degrees, and I would like the other 3 divisions that are the bigger ones in the department have an assistant director who is in charge of them. And I would like to promote this person to be an assistant director for the administrative and the business license division.
So it's currently 90 and you want to bump it to 96. The same.
Yes, ma'am. But it does cross over 2 different funding sources, the general fund and the building fund.
That is my question.
And it was.
Why is it general fund? If she's in community sustainability and she's building fund,
Most of my department is in the general fund.
what is?
We have 6 divisions in the community sustainability. Only one that's the building fund is the building fund. And then there's 2 additional funds, which is the beautification fund we do some work with, as well as the code remediation fund, but those are not set up as separate divisions.
Those are not what?
They're not set up as separate divisions.
How many empty positions do you have right now? I know.
Well, I knew the number until Friday. We have 2 other, we have 1 person in the process of going to a different department. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9.
Empty positions.
Yes.
And that includes code, planning.
Includes co-compliance, planning and preservation, the building fund. And then we are, I hate to jinx it, but the other divisions, business licenses is an administration, customer service is okay right now.
But you have a lot of vacancies.
Yes.
And the proposed budget is with those vacancies. So if we.
It includes funding
includes
all.
of the funding. includes all
Yes,
of them?
yes, ma'am. That is a challenge that we have, especially in the planning and preservation division and the building division. Both of those are extremely difficult to fill the positions. With co-compliance, we have a lot of interested applicants. We don't have that many qualified applicants. And they do find it challenging working in Lake Worth Beach because traditional co-compliance operates a little differently here because we are such a non-conforming city and we're lesser affluent. So the issues and concerns they have to embrace are rather complicated.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a burnout rate that's pretty high.
Yeah, then I drive around gated communities. Okay, any questions about the $6,000, Mr. Sagan?
Consent.
I don't have much of an issue with the monetary of it, but so skill set wise, going from budget office manager to director of administration, and then being in charge of oversight of the ERP system implementation. Walk me through the skill set leap there.
Well, she's already been through a transition of an ERP system before with another entity.
Mm-hmm.
And she is serving as well as the next supplemental increase as the sort of subject matter expert to organize how our various divisions then have their own subject matter experts with the ERP implementation. And they have been attending every single meeting, which is a 1 to 1.5 hour meeting for each one of the divisions every week. And we are, thank you, Nellie, and her pressure. We made a huge monumental step forward this week.
Oh, good.
Just
Here, I think she deserves a part. She's over there.
Uh,
But anyway, we had the best meeting that I've attended since this all started.
and that sounds great that, you know,
I'm not
our-
promising we're
our-
going to
our
get there real
training
quick, but
and that maybe as an idea, exploring a certification in process management, you know, Six Sigma or something like that for an individual like this who, because I consider in the future, you know, if we're looking at how do we reduce budgets and gain efficiencies, it's going to be process management. It's going to be leveraging our ERP system. So, you know, if this individual has those skill sets and the desire, that might be a good educational path to pursue for them.
we will look toward that for FY28.
Mhm.
Okay.
And
Makes sense.
So it's a six, okay, so Ms. Malega agrees?
Yeah, but I do have a quick
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry, I didn't see you like.
I didn't, on the bottom, I don't see where there's two account numbers, one for retirement 401k or 401a of 7884. And the other one says retirement defined benefit plan is negative 13,112. Why is there a savings? Can you explain that?
Yes, because her current pay, she is part of the general defined pension plan, but if she is promoted to assistant director, that's when the 401A will take over.
You have an
So she will
additional
be
benefit.
removed. Yeah, she would be removed from that one and then.
Which is a savings.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. May? I'm sorry, Mr. McCoy?
Oh, you mentioned something about the ERP.
Commissioner McBoy, can you speak into your mic, please?
I am, but I'll turn it on, which will make it work better.
Much-
You mentioned ERP and Commissioner Segret's emphasis on process. I would just add to that, hopefully this person is well involved with the suggestions that were worked out by the internal auditor. As far as he had a whole report on how.
Yes,
Yeah, and I hope that, because that looked like pretty good ideas.
Yeah.
And
that person as well as the representatives from the building division are heavily involved, and we did impart much of that direction and request to the ERP representatives back last June when we met with them for an entire week and went over what our expectations were in terms of customer service interface on
the
the
interface.
website, improving understanding of how we get through various systems. So that's all on the plate.
Thank you.
The plate's really full and it hadn't broken yet, but it's very full.
That's a good
Over the
plate.
time.
In tandem with her
Wait, Ms.
position.
Renee has a question.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
think my question is very similar to Mr. McBoy's, where we were looking at customer service and clarity and transparency. And I don't know what your other positions are, but do you have somebody who's in charge of that, of customer service?
This position is that.
Okay, so now that we're on the training mode here, if there is a leadership position to help train for customer service, they should take this.
The city has provided several opportunities for that in-house, and there actually is an educational opportunity that I would like for this position for next fiscal year.
Okay, good.
I don't want to dump too much on them all at one time because rolling out the new ERP, which will cross over fiscal years and taking on the additional challenges here is a lot.
Right.
And then but FY28 will probably be coming back for
Plus, we can
different
look at
things.
the holes in the ERP and see where we need to supplement with humans. Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. You're in. Mr. Segrich?
I already consented.
Okay, so that's consent. 5-0.
In tandem to that, on page 15, is a promotion in recognition of my only legacy employee that I have who's been with us since I arrived here, Ashley Easterday.
Oh.
She's got 20 years of experience with the city. I want some redundancy in supervisory and management skill. And Ashley's really stepped up to the plate. She's also an expert on Noveline and is really being very instrumental in identifying how to ensure the new ERP system includes what we have now and improving it better. So I would like to promote her to be the backup to Alicia, because Alicia will need to have a succession plan in 10 or so years. And we've also encouraged, and Ashley does seem to be embracing it, that she'd like to get a higher education degree. And that'll probably be in FY28 as well.
She's in the front desk, Ashley and Tiffany, that,
Yes.
she there, in terms of customer service, those two are wonderful.
Thank you. You may be getting an email about one of them in a couple of days.
Oh, no.
No, for the fact that they're very good.
Oh, okay.
They're very entertaining too.
Yeah. Oh, actually, they're who, you know.
And this position does cross over two funds, half general fund, half building fund.
Okay. Mr. McCoy?
Yes,
Ms. May? Mr. Segrid?
consent.
Thank you. It's 5-0 for that one.
Now, those are the only two that are related to like promotions or reclassifications. Did you want to go on to are we doing the other parts of the supplementals on page 28? Okay. On page 28 is a certification for myself. Unlike many communities, my position is probably equivalent to a deputy or assistant city administrator, and I'm called upon to provide expertise or some knowledge in a whole variety of areas that many cities rely on consultants. There is no other person in the county with a position like me that has an architectural degree. I can serve as a building official. I'm also our economic development contact. We lost that position a while ago. And so there are two certifications. I'm still weighing which one is better for the city. One is under sustainable business practices, and one is economic leader for the public sector. And so that's the proposal here. And I think I cross over 6 different funds, my salary and benefits, which is somewhat explained here.
So currently it's 91.
Yes.
How many years are you going to be with us until you retire?
4.5 or 5.
Ms.
Unless
Malek?
you kick me out.
Ms. Malek?
I'm in favor of this, but I just think that for optics in the future,
Mhm.
that your superiors should be coming for us. I think for any director, it should be their bosses that should be coming to us for this. This is just, again, for the optics.
Mhm.
I think that when the public is listening and looking, I mean, I would like to stand up here and say we all deserve a raise, but at the bottom line is I think the city manager for all directors across the board, just like you advocate for your assistants and your, people below you on your team, I think that the city manager or the assistant city manager should be in the future coming forward with these requests. Just my opinion. But I am in favor.
For the department head.
But yeah, instead of the department director coming in saying, hey, I'm gonna go get the certificate and I think I deserve it. And I think that I just think it for the optics of the residents and the business owners across the board as a policy. I think that should be a policy for the city, that if it's a director, if Lauren were standing before us asking us for something, I would say, well, what does your boss think?
Yeah.
That's what I would like to hear from their boss, is the city manager, interim city manager, assistant city manager. As a policy, I think that's something we should discuss going forward for the future of the city and the way the city looks.
No,
I do support it. I'm in favor. And again, just looking out in the future.
but the total of the salary then is 95,000?
No.
No.
That's what hits.
I was gonna say, what?
That's what hits the general fund.
Oh, okay, right.
There are 5 other funds that are hit.
That's fine.
And
And
Could
I
we
agree
get-
with,
consensus from the city manager
About you
regarding
coming
what
to
Sarah
us.
said. I mean, is this something that makes sense for William to go do?
Or just ask. I think I think your issue is
It's direction.
putting the.
I just
the
think that it puts
employee
the
in the
director
position.
on the spot. I just think it looks bad.
It does
I don't
look
know how
bad.
else
It
to
does
say
look
it.
bad. And I don't know if it has been cleared with, like, everybody else
Well,
has
I'm
been
sure
cleared
he's
something.
cleared, they've all had their budget meetings. I know
Okay,
that
I'm
they
just-
cleared it.
I'm not worried about
I just think for presentations
Yeah.
factor, whoever's sitting up here in the future may be a little unkind.
Yeah.
And I think that
Oh,
it's good
I
for
can
the,
take it.
I
Yeah,
understand.
but maybe someone else.
No, I
can't.
just,
It's not-
it's a good point. It's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
have the manager, but you come for your employees and he comes for you.
Correct.
Right.
And that should be across all directors, in my opinion.
That's fine. We can change that process.
Yeah, that's
It's no
easy.
problem.
But as for now, any of the director, so for this budget hearing, any of the directors that come up and ask for something for themselves, it has been cleared and covered by you guys. Okay, then that's, I just want to have that on the record. Thank you.
Manager's office, it's in line with.
Yeah, it's for, okay, thank you.
It was awkward. Ms. May, do you have a question?
No, that was
Okay. Mr. Segrich?
Thank you. And I hear the arguments on optics, and I would agree. And it's not, for me, it's not just about the optics of it. It's about understanding the justification and what's the plan, right? This certificate, where are we going to see the benefit at the city level?
Well, part of it gets to what you were mentioning about AI and tackling better integration of AI and other elements in the public sector, because the certification does include looking at how to be a leader in the emerging, evolving technology of how we do our business. It's actually a program through Cornell University. It's 14 weeks. I do it on my own time. I don't do them during the city time. The classes are all at night. And so, what I found in the previous ones that I've done, you meet people from all over the world and you share experiences that you have, and many of them have been quite beneficial. And the city have shared quite a bit with Cornell. I will give you an example, is that we shared our carbon neutrality element for the comp plan, which we can't adopt here anymore, but it was shared with them and it was the first time they'd seen such a thing. And so our name as a city is out there a lot, being ahead of the curve on so many things. We haven't been able to adopt all of those things, but people have been very generous in recognizing us and borrowing what we've been able to achieve. And so I look forward to that. It's a combination of things. And then I'm encouraging my staff to look at the various opportunities. They have like 75 different tracks of education you can look at. And how we run the public sector government is evolving quickly. And most of us don't necessarily get out of our bubble. And this is a really good opportunity to get out of the bubble, then brings things back.
And I think there's a real value to that sort of thing, no matter who it is, whether it's elected officials or employees. I think there's a real value to getting out there in the field and hearing it and talking,
100%.
getting new ideas and coming back with some new ideas and a different perspective. And also, I think you absolutely right. You know, we
It
talked
puts us
about the
our name.
reputation, right? We talked about,
Yeah.
we often talks about the reputation of the, but
So,
it puts us there in a positive way.
so understanding that you are retiring 4 to 5 years, succession planning,
45 to
4 to 5.
45, I'll be
Um,
here and mummified.
Well, that's the agreement, right? If you get the certification, you're here for 45 years.
Yeah.
I got the
Um,
signature right here.
Do we have identified who's the next person where, like, for example, this certification would be good for? You know, do we have that person next in line? Because understanding you go and do this, it takes you 14 months. It's a year and a half by the time it happens. The city's only going to benefit for about 2 years from this. So do you have in mind a succession plan?
14 weeks is the class.
Okay,
So
14 weeks. Sorry.
you should have at least a benefit of like 3.5, 4 years.
Okay, but you know, do you have somebody in mind who would kind of follow in this path that
I have a position in mind. I don't necessarily create or think in the future necessarily based on a person, because I have experienced over and over, and the mayor is very well aware of this. Lots of good planning, person gets a better opportunity, they're gone. So I'm trying to create the ladder of succession so they could take part of that, but also identify, in working with the city manager's office, a position that can embrace all the things that I'm asked to do at the city, which is far more than what it involves in just running the DCS department.
more of the economic development side?
Well, I do also marketing. I created part of your logo stuff and all that was pulled in from the economic development side. Yes. So
Okay, thank you, and I consent.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Consent.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Yeah.
Yep. Ms. May?
So
5-0.
speaking about out of the bubble, on 29, we're asking for a bit more money so that the planning and preservation staff have a greater opportunity to go to at least a statewide conference. And there are 8 positions there, and we don't have money for everybody to at least go to something.
Consent.
Consent.
Ms. May?
Consent.
All right, 5-0 consent.
And then on page 30, that's the additional funds that go along with that. Because there's travel and per diem as well as registrations for the training.
Consent.
Consent,
Consent.
Ms. May? Yep, 5-0.
On page 31, there are requests that many of our staff be members of professional organizations. We're asking that they all have the opportunity to do that. This one might be affected by what's going into effect July 1st as to what the state will allow us to pay for or not. But I would like to have the money here so once we work out that everybody hopefully can be a member of APA, or we've had all the staff do some sustainability work and have certifications in Green Globes, emerging professionals, which also combines a lot of attention to LEED. And so we'd like to have this. Whether we're going to be able to have all the memberships we would want based on the state, I don't know.
And you used what was budgeted for 2026?
We did a lot of it, but remember, there were 4 vacancies in 26. We've actually filled 2 of them, and then we still have 2 that we are interviewing for one, and we have an offer out for the other one.
I do know that some of these programs have increased their prices.
They're gotten insane. They're
Consent.
Mr. McBoy?
Consent.
I consent, Ms. May?
Yep.
Mr.
Consent.
Savage? Thank you,
Before we continue, Madam Mayor, 15 minutes has elapsed.
thank you.
Then on page 32 is a request for additional funding for our postage in the code compliance division. I will say that the charge to all the division managers was, look at your operational expenses, try to have your net change to the division to be less. And if you look at the whole book, the operating expenses that we control, even with adding additional money in the postage, we have taken money out of other areas that are either would like to do items are not absolutely necessary, or there are activities that we would bring back to you in the future and have as a budget amendment in the future.
Consent.
Mr. McBoy?
Consent.
I consent, Ms. May?
Consent.
Mr. Sigmund?
Consent.
Thank you.
Along the same lines, 33 is for our postage meter.
Consent.
Consent,
Consent.
Stamp, come on.
Mr. Sager? Okay,
Lake Worth Beach Water works really well in licking stamps.
Yeah.
34 is postage related to the business license division.
Are we also doing these email notifications? If have
We
email?
don't have that ability yet, but we would like to get to that ability.
Consent.
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 And 35 is also related to postage for the business licenses.
Consent, but also, what's it going to take to get that to that ability? Do you need funding to get that? Is it
Well, that's-
software or is it
that's-
just part of the ERP?
We're hoping that it's going to include part of the ERP because we don't necessarily have an email address for everybody, but we do have for a lot because it was a field that we could start completing. And I think we started requiring them as part of the renewal process and the new applications about 8 years ago. And so we have a lot of email contact, and that is something we would like to do. And it's on the list of what the ERP business licenses has proven to be the most challenging for the new ERP system to tackle. But I think Nellie beating heads. Again, thank you, Nellie, and Alicia as well as Ashley. Yesterday, we got much farther along in thinking that we can at least improve our customer service interface with the business license and the renewal process.
Consent.
30,
Mr. McBoy has a question.
Mr. McBoy?
Not to interfere in how you do things, and I don't know it's a good idea, but could you get a enthusiastic, friendly Palm Beach College State student volunteer or intern to call up your whole list of business ones and verify their emails?
People love to hear from Tiffany.
Yeah.
She's exuberant and
She is.
excited,
Some of them are
and that part and some of their downtime.
They could be training an additional intern who could be a future.
We have 4 and they do have some downtime. And so they do that.
Okay.
Consent.
Okay, wait, page 36. I have you want a purchase of a new printer?
No, page
We're not
35.
on 36, we're on 35.
Oh, I'm just right ahead. Okay, consent.
Consent.
Yeah.
Segridge? Okay, the next page, a purchase of a new printer. Do you, when you do, because I'm in my office, I lease. I lease, a big thing and I don't have to, I lease it and they take care of it. Or do we purchase a little one for that?
We have two main big printers, and then for confidentiality issues and other things, several of the managers have a personal printer in their office. And it individually printing out business licenses and a few other documents is much easier on the smaller printer than the big one. The big one doesn't seem to like the form paper.
Small ones work a lot, because I mean, I have a small one in my office too, and it's just like, sometimes it wants to print, sometimes it doesn't.
Oh, ours work well. We wear them out.
Yeah.
And that's why this
Oh.
request is here.
All right, Ms. Malega?
Consent.
Consent, Ms. May?
Aye.
Mr.
I
Segrist?
want to hear his question first.
Mr. Segrist has a good.
I was gonna say, I share the mayor's kind of concern on that. Just in, printing and faxing and all that in general, when we're on a small device and it's handling 7,000 things, your cost per page on these things is near $1 or 50 cents if they're in color. Whereas the larger devices, you can be at 10 cents. And I know it seems like splitting pennies, but when you multiply it out by the number of forms we're doing, it can be 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, $100,000 across an organization. If the larger printer doesn't like the forms, maybe our vendor needs to fix that. I know the woes.
$100 for a couple of things.
Well, no, it's the cost of the ink and toner. It can actually add up to be hundreds of thousands of
But
dollars.
even
Of course,
with my least big one, I have to tell them how many sheets I've used. I get charged for every sheet, and I
Yeah.
have to buy my own.
correct, but
So-
you're doing it at 5 cents and 7 cents a sheet versus 50 and 75 cents a sheet. It's a hidden cost that a lot of organizations fall into. And when you're printing thousands of items across it, it's much better to leverage the larger. So
How many business licenses could you possibly be printing a day?
7,000 over the course of the year.
Well, some of them get printed in bulk, but then when people come in and, pay for a business license or come by the office, and it's remarkable how many people want it in paper. And we'd like to provide that because that's a request they have. They want it, a physical thing that they can walk away with, and printing it, at the desk is a lot easier.
You gotta-
Need it paper.
I can send it.
So
by
we
the
don't
way.
request them to print it.
Okay.
I do want to say also, that the next budget workshop, there are two other supplementals. We have two staff in the planning and preservation division it's not here.
Oh.
Because it didn't quite make the deadline because we were talking to the staff and it kind of got by there. But two of them would like to pursue their masters in planning. And it would go along with what Lauren was mentioning. They would make a bigger commitment to the city. And they will be doing that mostly on their own time. But it is an incentive to keep both of them here. And both have started their careers with us. One I caught at the pizza joint and I just found out after she had resigned that she was going to go into planning. I said, "Oh no, please don't leave because you're really good at customer service." And so now 4 years later, she's at the point where she would like to seek her master's degree as well as the other young lady
Master's degree
in planning from Florida Atlantic University. And so we would like to encourage and support their doing that. And as Lauren mentioned, it will be making a longer commitment to stay with the city.
Would that be for a master's?
We do a what is it called? A reimbursement for part of the cost. We don't cover the entire cost, and it may take them 2 or 3 years to finish it because going full time, you can do it in 1.5 years or 2 years, but they will be doing it part time. But as you saw with some of the other degrees, there would be a lump sum paid to them once they finish, and they would get either a 5 or 10% increase at some point, probably FY29.
Lump sum of not the entire amount.
Not the entire amount, no.
And here, my other question is.
And they
you know,
have to make a certain grade in order
Oh.
to get the full amount that's in the contract.
A B?
Well, I think the full amount's an A.
Okay. If, we have this thing, they have a commitment to stay X amount of years after they would do, I don't know how many years an MBA would take, but my question is, if they don't stay, I mean, how do we collect that money?
That's a question for the
It's a
finance
judgment.
and HR.
We'd have to find, we'd have
Yeah.
to sue them. Oh,
Out
vacation
of their
time.
vacation, a lot of them have vacation time that rolls over.
And there
or-
could be a promissory note that they sign that says exactly
Well,
what
but
Commissioner Leggett says that,
Enforce it.
hopefully they have some vacation time or sick time when they leave and
Mhm.
I think that's all for us. Yeah. Or 61, you want me to go ahead and do the building? Yeah. 65.
Page 65.
No.
Page 65.
Thank you.
We didn't do 36, I don't think.
Yes, it's a certification it's fully funded by the building fund we have. person who's come to us as an intern, is now in a position, has been promoted twice, and there is a certification we would like them to get, which many of the staff in the building and also in the customer service end have, which is the permit technician certification.
Consent.
Consent, Mr. May.
Consent.
Mr. May,
Mr.
Mr. May consents.
He's so easy to get along with.
He is, he's, hi there.
Page 65.
And then 68, 66, we're asking for a bit of a bump in the overtime because we do try to have building people out on the weekend to look and see whether people are doing work without a permit. This will become much more critically important once the legislation hits that you don't have to get a permit for certain types of activities that are below $7,500. However, we've already gotten inundated with phone calls about all the things that you still have to get a permit for, even though the $7,500 thing will be in effect. And I do suspect that we will have lots more work being undertaken without a permit. People thinking they don't have to get one when they actually do. So it'll be really critical for us to have people out quite often in the world, making sure that we don't have crazy work going on.
Thank you. I know during last budget process, we asked staff to consider and put together a plan to have longer hours and coverage. So there wouldn't necessarily be overtime, but it would be kind of a standard time so that we had code enforcement available over the weekends in the downtown, into the night, as well as our building inspectors and so on. So just a quick question, in this year's budget, have we allocated for that? Or has that plan been developed?
We have had weekend coverage when we had a fuller complement of co-compliance staff. Right now, I believe there's 4 officer positions that are vacant. And we've done it as a voluntary type thing. Who would like to work on a Saturday? Who would like to work on a Sunday? And then that does not affect overtime. We just switch their hours around, sort of flexible. But with the building fund staff, which we're down an inspector, and that inspector position has been vacant almost a year now. We need them during the week, and so they incur overtime by working on the weekend.
So it sounds like we're trying to get it done piecemeal, but we don't have an actual plan. So, I understand you're understaffed because you have vacancies. So we have 4 vacancies on the code side. It sounds to me in reality to cover our request of having it actually set and available, the answer is probably more like 6 vacancies if you were going to have a weekend and evening schedule. So at least from my perspective, I would like to see what that ideal service that we've asked you guys for would cost us. And I think that applies to code compliance, the building and parking division. I think were the 3 that we had concerns with for more hours of coverage. So I don't know if my colleagues still want to see that, but
we can't get the 4 positions open in the one building. I just feel like,
well,
I guess I want to have it and I would love to say, yes, this is the cost and let's move forward. But my bigger question is, how do we get people to really apply for these positions and get them in those seats? But
also, to that other point, if we don't have that position in that schedule there, we'll never fill it. We've got 0 chance. If we do have that position, we might be able to attract somebody who's looking for a more alternative schedule, or be able to envision more alternative schedules like 3 10s or, 3 10s and a 5 kind of thing, or somebody who wants to work Saturday and Sunday and Monday, but for whatever reason, childcare or something, they can't, right? Work 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. So I hear that we're already having trouble filling it. I still don't think that means we don't make the plan and strive to hit that mark. And I'd like, myself personally, we asked for it last year. I'd like to see that in this year's budget, because it's more about, at least for me, what do we need to succeed for our residents and some of the things that they're asking for. And I think we need that plan.
I will say that when the code compliance division is interviewing prospective staff, we do ask them, are they open or would like to have possibly an alternate schedule or work on the weekend? We've had some success in the past, but the folks we have now, that's not really possible. So there are, I think, 4 officer positions. Hopefully we can encourage 1 or more of them. It does present some challenges under administration due to the case review requirements that are on one day when all the staff is there, and then the special magistrate hearing, which is the last Thursday of each month. So sometimes it doesn't work. It works a little wonky when the people that are working on the weekend have to come in on a day that's one of their days they anticipate to be off. Pardon?
For the magistrate, it's one thing.
Right. And then with the building fund really cannot absorb the cost of additional person or staff unless we are proposing to raise the minimum building permit fee this year. It was initially at 125. It's now proposed to be 135 to cover some of the loss of the money from the permits that are not required. And then we're also proposing to raise all the general building permit fees by 0.25%. Yes.
That's so little.
It actually generates a couple $100,000.
Does-
And we're still evaluating it. So to fit the second budget workshop, it may move from 1/4 to 1/2.
It's a quarter,
Harry, did you want to say something?
it's a 1/4% of the
Am I
cost
over
of
my
the
time?
project. So that adds up quick. Okay.
You are.
Not 1/4
And I
percent of the.
like when Anthony said, I think that for me, the parking on the weekends is the most important of those 3 at this point. I think it financially will get the most money if you have parking people driving around the whole city.
Do we have consensus?
I think that if we're advertising for weekend or nighttime code and parking, I think that will then, I don't know how the ads are written, but if we're looking for all, making sure that those ads are written, that's what we're seeking, then we don't have to
Yeah.
try to convince people when they come in to interview.
They know it.
They
I
know it
agree
up
with
front.
that.
They know
So,
up front, we're looking for people to work weekends.
yep, exactly.
Oh my God, you and the
Have
teachers.
both.
So do we have
Regular
consensus for them to come back with that next time?
So on page 66, we're
Number 4.
Consent, the $7,000. Okay, consent.
Yes.
All right, Ms. May?
Yeah.
All right. You got everything you asked for, so don't complain to us.
Did we do page, just real quick, did we do page 36?
36. Oh, wait, there was one more.
Yes.
Yeah, we did that.
We did? Okay.
I just didn't put them here. That was the printer.
Right.
Were you a 0 or?
Yeah,
I mean, were you
that's the new
were
print.
you a yay or a nay? You're a yay?
We're all
Okay,
yay.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, it is now noon.
Madam Mayor, if I may?
Yeah.
Is it possible that we get through one more department and then we break for lunch?
I think it's possible.
US Public Works. and
No, not Jamie.
Forget it. Sure.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's talk garbage. Before lunch.
Trash talk,
Oh,
Let's talk trash.
trash
Oh,
talk.
Darren got you.
I do. Just today.
Okay, you're.
Where are we starting, Mr. Brown?
He doesn't have any certification.
37?
Okay.
Here we go. Now it's on. For the record, Jamie Brown, Public Works Director.
Yeah.
So, mine are pretty simple
Yes.
compared to some of the other ones. You're going to see multiple in here for operating supplies for uniforms. That's just the
Outfits are
cost of uniforms going up. So,
Stop talking.
Page 37.
all right.
Consent.
So 38, same thing.
Stop, slow down.
Yep.
So consent for 37.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to go one by one.
Hmm.
So everyone agrees it's that one. Okay, page 38.
38 is the exact same thing but for the grounds division.
Consent.
They gotta look
Page
good.
39, machinery and equipment.
Yeah, so what we when you guys were looking at the budget, we now have the column for the 3-year average that we showed this year that we didn't do previously. So what we did for a lot of our accounts, we went back and we looked at actually what our actuals were in the previous years. So this is just accounting for what we actually spent the previous year and the updated costs. So that's what we're asking for here. And our machinery and equipment undergrounds.
$3,000 covers that?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
That's the additional amount.
That's the additional.
Yeah, so it was originally 55, so we're bumping up to
Shovels
58.
went up.
Everything.
I do
Consent.
have something to say about the uniforms.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we make sure that our staff is no longer wearing Lake Worth uniforms? I've seen a couple that wear the old school Lake Worth uniforms.
Okay,
And I've encouraged them to please ask your director to get updated uniforms with the right name and logo. And they are grounds people. I won't put them out on blast,
Okay.
but making sure that we're representing the city of Lake Worth Beach as Lake Worth Beach is important.
Also, until the uniforms wear out, we want to just like.
that's a service too, so that's a little odd. So we'll find out what's
Yeah,
going on with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Consent for 3,000.
okay, Ms. May, is there a report?
Yes, I already.
Ms. May?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
have,
Mr. Segrish, 3,000.
Consent.
All right, consent. Next up,
Cemetery.
Public Works.
Yeah, so this is additional overtime. We're looking at an additional 5,000 we're asking for. We, for one reason or another, have the amount of burials on weekend, it's really ramped up. And we obviously perform those services as part of our cemetery for funeral services.
oh, burials. I
Burials.
said barrels.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, burials,
So James.
burials.
This back as a fee schedule amendment. If we're doing more weekend, we need to adjust. I mean, I actually had somebody who bought some plots not long ago who
Mhm.
lives over in Lake Osborne, who was very happy about how inexpensive our plots were for them being a non-resident. So I think we need to relook at that in the fee schedule.
Okay.
I mean, they went around all over the county and were like, not only the improvements were there, but it was close. And he said, way, way too cheap compared to what other counties are doing for non-resident.
Cool.
And if we're looking at that many more weekend burials, we need to look at the
Pay
costs.
for
Okay. We did increase those, I think the year before last,
Yeah.
the rates, but yeah, we can
But I
absolutely
think
do
we
that for
need to look
sure.
at that fee schedule again for the cemetery.
Okay.
So
What's
are
that?
we gonna not consent?
No consent.
Yes, sir.
Consent.
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 All right, so on page 40, consent. Small tools,
Let's see, consent. Okay.
$3,000
More.
Sorry. Yeah, so this is a cemetery. Again, we do all of that, majority of that work ourselves, the coordination with the funeral homes. So the lowering equipment, everything else that we utilize, that's all, everything's going up. So we need a little bit more. of
Going down.
a-
Consent.
Haven't you heard?
Yeah.
I got two there. I'm
Three.
Segridge.
So I do consent to this. This is more of an item. I know that Sarah's been very passionate about cleaning the headstones and the rust, and we received great news from our attorney, which says that we actually can do that. And I know Sarah has been working on and I'm trying to help a community event for doing that. But I think, moving forward, we need to make sure we have the appropriate chemicals and equipment to do that on a more regular basis, so it doesn't get as out of hand. Because I think it's a great community event, but it would be nice if every quarter or what have you were able to do that. So I would just ask that if you could think about that, and maybe include that as a supplemental to come back so that we can have that as part of our perpetual maintenance that we do.
Okay.
Because it says it right in our policy that we are supposed to be removing the irrigation rust. So if you could think about that and
Okay.
tell us what you think that would cost, I think that would be a great thing to add.
I will say it wasn't ready and we weren't going to go into position stuff today, but we are going to be proposing an additional position specific to the cemetery, an actual cemetery sexton, which we've never actually had here, which would be, their schedule would be a Tuesday to a Saturday. We'd have a dedicated employee that actually could do some of the tasks that you were just speaking about, Commissioner. But we do need a dedicated cemetery employee because right now we basically have ground staff that overlap and take care of all that.
Yeah.
But we need like basically a
Like that kid
person.
we had at the ceremony, remember? He was like the groundskeeper of the cemetery for like 50 years.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
guy.
So that is something that we already put the actual description together and everything else. So I know LH already has that, but that's something we're going to be bringing forward this year to hopefully get approved. So
So we sent on the item he's asking for.
Right. Now we're on 42.
We're on 42.
to
Close.
yes, custodial. So
Matching shoes, yes, consent.
Consent.
well, actually for this one and the next one, we obviously, as you guys remember, we had contractual I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're all consenting.
Okay.
But he's talking about the next one, which is the
The 44,000.
supplies. Yes.
Yeah, it actually applies to both of these because we obviously used to contract out for our custodial services. We
Last
brought
year.
that back in-house starting last year. So obviously we didn't have a budget back then for uniforms and stuff like that. Supplies, that all was part of the
Got it.
outsourced contract. So now it's kind of moving that out of one line item into another since we're doing it in-house now.
And it's working out well with the in-house people?
I mean, yeah, we've gotten a lot of compliments from
Yep.
departments. It's just, we have a lot more time now that's being put into departments, and we have people that are, in my opinion, more dedicated because they're actually city employees, they're getting benefits and everything else, and that's a rough industry
The
when you're
bathroom
outsourcing.
cleaner at the beach club.
Yeah. So, and as things have come up, we're able to easily correct those and kind of jump on it, but it's a difficult industry when you outsource that function. As you can tell, the round robin we had year after year with different
Yeah,
companies,
right.
it just,
Coming and going in our offices, which is also another scary thing.
Yeah.
Mr. Segridge and then Ms. May.
I consent to this, but I have a general question for you.
Commissioner Staggers, can you turn your mic on, please?
Sorry about that. I consent, but I had a general question on Public Works, so I'll wait after Miss May.
No, I was just gonna tell you that there's, on the new garbage can at the corner of Dixie and Lucerne, there's graffiti.
already.
I know, it's very heartbreaking.
That didn't
It's
last
where
that long.
that used to sit. So actually it's J and Lucerne.
Well, the good thing is that we purchase those types of cans intentionally because we can easily pressure wash those.
Yeah,
So,
okay, good.
okay.
All right.
Mr. Segridge.
So my question's on roads and infrastructure.
Okay.
In this year's budget, have we budgeted a significant amount that is going to cover all of our required road maintenance?
Paul.
Not all.
All?
Well, no, I'm talking about what you would deem to be adequate to perform road maintenance.
What you're gonna see since the penny sales tax, we were, that is now gone. Last year was the last year for that. You're gonna see, an ask for $3 million this year, which is an improvement from what we had in the past. Is it enough to catch up if we were to do that area? No, it's not gonna be enough.
The first question, I guess, is it enough to maintain?
To maintain, it's definitely a step in the right direction because there were years we were budgeting between $300,000 and $500,000.
So if we want to catch up, and I know you don't have the exact number.
Yeah.
When we talk about the next time, when we go into the nitty gritty of the budgets, I really would like us to think about what would a round number look like that at least gets us going now. I understand we have the PCI getting revamped, but based on the old PCI and your experience, the number of years you've been doing this with our city, I think we need to see that number and look at it and say, if we're going to catch up 10 or 15 years, and those are some pretty long timelines for people to wait, what does that number look like? And I really want to see that number, even if it's 5 million, 10 million, 2 million, because
we know
we got to start taking action on it. And, looking at overall in this budget, the reason why I'm bringing that up, we had a windfall this year with the pensions coming back, which is more than several $1 million, right? I would hate to see that just get absorbed and we don't tackle our infrastructure problem. So I would appreciate, and if my colleagues agree that you should come back with that, I would appreciate seeing that in the next session so that we can talk about kind of the elephant in the room with our roads and infrastructure.
Yeah. And part of the more detailed, I guess, collection process that we're doing right now, with RMT was to develop this more comprehensive infrastructure master plan. As we're getting all this information, we'll be getting with Vaughn and the utilities department because we need to coordinate all of those programs and lay out that overall schedule, preferably 20 years out.
I mean, what, if any, current sort of list? If somebody calls me, I live on X Street, when am I getting my?
That's what
That's
what we need to
you're
get to.
working on
That's
that.
what we need to get to because
ran
what we're
into-
going to do is we're going to take all of this that we get right now,
Okay.
coordinate with utilities because ideally you would like to do worse first. Unfortunately, in the real world, that doesn't necessarily work because Vaughn will be doing improvements to water, sewer, stormwater, stuff like that. So I can't pave a road if it's terrible right now. If she's planning on going in next year and redoing the water and sewer, and they're just going to trench it up. So we have to coordinate all those projects to make sure that everything lays out sequentially. But that's what we're putting together right now. So when that's complete, someone can call up and say, hey, I live on D Street between 3rd and 4th. When's my road gonna get done? And I can pull that out and say, you're, fiscal year 2029 or something like that. But we'll be able to break that out based on if we say that we have a minimum amount every single year, we know we're going to be allocated for maintenance. If we say, if it's 3 million, if it's 5, whatever that number is, as long as we at least have that amount budgeted every single year, that gives us the ability to kind of lay out the actual timeline schedule when people have specific questions on when the road will get done.
First Avenue South between Park and Federal, it's just, it's like one of the highest traffic streets in the city. People go to the Bryant Park and it's all.
Gulfstream.
I
We're waiting on the
got
Gulfstream.
4 calls on that this week.
It's been banned for a long time. The Gulfstream is a good excuse.
I don't know,
Oh.
but keep in mind with the cranes and all the equipment coming in, it made no sense to do it now
It's just.
because they'll tear it right back up again. So
Mr. Segridge and Mr. Boyd.
So the other thing I didn't see, and I believe we gave consensus to ask for it, is the supplemental or cost to do a second bulk day.
yes,
collection. So is that coming back to us next session, or is that in here somewhere?
well, that's the refuse fund. So we still
Okay.
have other funds in here. This is just general fund.
Okay, so
We're going through
that's
right
in
now.
the refuse fund?
I will say, the best way to tackle that would be to actually add an additional bulk week. So you would probably do the 1st and the 3rd week of the month would be bulk, the 2nd and 4th would be veg. Because if you're looking to actually relocate the current 3rd week to a different week, say the 1st week, that confusion that causes and trying to get everyone on board, no matter how much we do as far as public information, pushing all the stuff out, social media, it's going to be a nightmare. So you almost want to keep that week the same.
Yeah, I think
just
I
add
misspoke saying that change the day, like that was the
Yeah,
concept.
adding a second.
Adding an additional bulk week.
And even after we do that, we're gonna have to discuss what is the time frame as far as like leniency that we're gonna allow for like wrong day. So if people are still putting out vegetation that 1st week, even though it's now been switched to bulk, those loads are now contaminated. So we're not going to be charged like either a vegetation. We don't get the vegetation credit for that, which we receive for all that. It's basically regular trash we're paying for. And then it's basically a subsidy for however long we do that, because every pound that goes across the weight, the transfer station, we pay for that. So every time we say, okay, you put the wrong thing out, we're just going to forgive that. We're still paying for that,
Yeah.
So that's going to get very expensive.
The tipping fees good.
It's going to get very, very expensive. So depending on how long we allow that leniency that, hey, we changed the schedule, this is now bulk, no longer veg. How long do we allow that to happen until we have to start citing for wrong day?
And so the trucks that do that seem to be the same trucks, right? The ones that pick up the veg, the same claw kind of trucks, the pickers.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
No,
They're different.
Yep.
So it wouldn't be possible to have like the same picker truck going and pick up bulk and then pick up veg and just have 2 follow trucks to drop separate. I see we do it with overload. I sometimes see 2 or 3 even.
Yeah, it gets complicated with the route, depending on the day and the routes and whatever. And sometimes what people don't understand is you have, depending on what zone you're in, we call them zones, even though they're districts. There is a different operation running every single day, depending on the zone. So people sometimes think that, it's recycling today everywhere. It's like, well, no, that's just in your particular zone. So we have different trucks doing different things on different days, depending on the week. So it gets a little difficult depending. I understand what you're asking. It's just a little common. We'd have to figure out if that's
I
possible.
love complicated.
Mr. Boyd.
This might sound a little odd, but when you mentioned that people can call up or eventually our goal is once the PCI, the pavement
Condition
index, once the new version of that is completed and we have it available and we've worked out with water and sewer schedules and so on, people can call up and ask about their street. I would encourage us strongly to consider as a commission that we add to when people call, the number that, an approximate number that Commissioner Segridge asked for, hey, to keep our roads in pretty decent shape, minimum maintenance, you're looking at $7 million a year, or whatever it is. And then very clearly also tell the property owner, homeowner here, hey, this proposal from Tallahassee to knock back your property taxes would have a direct effect on this. Make sure that that message gets put out. And I'm looking for some consensus from my colleagues that people understand free beer is wonderful, but free beer is not free beer. It will have a direct consequence to things that you want done. And we should take, if somebody calls us, take the opportunity to share those facts. You know, it doesn't have to be all heated up like I might do, but, you know, can be very factual. Here's what it takes. Here's our best estimate of what it takes a year. And here's the hit that's being proposed with this property tax. You decide how you want to vote. So I would like some consensus from my colleagues that we be looking very actively. That's just one window where we can let the public know, you know, think this through before you go voting and stuff.
But wouldn't like refuse pickup and stuff, that's the enterprise fund paid by assessment,
No,
not
the refuse, the road.
the road.
The road is definitely affected by it. So I would like some consensus from my colleagues on that we look, that this is one opportunity where we could push out that information, and we should.
Well, I've spoken, I'm sure we all have spoken at our meeting yesterday. We talked.
Guys, let's focus on this so we can get to lunch.
Yeah. But we can do education, and we're talking about that.
Yes. I say yes to cleaning supplies.
Consent?
Yes.
Yes, yes, you got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
162.
162.
So the refuge I was talking about, that's where we are now.
Correct.
On 162.
162. Got it.
So we have the four funds. We have the 5081, which is residential, 5082 is commercial, 5083 is the roll off, and 5083 or 5084 is recycling. I know, but I was just letting you know that they're all kind of all together. So the residential it's overtime. People do often forget that our guys do work and gals do work all holidays except for two, and that's Thanksgiving and Christmas. Those are the only 2 days that they're off. So we do pay.
Consent, Mr. May.
Yes.
Consent.
Page 162 is consent.
This is the exact same thing, but this is for the
Consent.
5082, which is commercial.
Consent.
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 Consent. 163 consent.
Hold on.
No, I was saying that was what we just did.
Oh, wait, this,
This is something. different.
no, this is William's thing being charged to public works.
Yeah, well, 164, this is his portion of, because he's divided among multiple council. This is the one you guys already approved.
Consent.
Consent.
165, okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Consent.
I consented. Why is William scattered across works? Could finance ask that? I know he does a lot of hats, but for people at home, they might be confused as to.
Certification.
No, but why is it being billed to Public Works?
It's just in general, what, why are you spread so thin?
Community Sustainability, William Waters. When the position was created through the administration in FY12, it was determined that my position would be bringing in the bulk of new accounts to the city. And so it was determined at that time under Stephen Carr that the position could be funded across 6 different funding sources. So my position is funded by the general fund, the building fund, the stormwater fund, the electric fund, the water fund, and the sewer fund.
And there you have it.
And walks away.
So it's $649.
Right.
For this.
Consent.
Consent.
Consent, Mr. Sabridge?
Yeah, I thought with these, we consented to them across the board, so I don't need to cover them.
Same thing with 165. We already consented with this.
Yeah.
Code.
This is
Yeah.
code, but it's for my solid waste employee, Burnson. Okay.
So the solid waste, could write code complaints?
Yeah, so we utilize this for citations, certain citations. So that way we can do it kind of in-house, so to speak, and revenue not have to
Perfect.
bother Williams people.
Love it. Love it. 5-0.
All right.
I do have a question on uniforms. Do we only supply so many or are all uniforms paid for by the city? Per employee?
How many how many do they get?
Yeah, how many uniforms or pieces of articles of clothing does each employee get?
Ooh.
I know that we have an apparel budget for
Yeah.
us. So is there an apparel budget for each division, or I just hired 5 new people and now I need to buy 27 new shirts?
Well,
Hi,
that's-
Melissa Sturdivant, budget manager. Usually when you have a new employee, when they start, I believe it's 11 bottoms where they choose through UniFirst. They also get, I think they start off with like 6 shirts, but then they double them up every time. So like every new at the beginning of the year, they'll get an order in, they'll give them like 7, but with the garbage guys, we have to have
Yeah.
a lot extra because they can spill stuff all
Well, I'm
over
asking
and
because, I mean, like at my place of business, I give my staff X amount, and if they want anything above that, they pay our cost.
we have them, we don't do anything kind of above, we wait for another bulk order,
Order,
know,
okay.
so it's not like everyone kind of
Yeah.
pieces it.
Okay,
And part of that counts also boots,
yeah. I
the
figured
steel
that.
toe boots, like the
Oh, yeah.
PPE portion of that.
Consent.
So that's kind of one of those things that as they work out. Okay.
Consent.
Okay.
Mimi?
Oh, yeah. Consent. All outfits.
Yeah.
I'll
I've
close.
consented on
We
all
want them to be
outfits.
clothed.
167 consent and
167,
168 consent.
$3,000 for gloves,
Tools.
shirts, consent.
I want people to have their supplies.
And then 182.
Whatever 182 is, they're definitely not.
No,
What are we on? What?
82.
Garage fund on 182.
182.
So this is an increase of $3,700 for the overtime for garage fund. And again, this is just based on prior year actuals. We do have obviously operations kind of running around the clock, even on weekends, with the electric utility, with servicing commercial. We do have vehicles that go down on the weekends too, so we do have people that come in that have to address that.
So it's not,
So-
somebody's on call all the time.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Malika?
So I do have a question for you, Mr. Brown,
Yes, ma'am.
on the garage fund. I am actually shocked with the rising cost of the parts that you have to purchase for maintenance of our fleet, that we didn't see a lot worse numbers last year. Cause I know the cost of oil filters. I paid $86 for 2 windshield wipers the other day. So I was really shocked that the garage fund is still looking this positive.
Mhm.
So I want to say thank you. I don't know what you guys are doing. I mean, I don't know what you're doing as far as the bulk ordering and
I was about to say we order a lot in bulk. We do have our own parts supply.
Costco.
But we keep kind of like a auto parts store. When you walk in, and we do have a lot of stuff that we keep in stock.
Well, I
This is
just
how
wanna
we
say
do
thank
kind of keep the
Anything
cost
for
down.
Prius?
I expected this number to be worse this year.
Yeah.
Because of the rising cost.
Yeah.
Fun fact, I did learn that light bulbs can last 35 years for headlights if they have not been used and brand new in the box. So
Oh,
good
yeah,
job.
that'll last
Yep.
indefinitely.
Another thing is we're trying to overall, like in the budget, trying to keep the cost as low as possible. If we get to a point where we do see some major increases, we can always come back for a budget amendment and provide the actual reason why we're needing to do that. But we didn't want to kind of pad this and try to say, well, just in case, we're going off of what we're actually doing right
Consenting
now.
for
So
page 22.
Consent.
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 Thank you. Unanimous.
one of our new employees, this is page 183, is going to be going for his ASC certification, which is always fantastic. Have mechanics that have that.
Consent.
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 Unanimous. Love when it goes.
This next 184.
There's your lube.
Yeah. Now we're gonna have to.
Oh, good Lord.
I caught this earlier.
Mr. made a use.
Well, when you look at it says it's got an overtime in there that needs to be corrected in the next one. I caught that when I was going through this, where it says increasing overtime to align with last year's. We're gonna have to change the description on this one.
Oh, yeah.
What page is
So
this?
this is page 184.
Materials,
Yes, it's actually the operating
The gas.
supplies.
consent.
Oil.
Yeah.
filter.
Consent.
Consent.
With the correct.
LOF.
184. Yeah.
LOF. Lube oil filters.
2 years.
Yeah.
Consent.
Consent, it's gotten better.
Yep, consent.
Mr. Sigurds?
Consent.
And that's it. You have-
Uniforms on page 185. Oh, that was
We're
Luke.
ahead of you.
Okay.
We got it.
Thank you.
Get moved. I think it's time for the. We will adjourn for a while.
Thank you.
Gregory.
I love it. Oh, that's so cool.
Calling Commissioner Malega. Commissioner Malega. We're not done yet.
I have the black one. Actually. How much are they?
Gotta rescue somebody.
I can see if you still have.
Yeah, Jeff wants a girl.
Black one was a good.
Oh, good, text.
I think she was.
Here's my little fat Jack Russell Terrier.
Oh.
She's fatter now. I think.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Here she comes.
Oh, my God. Oh, it's in blue. Oh, no.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Madam Mayor.
Good afternoon, Madam Clerk.
It is 1:23. Are we ready to reconvene?
I think we are.
Okay, then we are reconvened.
Then we are reconvened. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you. Okay, we're back up and now we are starting on.
It will be
in
IT.
And that's why you're there.
That's so appropriate.
Hello. Okay.
Staff. It's appropriate. Give us a second. Well, I'm just looking,
The supplement, 170. For the supplementals. Or 169, 170. Yes. Nelly Peralta, IT Director. We have one supplemental, and that is for one of my staff members obtaining their bachelor's degree. We did a budget.
Consent.
Okay.
okay. Mr. Segridge?
Education and outlets.
Consent.
All right, that's done. Thank you.
But I did have a question just for, I know we're not going through the nitty gritty details, but very much interested in how the IT is allocated, of course, across each of the departments, whether or not it's just a flat allocation, like you pick a percentage, or is it based on their actual software and there's like a spreadsheet somewhere where you've done that calculation. And, if it's just a straight percentage, great, just let us know that. But if you utilize the spreadsheet to come up with a more exact,
We do.
would love to take a look at that, because I think that'll answer a lot of my questions. That way we don't have to waste time on me asking on each department for that.
Okay. So our budget is based on the services that we provide to the departments, and then those services are categorized based on the units. For example, we have PC support, server management. We also have direct costs and indirect costs, right? So the direct costs are, let's say, softwares that are specifically used by that department only. Therefore, that would be 100% allocated to the department. Now, if it's your regular software, let's say your Microsoft Outlook or Office, whatnot, that is an indirect cost, and that's distributed amongst everyone. And the softwares.
On that in particular, with our emails and so on, does everyone get the same level of Outlook subscription? Or do you have that broken out in terms of these people are standard users, these are EC3s, these are?
Yes, we have it broken down in tiers based on the actual need of the user, basically. As you know, the different tiers have a different cost. So we try to, manage our budget as best as possible. We do not limit the user to what they really need to do their jobs.
And then, I know a while ago, we did like an audit of our staff cell phones. And we found a whole bunch of waste in there. Do you guys now periodically review things like that? So like saying like, oh, are we paying for a cell phone for someone who's no longer here?
As far as waste, there wasn't that many. The problem is that some of those cell phones were allocated to a different staff member, and that was just not something that we knew, right?
Okay.
So, but we do look at it. I'm one of those who actually looks at the report and does send it to the departments to see whether they need it or not. And in some cases, they're waiting to fill the position. So what we'll do is just suspend the line, which is a cheaper fee, which is $5 a month versus paying I think it's $35 a month. So we try to also do our savings from that aspect of managing it. And then we can suspend the line for about 3 months.
Okay, and then my last question is, from the commission, I believe we gave direction to explore customer service type software for intake and ticketing and trying to improve that. Will we be seeing an allocation for that in this year's budget?
I don't have an allocation for that. So what we have currently, we have asset management that has, we are currently implementing that, right? We're in the initial stages of that. That has a work order system that we can actually generate work orders for any department within that's configured within that system. That's one area. As far as the software like contact management, we do not have that, and that is not included in my budget.
Okay, is that a need that you have? Do you think that would help our departments? Because I know we've asked for it, but do you think that would help our departments become more efficient and be able to handle our residents and businesses' requests in a better fashion?
It could. The issue right now is that we're in the process of implementing 3 different ERPs, right? And then if we add a contact management, we need to make sure that that will be able to interface with the others where we don't have to duplicate the efforts, right? So at this point, we're still in the implementation stages of all these 3 ERPs. And I don't believe it would be feasible to bring another software in prior to knowing exactly what functionality we're going to get out of the other 3. Once we are able to assess that, then perhaps we can definitely look into another software that could actually integrate with the 3 of them. Because the ideal situation would be that from contact management, if there's someone calling about permitting, that they can put in a request and it goes straight to the permitting application. Same thing like for utilities, for example, and that we don't have that right now. I have Contact Essential Square, which is our vendor, and they do not have a contact management software that interfaces with their products right now.
And implementing 3 ERPs is a huge task.
Absolutely.
Don't envy that. Been through it. Do you feel you're adequately staffed to handle that, as well as something like bringing on contact management in the near future after that? Or do you think you need additional staff? If you had a perfect world, would that help make these implementations go faster or be better? Because it's my understanding that some of them are a little bit delayed, and that's normal, but how do you feel about your staffing levels with that area? Is that something you could use a consultant to come help, or?
Finance used a consultant as well from their end, and that did facilitate their portion of the ERP at the beginning. So that was very helpful. As far as IT, we do have a position that is still vacant. I have not filled that one. That should also help and alleviate, but we do have to understand that the departments have to have their project manager within their divisions to be that connection between the vendor and IT, and IT is kind of mitigating and helping the departments basically merge that bridge, right? Across. So from that aspect of it, if we have that support from the departments, which I know a lot of them have expressed concerns about the internal resources that they currently have, and we just have to work with what we have, right? So adding another position in IT, I'm not sure if that's going to solve the issue right now.
So something like that makes me think about the great work our internal auditor did with the business analyst processes and so on, putting that all together. Personally, I would feel open to having someone come in to assist with this that could cross departments like.
So the
they
business
did.
analyst position is
Yes,
in
that's
my
what's
budget.
open.
Yes, and
Okay.
that's the one, and I'm hoping to fill it sometime in soon.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they're worth the weight in gold.
Yes.
If we get a good one. Great. Yeah, if you have that like spreadsheet of the allocations, that would be awesome to see.
Okay.
That would answer a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we done?
Consent?
McBoy has a light on.
Mr. McBoy?
And just to say, on this ERP, we learned it, employee.
Enterprise resource planning system.
Yeah, that one, the computer stuff the software to run things. Would it be fair to say that a lot of the integration and working with the rollover to the new system is going to be quite department specific, that what Public Works needs is different than what some other department needs?
Absolutely.
So in terms of, I'm very much with Commissioner Segris on, we want this to work. We want this to be a way of helping our departments, especially the interface with the public, work better. But I have a feeling that's less an IT thing and less an IT department and more that you're supporting whoever in the department is doing it.
Yes, our role is obviously to support and facilitate the integrations, but
content.
obviously, yes. But we work very closely, and of course, IT has a lead, but we've always stated before that we cannot implement it for the departments because we don't know
Exactly.
your business processes and, your resolutions and requirements that you need for the system. So obviously we cannot implement it for you, but we are there to support you and get you through this implementation. And I'm pretty much involved in the majority of every single meeting that they have as far as training, any kind of discussion, any kind of issue. I'm in those meetings constantly.
And if I understand correctly, you also are the kind of the point person to put a little bit of pressure back on the vendor and the provider. Hey, we kind of need this as part of the deal, which the department might not.
The
because-
director and myself, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. Segridge?
I'm sorry, I have one more for you. It's my understanding, and I could be wrong about it. We have some server equipment that's basically hosted in a small building near the power plant or somewhere around there. Are there any plans to move that into like a colo facility or kind of get that expense down? It's my understanding that it's kind of expensive to have it where it currently is, and I might be categorizing it wrong.
It's not a server. There's a switch and there's another piece of equipment. The issue with that building is, well, I don't want to talk about the infrastructure like this, but I
just
can
didn't know if it was from a budgetary perspective, is there any savings we could achieve by moving it, or for whatever reason we can't, so just live with it?
It's a little bit more complicated than just moving it. There's main infrastructure. So we can discuss that offline, of course, and I can give you more details of what I'm speaking about.
Okay.
That? What page? I'm looking for it. I'm not finding it.
She's done.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we're done with IT. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we are on.
Okay,
leisure
so,
services.
yep,
I'm looking
leisure
for
services.
Services here. But I'm not finding it.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello,
Is
Tiana
there a
McKay.
separate tab that's just as leisure? I see
No.
beach and golf.
No, we span the three funds. So we're going to start, one moment, let's get. We're going to start on page 18.
Boom. There we go.
So Tiana McKay, interim city manager with the leisure team. Just to get started, we do have quite a bit, knowing that we have the 8 different divisions, so we'll go as quickly as we can. I did want to note that there was a conversation about staffing and parking, and in FY26, parking did add 2 full-time parking staff to accommodate the evening shifts, and we are currently in the hiring process. So we do have that ready to go once we have those hired.
Excellent.
Are
Thank you.
those just for downtown or do they span the city?
It will span the city.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so page 18, we have a request for the Assistant Director to attend the National Hurricane
Consent.
Conference.
Consent.
Thank you.
On page 19, we have a request for, this is our administration. This is where we have the rent for the new temporary location from moving from 17 South M, and also our printer rental in there. So we currently have requested $30,000 more than last year. That's just while we get accustomed with the bills. Once we get the bills sorted, we'll have that defined.
Where should people park when they're going to the new leisure
the
services
street.
parking?
There's parking across the street.
And I think I drove by there. There should be a good sign
There
on the
is.
front of your building that says parking across
There-
the street on the.
Yes,
on
we
the
have a
window?
very,
Okay, I
a
didn't
new
see it.
sign
Okay,
that says
good.
parking. And then there's also a city parking lot there on the corner. There's multiple parking.
Okay.
areas you can- Yep.
Yep, I just want to make sure people knew.
Yes, perfect. Okay, so
This is intimidating.
Mhm.
page
Look, it's
19.
still like,
No, Mr. Segrich and Mr.
oh, Mr. Segridge?
How long is the lease there? Do we know?
How long is the lease for 2 years?
2 years.
Two years? Okay,
So-
I consent.
Yeah, okay, so this is
Office
just the
equipment.
cost of the new office. Okay, all right. So with
Consent.
that, Mr. McBoy?
Just so I make sure and that the public understands, the reason you're moving out of 17 South M, where you've been for a while, where Leisure Services has been, is that's to accommodate the W Motor project in the future. Is that correct?
Move the building.
We were requested to move out of the building, so we found a temporary location, yes.
Right, but there was a reason for moving out of the building and for the building to be moved,
Yeah.
and that is part of the W Motor project.
Because the building's going to be relocated, yes.
I need you to be clear.
The building.
The building is not being relocated just because we decided to relocate it one day.
Staff.
They're not putting the museum on top of the 17 South M Street.
Why are we relocating that building
Oh,
again?
Mr. Know that you were moving it because Wamota's going to be there.
Calling the question.
We've been talking
Oh,
about
okay.
this for
Consent.
2 years.
Consent.
Consent, this is on page
Yes.
19.
Yep, 19.
Yeah,
Okay.
19, consent, everybody? Okay, thank you.
Page 20, this is a library from the library division. This is to repair our automatic entry doors and installation of impact resistant windows at our front entrance and replacement of the chain barriers with a permanent gate. This is for safety of our staff. It also leaks, the front door leaks water.
Any questions, consent?
Consent.
Consent, Mr. McBoy? Fixing the front door.
These are the temporary chain things inside the building? Or
Outside on the ramp and at the back door.
And that's the least of it. It's also.
And what is going to
fix-
go there?
A gate, a proper gate so that that can be safe. Sometimes
People go
there's
under it.
people on that in that area and it's for the safety of our library staff to keep those ramps clear when the library is not open.
Compass is going through the exact same.
This
thing.
is like loading ramps, or is this on the steps to the front building?
On the front of the building, on the ramp, and on the side of the building, there's also a ramp. There's chains there, so we're putting safety fences there. Like a safety gate. It would only be closed when the library is not open.
And this is also called,
You're talking about the ADA ramp that goes up on the side.
and this also is a new door for, I mean, it's not
New-
just the gates.
Right, new doors. So the doors right now, they stick, they leak,
Mhm.
they're old, they're not
very old.
impact proof. So this is to make it safer. There'll also be a electronic.
And we have impact
Keypad.
windows. It'd be terrible if we had no
Yeah.
impact
Consent.
before.
Thank you.
Consent, Mr. McBoy? Segridge.
Page 21.
Segridge? Oh, okay. Thank, we didn't hear you.
Page 21, this is just a transfer from our community, our special events division to our community programming. There's no actual impact on our budget. It's the funding for the bike giveaway. But the division account is changing because we're just moving it from special events over to recreation, who holds the event.
It does show an increase of 8,000.
Yeah.
Is there?
It's because there's other items within that account already. So in the operating supplies of rec programs, that's where all our program funding is.
Uh-huh.
So the increase is the 8,000, which is just the amount for the bikes.
That's not a lot of money for bikes, I have to say. I don't think it is.
We are very
That's a lot.
fortunate to have wonderful community partners,
Yeah.
including our own sponsor of the electric division who sponsors the event and gives us enough to
And
pay
some
for
of
the
the bike
bikes.
stores in town too.
That's
Yeah, and the
amazing.
bikes,
Consent.
the local stores. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Segridge? No. okay.
Consent. No, she answered the question. That's what I was gonna-
Yeah, I have my letter.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, Okay, I get that it's not a lot of money for bikes, but I am looking at. I'm just thinking about the future, and we're gonna have to be really careful about things like this. I would hate to, I don't want to be a Scrooge,
Well, I think
but we do, I'm just telling you that my mind is starting to think of ways to save, and I understand that we don't necessarily have to tighten the belt as much this month, but things like this are going to be really hard to justify in the future with the tax cut. And, or hopefully it won't happen, but just in general, when we have people who have they're ruining their car driving down their street. I obviously I love kids and I'd love to be able to give away bikes to every kid in the world, but I also got to be smart with the city's money. And I just don't know that this is our job as a municipality. I believe it can be done by the PBSO, by other charities. I don't think we needed to be doing this. So I'm going on record as a no on this one.
Can I just say something? I think that this goes towards our mobility plan. I think that this is recreation. I think this is getting kids moving and off of tablets and out of playing video games.
I agree.
Let me finish. I think that we are going to see natural cuts because of the DEI bill to things that we cannot support any longer. So I think that we're going to see a shift of, okay, we can no longer support this, but we can do this. So if we can't support certain things like Finish Fest or Haitian flag raising or gay pride, that money is now can be reallocated to things like improving kids' mobility and getting them to move. So,
and if the time comes, we'll have to cut it. Like the Florida League of Cities luncheon. These are like things that we may have to.
But like I said, I think that this is geared towards mobility and exercise, and I see it as a bigger picture.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. Financially, I just find that it might not be a city priority when it could be done by a nonprofit.
Well, if there's any nonprofits out there that would like to donate 150 bikes, we will welcome them. And I'm serious. I mean, maybe we could go to Walmart. Maybe we could go to different, larger places and see if they can donate. Mr. Segrich?
I don't disagree with Miss May's point about it. I wrote down, can we get people to donate these so the city's cost isn't so much and we could handle just the admin. I don't think for this year's budget, it's that big of a concern. I do have just a general question because you are saying it's about mobility. Is a program like this something that could be covered by our mobility fee?
How much do we have in the mobility?
Well, I'm saying in the future.
Well, so far we don't have any money in the mobility fee because we haven't adopted it. As I understand it, it's more toward infrastructure and increasing capacity mobility. Building the bike lanes that the bikes can ride on would be an eligible expense, but I don't think paying for bicycles is one.
Because they become private, because I think we have determined that we could use it like for a train or
Yes.
more or circuit.
We could do it for like a bike rental program in the city, correct?
And administrate that.
Possibly, I can check, but I think so.
But I'm just saying, if we're looking at mobility, and this is, I know we might not be able to give kids a bike, but we could adopt one of those bike programs where you rent a bike.
Ms. Boyd?
I hear, there's sort of these rumbling noises of, well, if the property tax thing passes, then we're going to have to tighten our belts. I just hope that the level of commitment, in addition to informing people what might go, that we are equally committed to really informing people of all the things that might go and why this is a bad idea. And I've asked for this multiple times that we really put out. I saw a statement. What's that?
We can't say it's a bad idea.
We can't what?
Cannot say it's a bad idea.
Well, I sure can.
Not up here you can't. Maybe in your backyard, but not up here. But anyway. Mr. Segrich?
Almost forgot my train of thought on that. So this is general finance question about the process. And I'm going to wait until he gets back there and then ask him another, but no. So as we look at stuff like this, just using it as an example, and we say, okay, this is a good thing for us to do. Some of us are a little bit concerned as to, if we were going to do cuts, this might fall early on, right? As we go through all of these, I I suspect there's not going to be many of these we look at and go, ooh, that's horrible. Let's not do that. But we're looking at these outside the broader context of the overall budget. And when we get into the details of the budget, right? And, I know I've asked for certain things to be added, right? Or come back with prices on it. Do we still have the opportunity to, at that point, come back and say, you know what? This $8 billion that's here for the bikes, we really need that for roads or something. I'm just trying to understand the process using this as an example.
As policymakers, yes, you do have the right to go back and, because second workshop, these supplementals that you're approving will be implemented.
Right.
But as policymakers, you do have the right to go back and say,
Make sure we were able to see, because I think that's great that we're doing it this way, because we're getting through this very quickly and efficiently. And when we see the overall budget, I think that's when we can look at that and then say to ourselves, how much of a buffer we want to do, where do we want to be? And then so long as we can revisit some of these, then, much more comfortable moving forward. So,
correct. And you do have the option to prioritize, maybe defer some of these. It's entirely up to policymakers.
Okay.
And then for the next budget book, we'll see if we can squeeze in, what budget workshop 1 number and budget workshop 2 numbers, and then the changes. So you'll be able to see clearly what changed.
And then just really quick for leisure services on this, are you guys working with the bike shop that's on Dixie?
Yes, we work with two local bike shops.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next up is 22.
22. So this is an increase for light rentals for our evening events. This is a request from PBSO for us to have the large construction lights for safety. Wasn't something we originally had budgeted for this many. So that is why that increase is being requested.
Ms. May?
Is it cheaper to buy them and capitalize the price over years?
I'm not sure what the cost would be of the large construction style lights, but we use 15 to 20 of them at the parade, which would be a lot to have in-house. But
For the Christmas or holiday
Yeah.
parade?
The Christmas parade, we lined the outsides with that. And then we also use them for Little Scream and 4th of July.
Okay. I just didn't know. I mean, I don't know how much that costs.
We'd have to store them.
I might be able to ask Public Works on that, but.
Yeah, I mean, just something to look at. I mean, if you're gonna buy them and they last 30 years, you can capitalize the price of it, and you're really only adding on 1/30th each year.
We can look at that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mr. McVoy?
Just a request to check in with, I guess it would be Williams Department, to make sure that whatever we do with these lights, that they are compliant with turtle season and our dark skies commitment, because we have something on the books for that.
Will do. Thank you.
Consent, Ms. May, are you done?
Yes, consent.
Consent? Ms.
Consent.
Yeah, Consent, page 22.
With that restriction.
Consent. What's
Thank
the
you.
restrictions? Request?
Okay.
They can't.
So
okay,
then we
you-
go to 23.
Yep. Ooh.
So 23 is our promotional activities. So that's where we have a lot of our larger events and things we need for promotional
Okay.
activities. So this is an increase for fireworks, road closures. So the road closures is due to the additional barricades that we require for safety enhancements. The drone show for 4th of July. The new event, which there was a pop-up one last year for Sunset on the Ave, which is the version of the evenings on the Ave. So we've heard that that was a success. So if we're going to continue it, this would be for 6 times a year. And then we also have the MLK video production, which is a live stream of the MLK ceremony, which we've traditionally been doing, but it wasn't actually in our budget. So we wanted to ensure we had that in our budget.
Do we have any idea how many people actually watched it?
On our YouTube, we checked the YouTube and we couldn't tell how many people watched it on our actual Facebook shared, but from the YouTube in 25, 218, and in 26, 149.
Madam Mayor, that's 15 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Malega.
So I just wanted to say again, this is one of those things we may not be able to do next year. I do want to ask a question. On Sunset on the Avenue, how did we get to 6 a year? So every other month we're doing one?
That's
Yes.
apparently the plan.
Yes, so we could do one every other month, or we could spread them out. We need to look at what that template would look like. We want to speak with the business owners, what would be best. Once we know we can do it, we can do the outreach and find out
Okay.
what would be the best.
Okay, so that's how you, we don't have a solid plan yet. We're working through the details.
Yes, we will
Start
get the
out.
plan done. We know the event that worked well that the team put together. We're going to follow that model. We're going to work with our community partners and work with our businesses to find what would work for them, keeping in mind things like, December, we already have our parade and things. So that probably wouldn't make sense. Let's find another month. Maybe it's off season. We wouldn't put it on the
Right.
same night as a bonfire.
Right.
These are the things we have to consider, but we would work with our community partners to ensure we found the right.
So it's the
right
start
fit.
of something that we've been looking for.
It is the start of something that we have heard requested.
And then the downtown businesses could probably help contribute to this somehow. So I do consent to this one.
Mr. Segridge?
You do it.
You
You,
did.
Yeah. So the 60,000 for the drone show, this year we're doing a drone show. So was that because it was a budget amendment for last year that now that's in
Yes.
here as a supplemental allowance?
Correct.
Yeah, no, I just wonder why the change. And the video production for the MLK event, what exactly are we doing?
Live streaming the MLK ceremony event that they have.
So it costs us $5,000 to live stream?
It does cost to get a professional live stream.
So we're outsourcing this.
We do, yes.
That's interesting.
I don't know if we need to be outsourcing it professionally for 100 people to see it. I understand it's a wonderful event and we need to support it, but I don't think we need a videographer to do that. We live stream. I mean, what does it cost us to live stream the mayor's state of the city?
I don't have that. That
But
wasn't in our
but
budget,
just
but
like
it is.
Is it $5,000 or is
We
it,
can look into what it
or
costs.
do
to
we
serve
just-
the city.
Can I throw out an idea? Healthier Lake Worth Beach has a videographer
Mhm.
and maybe they can come in and partner on this. I can,
Yeah.
Well, and I know-
if we can approve it as it is, I'll reach out to HLB and see if they have the funds because they do have a great videographer that they work with.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
this
'cause
one, this is on the potential cut list at some point.
Well, I mean, by the Second Amendment, I'm sure I could get you connected with Carmel and they can let us know if
Yeah,
they
we-
can sponsor that or not.
Yeah, I think we need
Or a
to
portion of it.
continue to live stream it. I just don't think we need necessarily to pay $5,000 to do so.
That's what I'm saying. I'll see if they can
Yeah.
get their person to do it for less.
Thank you.
And then Sunset on the Ave, I think it's great that we're doing that. We're doing it 6 times a year. I would encourage us to avoid the urge to only doing this in season.
Okay.
Because
It's gotta be something, yeah.
part of getting our downtown more invigorated is attracting people here out of season. And so I would almost weight it to the out of season to draw more people
And those are just like
in town.
December has the parade. Okay, there's a lot of months have a lot going on. And so, take a look at the down months. Where we,
Okay.
yeah. I would love to see it once a month, frankly, except for the months that we wouldn't, but I'd like to see it every month if we could.
Oh, for $24,000 you could see it every month.
Every
Have staffing?
Consenting.
Consent.
I consent.
Boy.
Yep.
Ms. May?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we did all these. already.
Now where we going?
Where else we going? Send us.
So,
Page 44.
page 44. Okay, so page 44 is administration. This is in our communications division. We run a very tight in leisure, so we don't have a lot of
Consent.
overtime. This is just in case sometimes there's late event.
Consent.
Yes.
Tyler?
Mr. McVeigh.
Tyler.
Yes.
And again, you've already done this National
We
Hurricane
just consented.
Conference. Perfect, thank you.
So you can only hurt yourself by.
Page 46, this is just transferring.
45?
45, I thought we did the hurricane.
Oh, we did the
conference.
hurricane conference.
46 is transferring the subscription for the Palm Beaches from our special events over to our communications division. She's been
Consent.
handling that.
Consent.
Consent.
Thank you.
We are on.
So still on the same system, but going forward, as Mr. Perry said, that we will have a new system, but this is for myself for a P3 certification. You will also see in the second workshop that the assistant director will also be, the director Sword will also be taking this course. So it is a 6-month course, and we have 2-hour classes every other Thursday to learn about how to manage the history, financing, project life, and there is a final proctored exam. The course has no cost to the city, and it is organized by the Association for Improvement of American Infrastructure. So with hearing so much about P3s in our department, we put that on there so we could be more educated in it.
So it's the raise in salary for the certification.
Yes.
Ms. Belega, then Mr. McCoy.
Is there a cost for the class?
No.
So the class is free for both of you?
That is correct.
I want to say I'm glad that you guys are looking at this because I did go to the Triple P thing with Boca 2 years ago and heard about the certification. And I think that this is
It's a good idea.
with all the properties that we own in the city, Lakewood Beach, this coupled with us not negotiating our leases, I think will catapult us to the next level. So thank you for both being going aggressively after this.
Mr. McCoy.
I know that there has been, and I've heard from my colleagues, a lot of enthusiasm for P3s over the last year or two and public-private partnerships. And I think they have their places. However, in training for doing this, I hope that some of it will be with organizations that also bring a healthy skepticism from the government side. And one that I'm thinking of is, I don't know whether the government finance officers offers a training on it. They certainly have some advice on their website, but it'd be great because everything that I've heard from various sources on this is the difficulty with them is that it's rarely, especially for small cities, a level playing field. That the private side is going to bring a lot of resources, a lot of experience, and they're in it to make some money. We're also in it to make some money, but we have much less experience, legal, knowing the ins and outs. So I hope that any training that we do includes how can we move more toward leveling that playing field?
Yes, so we've just begun, but there are sections on financing. There is case studies. There is multiple public government, municipal government, provincial, federal, states, all different government employees there to learn about this to do better. So there's like I said, case studies, 8 different modules, all on different things. And so with hearing that these might be of interest to the city, we would like to be sure to be educated on them to be ready to go, as many of it, the discussion touches leisure department.
Consenting.
What is it, the outfit called? You mentioned it, but I don't see it here in the writing.
So it's called Association for the Improvement of American Infrastructure.
Mr. Sigridge.
Thank you. So I recognize the importance of this to the city. It seems a little odd to me that we have 2 individuals within leisure services going for this versus other departments. When I look at where are we most likely to see P3 projects?
Right.
And I understand the golf course is a prime example of where that would get involved. Maybe somewhere on the beach, but the recent referendum lends itself to no on that. Is there somebody in other departments, like in the community sustainability or the city manager's office or the finance office, that is also exploring this?
I'm going to interrupt you. Maybe I misheard. So this is for who? 2 people to go. Who?
Myself and Stu.
I agree. I think 1 is enough. I think, Mr. Perry, are you?
I was going to take the class. I signed up, but unfortunately, with some responsibilities, I couldn't follow through with it. But it was a class that was passed around throughout the
And that's
department. So
some- It seems
correct.
appropriate that, I mean, you're gonna be the assistant city manager.
Correct.
So to me, that makes more sense than, sorry, but that just
But,
makes more
but,
sense.
but we were excited that, you know, other individuals, I mean, they stepped up and wanted to take the class because it will
Absolutely.
help them become more educated as a result, you know, as a related to P3. So I do endorse that,
No,
those two.
I think it should be you and Ms. Chan.
if people are, you know, because right now Tiana's acting as assistant city manager and so on, if it's, I don't know what the team, we haven't done enough of these where I don't know what the team is, the comp that looks like for analyzing these on our side, right? And understanding Mr. McVoy's concern, you know, we get hired consultants. I don't have a problem with you guys doing this. But I think that we need someone either in finance or community sustainability or building department to also be exploring this. And then maybe we stagger this educational opportunity on that.
It's duplicative to have two people essentially from leisure services.
I also signed up for it, but I just
you're already doing it.
And I'm pursuing the GFOA certification first, but eventually I'll jump on that certification as well. But
Maybe, you know, I would be okay approving it, but maybe we can get some more information on the kind of exact
on the content. Okay.
What skills and what are we learning and what are we bringing into the organization for it? And that, you know, that would help me feel more comfortable saying, okay, yes, these two individuals, or maybe saying, actually, it needs to be a little bit more divided. That's all.
I have the outline. I can absolutely provide that. And there's another cohort. I can definitely provide that information to you.
Yeah, so I would consent to it with the caveat just saying that I would like to revisit this particular one when we talk in the next session.
What about the two people from leisure services?
I want to see the curriculum to understand whether it because there's all sorts of public-private partnerships. You know, that some are small, some are large, some are infrastructure, some are on the event side. You know.
Hello. I also signed obviously back then I had, with everything I had going on, I was not able to, but as the person who actually crafted our city policy, and also in public works, being that we control our city facilities, it seemed that would make sense that the P3s would probably be part of our city facility stuff. I have nothing to do now. Yes, I have plenty of time to no, but I just want to say that I did sign up for that as well.
So why don't we modify this so that it would make sense that we have the director of leisure services and the director of public
I
works?
think that makes much more sense. Mr. McVoy?
Yeah, I just did a little Googling. Google, I believe that's a term, for the Association for the Improvement of American Infrastructure. You know, it's a nonprofit, sounds good, but, you know, listen to their own language. We aim to improve the success and growth of our industry. Who's their board? AIAI's board is comprised of leaders of the construction and development industry. In these trainings, if we're going to approve, you know, salary increase and benefits for doing this training, I want to make sure that there is a training by an organization that does not have a vested interest in pushing the private side of this, because this organization may be a nonprofit, but it does not look to me at all. It is not, it'd be very different, for instance, than the organization of government finance officers organizing a course. So I'm not looking for how to make it easier for private companies to push through P3s. I'm looking for things that better equip us to look out for the interests of our residents and our government. And this wouldn't be, I don't have confidence that that's what you're going to get out of this. You'll learn something, certainly, but this is really, and they say they're an advocacy organization. They're advocating for, in a sense, the opposition. P3s are a partnership. There are two parties. I'm not in favor of funding for this. If you want to come back and have researched some organizations that are advocating from the municipal side and can share, here's where there are good parts, here are the concerns. That's a training that I would support spending public funds on. An advocacy for the industry, I do not support.
Let me just play devil's advocate.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I just was letting you know the 30 minutes has elapsed for this.
I think
portion.
I think we have a couple more minutes to talk about this. Thank you. Yeah, the opposite way to view that is you learn the agencies, you learn the industry way they look at it, and then you're armed with that information to know where they're coming from and be able to effectively deal with that from that perspective, from our perspective. I think as you learn the process. Mr. Segridge?
I was just gonna say, maybe just reserve our decision until after we get some more information and we talk about this one specifically at the next meeting.
Can we hold this until the next meeting? Okay.
No vote. Yes, we can do that.
No vote.
Okay, page 48. This is for the library division, it's an increase in the registration fee for the library conference.
Consent.
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 $300.
Yes, that's a good one.
The next one is page 49, and I request Yannick to speak, the Director of Finance, to speak to this one, please.
I know why Yannick wants to talk about this. He already knows how this conversation's gonna go.
So this item is so we realize that we do collect parking revenues here using staff from the beach fund. So after discussing this item with Carlos, he provided a schedule basically showing that 20% of their cost is across the bridge.
On our side.
Yes, correct. So if there's any violation, etc., that we collect in the general fund, however, the beach fund is paying for the expenses. So that 20% is what we're going to be reallocating from the beach fund to the general fund, which is
Last year we talked about this. We talked about creating a parking fund separate for the valet permits to go into that, and for all the parking fund and the tickets and the cost of the contract that we have with the hotel who's renting spaces. And we were promised last year that we would have a new parking fund set up.
I'm not sure if I promised that. Well, I think we definitely had the conversation, and I think the problem.
Let me just get through this budget year.
Right.
I'll pull you the tape back.
No, but I believe we had additional conversation after that, basically saying that for parking revenues, if we're going to create a specific fund for parking, it can only be used for parking related expenses.
I understand that.
Nothing else. Right.
We talked about this last year and you said, and we're not ready for that.
Correct. Because if we do a parking fund, it doesn't give us the flexibility to use it for any other projects that may be related
Speak
to
for
roads.
myself. I don't want to use it for any other projects.
Okay.
I literally was late coming to work today because of a semi truck parked on the sidewalk in front of somebody's house on Lake Avenue.
Okay.
Parking is something that I am committed to funding 100% and making sure that we hire as many people as we need to, that we implement a parking plan, that we move forward with all these studies that we've already paid for parking plans for the city. And to me, if we don't create a parking fund, we're never going to get there. We're talking about building a garage, and to me, why would we keep moving funds? And I'm just speaking from myself. I've said this for the last 2 seasons. Why are we collecting anything that has to do with parking and putting it in the general fund right now? We need to start, and we're not flush with cash, but we're not desperate. To me, we need to start putting the funds where the funds should go. And that's why last year when we had this conversation, you said, let's just get through this budget and we'll work on the parking fund for next year. It's just like the cemetery fund when we had to create a sinking fund for that because it was bleeding and the money was coming in and out of general fund. This is the same concept to me. If we're paying and if I'm booting a semi truck and they're paying a $2,500 fine, that needs to go back into the parking division in my perspective, because those are the people that we're paying to go out and do the work. I get the 20%. If the beach is collecting 20%, they should have a 20% in the beach fund. But for the rest of the city, we need to, what I'm saying is we need to start looking at the city as a whole, not just as a piece.
Okay. The only issue with that is that these funds, if we do create those funds as of today, they're not gonna, they will not be self-balancing because we don't collect sufficient revenues to balance the expenses. We don't collect 260 something thousand to balance the parking fund if we were to open the fund today. Same thing with a cemetery. We don't collect enough cemetery revenues.
Way for going
Correct.
forward, any of the fees that were collected went into that cemetery fund.
Correct. But if we were to start today, again, we'll start off with a negative negative fund balance. Now, if as policymakers, if you approve for the general fund to subsidize those funds while we figure out the revenue sources for those specific funds so that they could balance going forward, that's a different conversation.
Well, to me, the opportunity was when we had all these valet permits coming in. That's the opportunity because that's the division that's going to oversee the, I hate to say, but the unlawfulness of the valet. I don't know how anybody else feels, but this has been on for 2 years, a budget. I've wanted a separate parking fund. It doesn't make sense to me that we intermingle everything.
Well, what would you do with it?
We would fund more parking people to be here on the weekends, to write the parking tickets, to write the citations, to implement the parking plan that we're working on, that we're trying to roll out, to go to the Bohemian and write tickets of the people who are parking there illegally,
To go up to G Street and ticket every
to
single one of our
enforce the
cars.
parking, to enforce the parking situations that we really have here. I don't understand why this, I mean, to me,
No,
it's a no-brainer. I don't know how the rest of the commission feels, but again, this.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I know.
It's just that, we just have to make sure that the fund will balance going forward.
But it's not gonna balance if we don't start sometime. And I feel like when we did the valets and we re-signed the lease for this hotel that's taking the parking down.
Correct.
That was our opportunity to say, now we do it. It's kind of like the golf fund. The golf has its own fund. It's not part of a leisure services fund or a
Correct.
general fund.
Correct.
It's the same concept for me.
And I get it. It's just that I just need once, if we go that route, I just need approval that if we come short.
Minutes from last year and we said
No,
that
but
moving
listen
forward,
to what he's asking.
we were gonna do it.
So the problem is not creating the fund. The problem is balancing the fund. If the fund does not generate sufficient revenue, you're always going to be in the negative. You're going to be like the code remediation fund,
I understand.
Right.
We have to start somewhere.
which is fine. I just that my suggestion is if we do it, let's have the general fund cover the shortfall as a transfer. Because it's always going to be in the negative.
But it's always gonna be negative, because at one point in the city, we're gonna have residential decal parking. We're gonna make sure that we're doing a right parking program, so it's
Right.
not always gonna be in the negative.
Correct. It's not. It may not be always, but if it gets there, then we could.
Well, if it gets there,
Right.
yeah, but right
Okay.
now, if I look at how much.
That's fine.
These leases and all these parking valet costs, we could have already seeded it.
That's fine.
I digress.
You too.
Mr. Thegridge.
I was also in favor of it, but let me ask just particular questions about the fund. It can only be used for parking purposes, right? So could those dollars be used to create parking spaces, improving a parking lot, parking garage, signage, bump outs, those sort of things? Crosswalks.
Yes, I believe it would. I believe you'll be able to use those funds for those purposes. Yes,
So it's
and it will be outlined in the resolution.
right. It's
Yes.
not just parking staff.
Correct, correct.
And so, I do agree with Commissioner Malega that there already is revenue happening on the parking side here outside the beach that isn't being recognized into the parking. I don't think it's that much. I think the valet permits are like $2,500. So I mean, it's maybe it's 10,000, right? But it's something. It is something. But what I will say is, the work that we started to do on East Coast and H, I'm pretty sure that generated a quick hit of a lot. I think 39 vehicles were towed in the first
And we
week.
just did a $2,500 semi truck boot, so.
Sure. And the appearance is, and I'm not saying this is the case, the appearance is that parking entirely focuses on the beach unless they get a phone call for somewhere else. And then there's certain areas where we say, hey, we're having a problem here. And then they do a little bit like the J Street issue that we were having. They paid more attention there, and East Coast and H. if it was its own fund and established it, and as we start looking at these things, so, you know, we're looking all over the city, it could become self-funding pretty quick.
In the future,
And
yes.
as we look at the at night aspect of this as well, I could see that. So myself personally, I don't care if a fund is in the red. It doesn't bother me at all. Because I actually prefer it, because we clearly show where the allocations are going, and hey, we're doing this, but it's costing the city money to do this, but we're doing it because of quality of life and because we have to, and here we are working towards getting it to balance. It drives me up a wall where everything has to balance out. And
It's just
Eventually.
best practices. That's what it is for.
Yeah, but it obfuscates the actual cost of things. You know, you
Correct.
start allocating things across different budgets just to get it to balance out. It's not actually balancing out. The truth is some of these funds are in the red. And so I understand it's best practices, but it's not best practices to move the numbers around just to make it allocate. That's actually obfuscating it. So I would be in favor of that. I don't know if this budget season is the time to do it, but I am kind of in agreement with Commissioner Malega, where I would like to see at least a plan or an idea floated on that.
We could come up with a resolution to create the funds for both the parking and the cemetery, just for discussion. That way, if you need to modify, we could just come back and make it official, and then we'll just start off fiscal year 27 with the two new funds, the cemetery and the parking fund.
I think we have to be careful that if we do this, and I'm not against it, but I think we have to be very careful about the fact that it sounds like we're setting up a parking fund for our paid parking. And I don't, people are very, concerned about downtown paid parking.
They can go back and watch the 3 years of
I
budgets.
I understand that, but perceptions, I just want to make sure that we all sitting here understand that by doing this, we're not saying yes because we're going to have paid parking. That's something that we're going to talk about in the future, but that's not what it will bring on, as it's not automatically going to create downtown parking fees. Well, people are very sensitive about that, so I want to just make that point, Mr. McCoy.
It caught my ear strongly when our finance director said, well, okay, we could make a separate fund for downtown parking related stuff, separate it from the beach. And I think all of us see some logic of separating the accounting from the beach, because it's kind of a different deal. But what caught my ear is that the finance director says, that's very well, you can do that, but it's a net sink. It is in the red. And I think I sort of agree with Commissioner Segrich that, well, that's okay. Let's make it clear what it is. But I really think it's important in the context of what we've been saying about, well, we need a parking garage and it's going to be okay. And well, a parking fund is already in the red. So I think I support keeping a clear fund. I think so. Yes, I'm in favor of bringing us a resolution. I'm really in support of really solid, clear accounting of paid parking downtown. We hear the community hears very different things from different folks up here. Yes, it's coming. Of course it's coming. No, it's not coming. The garage is going to be paid by paid parking. No, the garage is not going to be paid. We are at a point of possibly investing way over $10 million in something that has very shaky documentation of whether we need it and how the finances are going to work. And I have a very big problem with that. And a lot of people in this community have expressed that they have a big problem with it. Everything I'm hearing so far is the net number of spaces out of this 10, 12, $14 million investment is possibly going to be negative. that we wind up with fewer spaces because we've leased them all out to some apartment or leased them out to something that's in the works for getting built. And the public gets hoodwinked that they're on the hook for paying, but they don't even get any increased parking. Let's make a commitment as a commission, super clear, everybody agrees on finance numbers on it, and super clear, everybody agrees on them, parking space numbers. And get it out of there in the open. Who's gonna lease stuff?
Can we go back to, I consent for this item? Page 49, consenting.
I consent.
I consent.
63 thousand?
It's a move, it's not a new,
Yeah,
Yeah. It's four fairly enthusiastic and one is unenthusiastic.
Page
Sorry,
50.
could you speak into your mic,
I
please?
did say, yeah,
Oh,
Mayor, your mic's
Mayor,
correctly.
got it.
Okay. Page 50. This is a certification for our park superintendent to receive his American Institute of Certified Planner certification.
Is this Chris?
This is
Consenting.
Mr.
Let's-
Sagrich?
Thank you. Is this the same certification that our community sustainability planners are going through, or is this a specialized parks planning?
I am not familiar with the other department certifications, but I know that this will have, from the notes that he gave me, it's more strategic long-range park planning, training and land use, zoning, transportation. It will assist him on where and why and how to build parks, better parks for our community.
Is it the same certification, William? Do you know?
Here comes Mr. Waters.
Unless two organizations have the same name, it is the same one that is recognized as a certification program for urban planners, urban designers, and city planners that we have 3 of right now.
Well,
No.
well,
Well,
but hold on. I mean, Mr. Waters, in your department, do you see need of someone, let's say, with his skill sets currently in getting this, would he be able to help alleviate some of the planning pressures that you have? Because I mean, you have staffing needs, and I know we're short on planners. No, I understand. I'm just kind of, we've got plenty of people who shift roles as they go through our career with the city. And I'm just wondering, is somebody like a parks planner or something that we need, considering we don't have an arborist?
I'd rather have somebody take an arborist.
No, I'm just saying, if this is an evolution and a career path where he's going to be increasing his utility to the city, I'm all for it. But that's why I'm asking the 2 department heads, are you seeing any kind of cross utilization here?
With respect, we'd like to bring it back, and I can talk to my fellow director and have a conversation and bring this one back.
Yeah, I just see,
How long has he been working for the city?
5 years, a little over 5 years.
Ms. May?
Yeah, I can't see this align.
Thank you.
Mr. Roy?
I would just like to, in the context of this, remind that in the Tropical Ridge situation, there was concern in the community that the communications between the community and staff was not optimal. And my latest information is that communication still has not happened. So a little bit of a concern there.
Okay, with that item, we are working with the county right now.
I do one more question, and please say I decline to answer if it's inappropriate. I just want to, has this person received a promotion in their 5 years within the city? Because I know certain departments you can go up in title, and we've seen already a couple of them. Have they received a promotion with a substantial increase like we've been approving today?
He has not received, from my understanding, a promotion. He was hired at this position, but he has acquired certifications along his time being here.
How many?
I will look into that.
Okay, yeah, just because if a position does not offer you the ability to go up in title and receive that, sometimes this could be a way of achieving that, and that would be only fair to somebody who's faithfully served us for 5 years. So more information and
Absolutely. We'll follow up on this one.
I'm sort of so gun shy about this kind of stuff because again, 30 years I've been sitting with the city. You know, we train people and then they get a great job at the planning department of Boca Raton. That kind of, that, for example.
Moving on to page 51, this is for our recreation manager who has been with us for 15 years. And this is a national recognized certification for the certified park and recreation professional. And she'd become an expert in programming, budgeting, leadership, and risk management and continued learning.
Do I have a consent? Or question, Mr. Segers?
I do consent to this, but actually, I was thinking about this program. Just a quick comment on it. You know, we're doing the 5% salary increase on the spot, and it is a concern that people get this and then go elsewhere. If we were to think about having the 5% salary increase broken out over 3 years or so on, they still essentially get that increase, but it ties them to the city. Just because there's really no reimbursement tie, you know, so there's nothing to stop them from getting this and moving on. We may want to consider spreading it out. Anyway, that was just a thought.
Well, if they didn't get the raise, they'd be less inclined to stay.
Consenting.
I mean, I'll consent.
Well, no, but if it's over time, it's incentive to stay because you get 2% and then 2% or 2.5% and 2.5% versus just you're more incentivized to leave right away if you get the lump sum bonus. And it's just like, all right, see you.
Mr. McCoy.
I would just say.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I just want to let you know it's now 45 minutes.
Okay, let's keep on track. Hold on.
I think there might be, or maybe I can ask for consensus that for our HR person to look into that idea of, because, you know, another plausible scenario, it seems to me, is somebody gets the increase, then applies somewhere else and says, well, you know, my starting salary is, you know, it helps them. Is there some mechanism? And I don't prescribe that there is or how to do it. But to also put kind of like we do with the promissory note is we can't make people promise they're not going to leave. We should certainly write in that they can't go to Boca. But
Palm Beach Gardens.
Or Palm Beach Garden. I have no idea what the mechanism, but the concept of making the increase have some.
I did.
I don't know how to do it, but
I did send you all the policy, the current policy on the lunch break.
You think we read that instead of eating lunch?
No, but it's a chance for you to take a look at it. And also there's a request for another shade session before we go to union negotiations. That's something that have to be negotiated. So maybe in that shade session, we can discuss it.
That'd be great.
I'm concerned about, and I don't know how this often it happens, but you know, the collection of what we paid now. Okay, what I'd like to see as part of this discussion is if they do leave within like X amount of years, that we are able to take it as a vacation of sick time automatically. You know, it's not negotiable.
There's legalities around that, but we can talk about our labor attorney will be in that meeting and we can talk to her about it.
Does it happen in the folks that have been here for a while? Has that happened very often, William? That somebody's gotten sort of an advance in their education and then they took the advance and went on to other places?
What's very often, I don't know. I mean, it's probably happened.
We've not had that problem that often. Our problem is that similarly situated positions are paid quite a bit more elsewhere. And so an avenue for the salaries to become more competitive is encouraging our people to get additional certifications or education.
Thank you.
We gotta get moving on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, trying to recollect that, not a good look for the city, and it would really deter people from wanting to come work here.
You don't want something that's completely useless.
It's also been my experience that most people appreciate that we invested in them and they stay.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
That's why I asked. It was
There's a rogue one or two, but generally people are happy that we invested in them.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So are we consenting to this?
Yeah.
Page 51?
Consent.
Consent. All right, consent.
Okay, page 52, this is our community programs. This is an increase in the lodging and transportation. We have 2 employees that attend the Florida Recreation Parks and Association Conference and
Consent.
Consent.
53.
this is page 53 is an increase in the rental fees and printing usage due to the high demand in our community programs as well. The recreation team used to be with the other leisure services managers, and they are now moved over to the Osborne Community Center, so they have their own printer. So this is just
Consent.
Consent.
Consent, but I think sometimes maybe less flyers, more digital.
yes. That's also the rental of the printer. But we will take that into consideration.
So 53 is consent. 54.
54 is memberships to the Florida Recreation Parks and Association and the National Recreation Parks and Association. These are memberships for the divisions.
Consent.
55.
Page 55 is a request for new funding for new signage to communicate not only our new park ordinance, our special event ordinance.
Consent.
Wait, hold on.
3 consents over here.
The park permit, I agree with that, but the, would you need to come back with another one in order to do the signage to say this is paid for by your taxes?
That is going to be a separate campaign coming with the PIO that we're going to be showing you. That's
Okay, so
separate. This is permanent.
This is just permitting. And what about the no smoking signs?
That is to take away all the noise, the sign pollution that you see and make
One sign that says
all
no
the
drones, no smoking, you need a permit, you can't have open containers, yada, yada, yada. Ah, perfect.
Mr. McCoy.
If we put in more, will it come faster?
And is this to signage to tell people that they can't have gatherings of more than 25 people also?
It is to note the new special events ordinance will be noted there, yes.
Okay, consent?
Yes.
And I don't consent to that one.
Okay, Mr. McCoy does not consent. Page 56.
Page 56 is the designation for our special events manager to obtain the certified special events professional designation.
Ms. Dexter.
It is, yes.
Does that,
What is the other portion? It's general fund and what?
I believe it's beach.
Okay. How, I know I asked this earlier, but this could get out of hand. How many of these certified and how many of these certifications and 5% increases can one earn in a year? Like this, you can really rack it up.
1 per year.
And the cost of leave. So really, if you take a course a year, you're ending up with an 8% raise every year. Wow.
I'm still mad that she chose teaching.
but I know she's still mad.
It's not that, it's just a lot of,
It's also-
but if you think about everybody does this, I mean, it's a lot of money.
I don't
It's
just.
also a lot of teaching and education to bring it to the city like the beach and thread.
And the request has to come to us from the department head. It's not like every, I'm assuming some vetting happens when
I'm assuming that these are just the extra ones and that there's a bunch of them in there that are already in the works. So they're not asking us about it. It's not like they ask us every time somebody's taking a course. That's what I'm saying. So you already have the budget for it. It would be interesting to kind of know I'd like to know what the impact of this, like the impact in a year. I get the benefit. I just want to know the financial impact because 5% increase over time and then another one the next year and another one the next year, that adds up.
Tell me exactly what kind of report you're looking for.
I want to know how often, like how many employees do this every year?
It's not that many because you're seeing it.
It's a lot.
This is a lot. We just implemented this program.
I don't know. I'm just like, we have how many employees do we have?
Roughly
And what
375.
percent do you think does this every year?
10, maybe tops.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
this
it's
is
from all scales, right? It's from directors all the way down.
Yeah.
To the scale or tier 1.
Yeah, and a lot of the certifications are for our lower paid employees. So 5% of 35,000 isn't that much money. So it's not that huge of an impact. So really, I could run a report for you.
Yeah, I can see,
Yeah.
that, but it's a little tricky too if the impact isn't on one fund. Because you're only seeing 50% of the impact.
No, but I'm just saying, if you look at the total fiscal impact for one person to receive that kind of raise.
Yeah, no, and I don't have a problem with with an individual one. I just wanted to know how rampant is it? And if you're telling me that it's 10% of 300 people.
That's off the
Not
top of my
even
head
that.
guessing.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you could look at that, just to ease my mind. I have no problem. I want educated people. I want them to be paid well. I want them to be happy here. I just also want us to be able to pay all the bills.
Sure.
Thanks. I may become a something.
Mr. Segrich?
So it's not just this year's impact, it is compounding. And you gotta take the average life of an employee. So, you know, if it's 8,000 this year, multiply that out by 5 years of tenure, that's a $40,000 impact and compounds up quickly. What I would be interested in is understanding for each kind of career path, do we have a list of the certifications that qualify?
No, I tried to create that and it got crazy.
Yeah, it's a
So,
lot.
but we do have certain departments that actually have a career path. For instance, our refuse department. But-
In my opinion, it shouldn't be crazy. So in my world, in IT, I can probably get 800 to 900 different certifications.
That's crazy.
They're not all useful for what I do. Right. And we already had a question on one that might not be in a useful career path. And, you know, I look at that and say, well, if that individual had known what the question was going to be and known that we were kind of be concerned about that, maybe they would have chose something else slightly more related. And now, you know, they might be missing out and stuff. But if we don't have a clear path of, hey, if you're in this department, these are the certifications we value as a city because this is what they bring to the table. It's because I haven't seen one come across that's a tier 1. They all seem to be tier 3. And I'm not saying they're not worthy of that. And I'm not saying this is bad. I love this because it's merit-based, you know, they're putting in the hard work, they're bringing more to our city. And so I don't want it to come across as I'm down on this, but I do share some of my colleagues' concerns of it needs to have a structure. And you say you tried to put that together. It would just be much more comfortable if we understand, okay, here's that person's career path and they can get to here if they knock out all these certifications, and that's going to route them in the way to management. You know, in the private sector, you know, you have your in IT, you can either go to the management route, and there's all sorts of certifications that take you there to become an IT or technology manager. And then there's the individual code contributor, basically architect, right? Code architect or database architect. And you can follow that route. And that's a whole different set. And as you go through it, you make progression and your salary increases accordingly and so forth. But what they don't allow you to do is, I got all these, now I'm going to collect all these. And that's my concern with it. So
I did ask the question earlier, do you let the staff know which ones they qualify for? And you said yes.
Yes, and this is usually department led. So
yeah, no.
I don't know which certifications are great for recreation, but the department heads do.
Right.
So they created it.
So
and-
if they know what that is, there should be a list of that. And I think it'd be nice to look at that list to understand or see that we actually have a formalized list. And I'm not saying that you have to do it, you know, but you know, each individual department head should say, these are the things that are important to my department. You know, I'm sure Mr. Waters understands for his succession planning exactly what certifications he wants his people, or Tiana, what she wants her people to be doing. That's going to be good for that department and good for the city. And it seems a little bit now where it's kind of, well, we can just kind of pick and choose. And if they're hard enough, we reward it.
We'd originally started a list, and one of the things is there's always new ones being created.
Right.
So we found that it was becoming a little burdensome, and then and I was trying to research once, but we can absolutely like have the departments create a list. And one of the things we'd started to discuss in our last union negotiations was creating career paths for certain positions. So I think maybe when we were in our shade session, that would be a good time to discuss that.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Consenting.
Ms. May and Mr. McBoy have their lights on.
No, but Lauren just
Okay.
answered my
Mr.
question.
McBoy?
And just, I hear some of my colleagues' concerns about the financial costs of these things. And yes, we should be aware of them and we've got to think about them. And presumably, I'm hoping that the department directors that propose some of their employees for these things are keeping that in mind. I'd be pretty surprised if they're not. But that's the potential negative to us as stewards of the city's monies. But we also have to weigh something that's much harder to put a dollar value on, which is this concept of building a core of people that are likely to stick around, that are more qualified, more able to serve our residents. That's going to be much harder to say, well, that's worth $20,000, or that's worth $40,000 to offset the cost that they're doing. So I think we have to have some degree of faith that our HR director is balancing workload, like, reviewing 800 IT certifications with 400 leisure services certifications plus others. I think getting the department directors to give maybe, a starting list is not a bad idea.
We did have that, and
Yeah.
I can revisit that, and I can update it, and I can bring that to you. Absolutely.
It's, I always think of government is not, are we doing the right thing? Are we doing the wrong thing? What we're doing is we're trying to move the needle a little bit, and you use all the tools you have, and you try not to make the tool too expensive. And is it a perfect process? No. Is it, you do the best you can? Yes.
Yeah, and you can, I don't think you can put a monetary value on the morale when your supervisor or your manager says, I see potential in you. And I think that if you did
Exactly.
this could help you advance in your career.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Want to feel, most of us have got to feel that they are encouraged and appreciated. Absolutely.
And most of our employees who are lower level are working 2 jobs, so.
Oh, yeah, no, page 57
Yeah.
is different. Crowd control manager.
Yeah, so page 56, that's the highest certification that our special events manager can get. And these two are both our special events team who work extraordinarily hard for our city.
Is
Okay,
this page
consent about-
57? Question.
Yeah.
The special events coordinator is a different person than the special events manager.
That is correct.
Okay, so no one's getting a 10% raise.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, so consent on 57?
Thank
Consent.
On everyone? Mr.
consent.
Floyd? Okay, great. Yep, 57 is good.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
so we're now at an hour.
Well, and we-
And just to give a heads up that leisure services, including beach and golf, should be wrapping up at 2:45.
We have 2 minutes. Thank you.
3 minutes. Okay.
3 minutes.
Sorry, go fast. This page 58 is an increase in the fee for the Florida.
Consent.
Consent. Okay, the hotel fee on
Consent.
59. Consent. Okay, let's move to beach.
Flip the beach.
The beach.
Let's go to the beach. That sounds awesome.
Page 68.
Let's get a pool.
Yeah. that's a
68,
two-minute
this is
conversation.
supplies, a budget for supplies for when the beach maintenance staff have their trailer.
Consent.
Yeah. Consent, Mr. Sagebridge?
Page
Consent.
60, okay. Page 69, this is an increase for the beach raking to increase the number of times it will happen per week.
Good.
And also the turtle season, turtle monitoring increase in price and the junior guard program.
Consent.
Consent.
Are we raking it now during turtle season or?
We do, we just don't rake up to the,
Okay, so that's
Consent.
people are complaining about the seaweed. Okay, so we have a consent on page 69.
we have some communication going out about that, so.
Page 70.
Page 70, this is a request we had heard from to purchase some extra ADA mats at the beach.
This, that you can walk on the, that you can walk
Yeah,
on the
that's
sand.
cool.
Walk on the sand at the entrances that will allow it. So we have 6 entrances, 4 of them would allow it. This would be to have them there.
How would we know when to put them out, when to not put them out, or are they always going to be out? And
Yeah.
who's going to sweep them off?
I can check on the maintenance, but I believe it will be our beach maintenance staff. And we do leave them down. They get staked in with the 8-inch stakes. So they do monitor that if they need to be removed. They can
Do they go all the way to the water?
They do not go all the way to the water, no.
Okay.
No,
They go
with the
more
tide
horizontal.
going in and out.
Oh,
So
yeah,
they go
duh.
about 100 feet down.
Do they go to, because the ones that I've seen have gone parallel to the water, but this one actually would go perpendicular to the water?
Yes.
Okay, because that was my question, because you could walk back and forth, but you couldn't get to the water. Okay, great, thank you. Do I have a consent for a minute?
I think we're in.
Okay, page 71, this is our estimate for our PDSO contract increase. The city manager's office is currently working on that, so that we don't have a full amount for that. That will be coming in September, but we put that as just a placeholder.
What do we get for this? It just says an increase.
This is our PBSO contractor that we have at the beach, the PBSO. At the
Oh, at the beach.
At the beach, we're in the beach fund.
Consent?
Consent.
Thank you.
We want police there.
72 is our bonfires, bonfire pit construction and maintenance, and the bonfire entertainment. That is an 8-event series event. And last year we tried to have different types of entertainment, and we learned that the band was the most popular. So in order to facilitate having a band, all 8 such series, we would need to increase the entertainment budget. The bonfire
Vendors that pay to be up there?
Yes, we do. And last year, so we have 10 to 18 market vendors. Last year, we had over $5,000 in vendor revenue and over $7,000 in sponsorships.
And that's the only revenue we
Ms.
get
May
from
has a
that?
question.
Currently, yes, that's the only revenue that we get, yes.
Okay. Is there any-
Sponsorships and vendor fees.
Is there, I mean, I don't want to have families go to the bonfire, but, thinking about other ways to subsidize that would be good.
A pop-up bar on the second.
We also have
floor
the
of
parking
casino.
revenue because the parking lots do fill up.
Oh, that's true, that's
So
true.
the more
Okay.
people that come.
That's true.
They have to pay to.
So the difference here is just to pay for the bands.
It's the bands, the fireworks gone up, firewood has gone up $100, and the bonfire labor, that's something that previously prior to 2024, our lifeguards were
Yeah.
handling that. We had to
We don't
hire
want them to do
contractors.
that,
We
yeah.
do not want them to do that. This contractor, they dig the pit, they manage the wood all through the night,
Clean
and
up
then
the
they
mess.
fill it in, they clean it up. It's.
No, that's fine.
Consent.
And
Consent.
closing off that street and doing what you did is brilliant.
Thank you. We work very
Made a
hard as a
whole,
team.
yeah, it made a whole difference. But I'm serious, and I've said this before, just 10 seconds. That second patio, I've said this to you before. The second patio, once a month, we should have sunsets at Lake Worth Beach. It should be a pop-up bar. You go up on the second floor and watch, like, once a month. We
Thank
don't
you.
use it, and that would be easy. We could have a bar sponsor.
We will let our team know, our special events team. Okay, so page 73,
Consent.
bonfires consent.
Oh, yeah. I'm done.
Okay.
On
Thank
the
you.
bonfire stuff.
72 consent for everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
73 beach maintenance. This is our beach maintenance team that cleaned the beach area. They need a new Kubota. Theirs is just past its useful life. It's
Consent.
4 years. Wow.
She'll sell it for you.
What do we know with the other one?
We can talk about
She has a
that.
big lawn.
We have to get, yeah, so the one they currently have, it's about 5 years old. It's with the salt, it's all rusted,
right.
it's done. They need this to do their job.
Consent.
Consent, thank you.
Consent.
Next.
Page 76.
74.
Oh, sorry, that's.
We're gonna
taken
come
out.
back
We're
with that,
taking
right?
out. Let's move to 76.
Consent.
Parking conference increase for 150 for our parking manager. to
Consent.
go to.
Thank you. Next, 77.
77, so increase in expenses due to our address change. We have been
annoying.
Putting stickers over the envelopes, but the citations need to have we can't do that with the
Consent.
citations. Thank you.
Consent.
78.
78, this is the cart and blower supplies and the cart maintenance for our parking team.
I knew the gas rate was coming.
Yeah,
Knew we were gonna see it.
Any questions or consent?
Consent.
Consent.
Consent, thank you. Everyone consents. Next one, 17.
79, this is our pods, which when we put this in, we hadn't moved into our new office yet. We're starting to see that our team's done a really great job of getting rid of things they didn't need, and so we are going to probably have less than 4 pods by the time we get this budget done. We're thinking at least maybe 2 or 3.
Where are the
What will
pods?
they be? Yeah.
We are hoping to have only 2 of them. One will have parking items in it, like cones and things we don't use all the time. The other one has special events and recreation items, and we're storing them at 1900.
Oh,
Okay.
consent?
Consent.
Okay, thank you.
Consent.
Is there- Say, Rich?
We don't have anywhere else we can store these things?
this was where we were suggested to put them in the back.
No, I'm just saying, no, like instead of leasing out pods, we don't have any open storage in all of our buildings?
Have buildings. We have one that's tented. We're moving one.
No,
We got
the
one
tent's
under-
up. Why can't you just
We
go
got
and
one
put
under
it under-
construction.
Yeah, I'm just asking from a
The tent's down.
facility standpoint, we,
Put them in the annex?
Well, we can't go in and out of there all the time. Like parking needs to be able to get their cones, special events need to, we have some things that are in there that we don't need, but this is more something they need to access this regularly.
I hear the concern.
No room in the
cost,
garage?
but This seems tactical driven.
Yes.
Jamie laughs.
I mean,
All
I
right.
mean, I don't own a phone company, but sure.
Right.
I'm not voting for an increase in rodent infestation.
This,
What kind of rodents? What's going on with you guys over there? At the casino building?
Page 80, this is a tough one for me, but rats and mice, I also, yes, but it's, we've got restaurants there, we've got tenants that.
May I suggest alley
think-
cats?
We have to
I have a
ensure that our
couple to
tenants,
bring you for free.
The mayor just rescued a bunch.
They take care of that problem instantly.
They did.
this is to assist with the
She's not
mice and
even-
rats
she's not even gonna
increase.
play with us.
She's gonna tell us the 7,000 is food for the cats.
Does this go, no, I do have a question though. Does this go into common area maintenance for the tenants up there?
Cam.
Oh, it should.
yeah, it should.
Okay, so we will be receiving these funds back appropriated between all the leases
Yes, yeah.
as rodent and lack of cat patrol.
Yes, that's what they call it. No
Mr.
cat.
Consent.
Segridge. No, Mr. Segridge has a
Uh,
question.
well, I consent to, just as a item on this, where they have all those dumpsters, there's drains in there. And those drains flow down that hill, and I believe the pipes are broken before it gets to go back underground. And so it kind of leaks out there, which could be helping to attract our furry little friends.
Free lunch.
Thank you. We will
Okay,
make a
so
note of
are
that.
we consent on the rodents?
Consent.
We love rodents.
Okay.
And uniforms, outfits, we said we're consenting to.
Consent on the uniform,
Consenting.
81.5, everyone, your boy, yeah.
Wait, what did it say? We rent them? We don't buy them?
Yes, for the beach, we do rent them, they wash them and
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we like soap.
yes, this is page 82 is an increase in janitorial supplies. This is due to the amount of attendees we
Use.
have at the beach.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people, there's a lot of supplies that go through, so.
And the lady room,
for
the
that.
ladies room,
Clarification.
What?
I think I know what this,
Talk
are
offline.
you sure you're gonna explain this to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
She wants to know what urinal cakes are.
You don't know what they are? I don't care what.
It looks like a hockey puck.
They're really healthy for low calories. I'll give you a,
Think about a hockey puck soap.
Very
they
similar.
smell strong.
It's a cleaning item in the men's bathroom.
That's all I need to.
I
get.
wanna
Yes,
say,
three.
wait, I just want to say something about the ladies bathroom. I was in there a while back and I just want to say, it's in better shape. And I told you this at the meeting. There was a time for those of us that have been here forever that the ladies bathroom did not have doors on the stalls.
I believe it.
Remember that? Right? It was,
We will let our.
I don't remember that.
no, there were no doors on the, so you'd have to go like this down.
Thank you. We'll let our team know.
Looks better than it ever has.
What's the
83.
difference between this trailer and the other trailer?
We have two trailers. We have a beach maintenance trailer,
Oh,
that's for
oh,
the maintenance
okay.
staff, and one for our ocean rescue team. So this is supplies for our ocean rescue team.
Consent.
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 So
And then we get into the certifications you've already approved on page 84 and 85 for our special events team.
Okay.
And then on page 86 is the Santec consulting that we are a part of from the beach fund.
Consent.
Consenting.
Wait, you have to pay that much for the Stantec?
I
That
think
is our
the
portion.
different
Got it.
departments contribute in.
So the last fund is our golf fund.
Oh, my God. Golf fund.
We're getting there,
We're
man.
getting there. We're gonna zip through this. Okay.
Consent.
I had one question on the beach.
Segridge?
Well, actually, two, in the details, there's a non-departmental interfund admin services that went up to 486,000. What is that? Oh, I'm sorry. On the little handout you gave us, page 192, right in the middle. It went from 209 to 486,000. They gave it to us right in the beginning. It was the one we were told to keep.
Which one?
This one.
Has these on? Yeah. Yeah. What page for that are you on?
It's the back, the very back of it,
Page what?
page 192.
And what category?
Under non-departmental, we go from 209 to 486.
First contractual services, interfund administration, non-departmental, yeah.
Is that the parking moving out? The parking revenue moving out?
The finance director will speak to this one.
How convenient.
That's the admin fee. We had Stantec do a allocation study for the administration fees. And that's what they come up with for the fee schedule. No, or not for the fee schedule. That's like interdepartmental admin that the general fund charges the different departments. And they came up with the allocation for it.
So do we have a breakdown of that? Or
Yes.
is that just a percentage allocation or it's based on some reality?
It's a percentage allocation. So we have a breakdown for it.
Is it based on actual usage or are we just picking a number?
It's a weighted average. I can have Stantec presented to you guys in the second workshop.
Okay, so it's not based on actual usage because I'm struggling to see where the beach uses that much admin.
Well, that's what the general fund charges them to process, you know, the leases, et cetera, and all. So like, for instance,
$500,000 for the leases.
not just the leases, obviously, but for other operations as
I'm
well.
Struggling to see where $500,000 could be justified as admin for the beach.
Okay.
We have lifeguards, we've got some leases, and we've got maintenance and parking staff.
Right.
I don't see much of admin support at all.
Does that have to do with the study that we're doing with?
No, not necessarily. It's just a percentage allocation based on the number of employees. That's also taken into consideration.
So similar to my questions on like the IT.
Yes.
This will be a general question that I have on all
Not a
of
problem.
these. How exactly are we allocating these? Because to me, it seems like we're picking numbers, percentages and doing that, which really leads to certain funds not making sense. Seems like it's over allocated, but
So this would be the first year that we had Stantec do an actual study. We never had this study before to come up with these numbers.
and then miscellaneous expenses, bank charges and fees. Is that interest on some loan or?
On some, that's probably bank fees or yes, or even investment fees. Yes.
Running and stuff like that. So the higher that number goes, the more revenue we're getting.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right? And then just my last comment, there was a change in the Florida law as it pertains to tourist development tax, which would allow for the allocation of tourist development tax to pay for lifeguards. It's specifically called out. I know I brought this up before. Right now, our county is not being overly generous, but I think that's something that we all should try to pull our strings and our contacts at the county level and explore from departments. Because our beach is a beautiful beach and it's an asset for the county, and they love to utilize photos of it in their materials, but they don't like to give us much funding. So I really would like us to explore that because we love our lifeguards. We want to make sure they're paid well, but it's a large line item on our beach fund budget. And it would be nice if we could get some help from the tourist dollars that we're generating. And with the Gulfstream coming online and some of the other boutique hotels and things like that coming online in our city, I think right now we generate almost $1.8 million a year in tourist development tax that goes to the county that never sees its way back here. And the cultural council that sits in our city receives most of it to do advertising. So, I think we just, as staff and us as electeds, we need to try to figure out a way to get some of that money back into Lake Worth Beach. Because, you know, those are dollars we're generating. So that was it.
Mr. McBoy,
I'm
getting a little
still-
behind schedule, so
I'm
let's.
still a little having trouble on the same one that Commissioner Segers, contractual services, interfund admin services. I see that it's going from 209 to 486 or 487, which I came up with as 233%. So I don't know if the 132 is a typo, but I'm having a hard time, forget the percentage, but I'm having a hard time. I mean, it more than doubled.
Mhm.
And I'm not following altogether why.
So we had a study conducted by Stantec, who was mainly by Witted. It was based on the number of employees, so and percentages, and I can have them present that schedule to you guys. Before we never used to have this we never used to have this allocation done before. It was internally. We just it was just internal. So I'd be happy to have Stantec come and present that to you, you know, so that it could be nice and clear for you guys. Yes, it is. It was a jump for it was also a reduction for some of the funds, also like the electric fund and the water fund, they all had reductions. So
Page 150, right?
Yes, page 150, we're gonna go really quickly through golf.
Right.
So we have page 150 is our Stantec consulting for the golf fund. We hadn't had that before, so that you
Consenting.
will see that today.
Consent.
I'm on the next page.
Page 151, this is our maintenance, our golf course maintenance contract. This increases traditionally and historically 3.6% each year. So we're just ensuring that we have that in our budget.
And we are in contract with them, correct?
We are currently actually out for RFP, so they are our current provider, but we don't know where we're going to land
thought
right
so.
now. It's currently out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Consenting.
And I hear it's
Consent.
pretty good.
So 4-0.
Yep.
Consent,
Okay,
consent,
page
consent.
152. This is to represent the increase in our new golf carts that that was approved by commission in April of 2026.
Consent.
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 We lease them, we don't own them.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay, consent or consent. 153.
153, this was to purchase new rental clubs, which they were very much needed. So this is, they're very old, damaged, and this is a source of revenue for us to have nice clubs for.
I can't believe 3 years old is old and damaged. I guess people are rough on them, huh?
Yes.
How much do we get that back though in rental fees over
yes,
the time that
absolutely.
we own them?
Absolutely.
And I was just to say, do we sell the old ones or donate them to?
I was wondering what.
Donate them to
Golf manager's
kids.
gonna speak.
That's what I'm saying, donate them.
Mark Ifano, golf course manager. Yes, we are. The rental club business is about $30,000 to $40,000 a year revenue for us. So it's good we get that back. And with nice new sets, we'll probably increase it by 10,000 next year, which would be good.
What do we do with the old clubs?
Where do we get them from?
No,
what do you do
with
with
them?
The
What do I have?
The old ones.
The old ones, yeah. We're getting saying better. We're gonna go from they're well.
We want to know what are you?
What are
gonna
you,
do
the
with
ones that we're
old
replacing?
clubs?
Well, we're keeping the good sets. We're going to get rid of the lower graded sets that we had fall apart easily, and we only have about half of them left. We're going to keep them just as backup, like in case we're an emergency and we need extra clubs.
The ones that are still.
Or we can turn them in. When we get more junior golfers, we can always cut those down for kids if we need extra clubs. So,
Love it.
yeah, we'll salvage them. Yeah.
Just real question for finance. I know it's a relatively small number. Do we capitalize this over like the life of these? It seems like they last 3 years, or just because it's a small number, we just take the hit all at once. 38,000.
Yes, if it exceeds 5,000 individually and has a useful life of more than 1 year, so it's supposed to be capitalized.
Individual, so these wouldn't qualify. That the whole group is 38,000, but like
Right. So individuals, yes.
Very
Also.
well. Okay.
Unless this has been capitalized and it's only 38,000 for this year.
I don't think it was capitalized. If it's on here, I don't think.
Okay, so
Consent.
consent,
Consent.
Okay, great. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Golf clubs.
Next one is replacing the locker room furniture in the men's locker room. They were such messy, they had to replace them.
Yes, so this is to replace the furniture in the men's locker room. It is probably 20 years old, and this is where our members go to get changed, and our membership revenue is up. The furniture absolutely needs to be in better condition in there. Also to add a couple benches to the golf course and some garbage cans, and also to add some more display fixtures to our pro shop, because our merchandise is doing really well. And yes, absolutely. So we'd like to have some more shelving to add some more.
And that's really inexpensive for locker room stuff.
Sure.
That's,
Oh, you would know.
consenting.
Consent.
Consent.
Thank you.
Okay. 155.
Okay, the next one is increase in request for funding for our 100th anniversary events. And so what this is we have our 100th anniversary gala that's going to be coming up. So this is helping us to fund what we need to produce that event, and we will receive those funds back once we have our gala tickets. And then also for the Tweeds Golf Tournament, it is our finale to our 100th anniversary, and we're going to be doing a throwback to the 20s. And this is to help us to rent the wood golf clubs for them to play with, but we will receive this funds back in the tournament fees. So this is really just to help us to get these two events established.
You can rent old like antique vintage golf clubs?
Yes, our golf manager found them. So they actually have like the wooden, what are they made out of? They're wooden heads. So it's like a throwback to
Yeah.
100 years ago.
Are they gonna have to wear the short pants?
Consent.
There is a theme, the tweed theme.
Well, I do have a question. Is that Tweeds the company? The clothing company?
It's the style. The
Okay.
tweed, the tweed.
Be cool to have them as a sponsor, though. You
Because
know what it
Tweeds is
is?
a major, they're a
They're a
major
major
clothing.
suit builder.
Okay.
They do custom suits. There's one in Palm Beach Gardens, there's one in Boca.
Yeah.
That would be a great
That would-
sponsor.
And
Okay.
they do custom everything.
Thank you.
We might also have to watch for copyright if we're calling it the Tweeds Golf
No,
Tournament.
because tweed is fabric.
It's a
It
fabric.
doesn't matter if it's trademarked.
Well, let's find out if it's trademark.
We'll look into that. Thank you so much.
You've got it in capitals. No, I was saying that
All right. Tiana, you got a lot this year.
We have 8 divisions.
Uh-huh.
This one we are moving on. We're coming back from
Right.
156. 157 is t-shirts for our volunteers. And it's t-shirts and shirts and uniforms for our volunteers and our staff. They get 1 to 2 shirts, and they have
Consent.
some since left. Thank you. And last one is to increase our golf merchandise,
Yes.
which we see that back. We've already reached 96,000 in FY20.
Consent.
Yeah.
Consent.
I love my hat.
consent.
Yes.
Okay, so it's consent. Thank you very much.
Thank
Your
you
services,
from
you're done.
Leisure.
Now we come to, now what are we doing?
Now-
The next will be the water fund.
Water fund. Yeah, now we are 20 minutes behind.
That's all right. Vaughn's quick.
Snap it up. Make it snappy.
I don't know. This chemicals. Mm-mm. What happened?
It works.
Vaughn, you've been notified that we didn't get our appropriations, right?
Appropriations?
From the state.
There we are.
No, I have not been notified that.
Yeah.
I'm saying it now because we're in budget and we're not getting them. We got chopped.
That affects our capital budget.
That's
Okay.
why I'm telling you
All
now,
right.
because I want to make sure that you're.
That's disappointing.
highlighting.
Sad way to start. Thank you for letting me know. So we'll start on page 125. If it's okay, I'm going to lump the first few together. It's going to come up a lot. Our first 3 supplemental requests in the water fund are for chemicals, and that is just because they cost more now.
Okay, so we've got page.
Consent.
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 So quicklime, sodium hydro.
It's page 126. 126, 127. Right, that's what we're covering.
And 128.
Yeah. I'm making something. 128, 129. No, 29 is new vehicle.
129, this comes because we hired a water quality technician in last fiscal year. As he's been getting established, he's been sharing a truck with our other water treatment plant staff. And it's, now that he's trained in his own position, he really needs a vehicle.
Okay.
So,
And this is White Fleet and it has GPS on it.
yes.
Consent?
Consent.
Consent.
All right, moving right along, 130.
Page 130, we have already covered.
Yeah.
Page 131, our utility engineer is going for his professional engineering license. And that will be a big help to us. Just I need some backup. So and it's a really difficult thing to achieve. So
Consent.
Consent.
32.
page 132, our budget manager is going to seek a certification in grant writing, which is also,
Consent.
thank you. Page 133, we would like to increase our training budget, especially with hopefully a new assistant director coming in and requiring some additional onboarding and professional development.
Consent.
Consent.
Go ahead.
Consent.
Keep going. 134.
134, repair and maintenance services for our Floridan well 2 and Surficial well number 4. This is actually a fee that is typically transferred to the facilities department, but because we maintain our own wells, we keep it. Last year, we had inputted the $25,000. Something happened with accounting where it was taken by the facilities fund and not returned to our department. And
All right, well, you better
speak to that
repair and
better.
maintain these wells.
It's for our wells and we need to keep it within the water utilities department.
All right.
That's that.
Consent.
Thank you. 135 is an increase in overtime.
Consent. I just read your reasoning.
Okay, thank you.
Consent. 36.
136, for our extremely large equipment, we have to outsource the repair of the electrical motors. This is just with an increase in the costs.
Consent.
Thank you.
37.
137,
Consent.
okay.
Consent.
Consent, guys. $500.
And last,
138.
Consent.
more chemical.
Yes.
Consent.
Consent.
I'm done. Oh, no,
Move-
sewer.
Moving on to sewer. So
Let's start out with a bang.
starting out with a bang, this is
Whoa.
we pay our own sub-regional fund, which pays the East Central Regional Wastewater Treatment Facility, the ECR. As a member of the ECR board, I can tell you that a study was completed where they evaluated the replacement cost of the entire plant and it more than doubled. So the previous valuation of the ECR was about 475 million. It's now over $1 billion.
Oh, my.
And each entity that participates in the ECR contributes a percentage of the replacement value. So our contribution will be going up. Well, everybody's will
How often do we pay this?
every year.
It's a lot of money,
Mm-hmm.
but it's the sewer.
Yeah, we don't have our own wastewater treatment
Kind of
plant, so
important.
yes.
So consent on 140?
Well, yeah.
Consent.
Consent.
All right, next up is local sewer.
141 and 142 are both increase in the cost of chemicals.
Will this help us with Palmway?
It will keep it steady on Palmway.
All right, consent, you have consent on that.
Thank you. Page 143 is an increase for cost of fuel.
We're just going back up. Consent.
Consent.
Consent. Page 142.
143.
$500.
That's the little one.
Consent.
Page 144 and 145, we already approved in the water fund. Page 146 is overtime for our lift stations department.
For when they have an emergency.
Yes.
Consent.
Consent.
Page 147 is a complimentary increase to training for sewer, same as water. Additional training as well as onboarding for a new assistant director.
Consent.
Consent.
And
Oh, yeah.
148 we have already approved. Last but not least will be stormwater. And there is only one. And we do not need to discuss it because it was certification.
Any questions?
Look at that. Always.
I like to go quick.
It's base. All right, it is now 3:14.
Electric.
We're supposed to do electric. Mr. Segridge has.
Sorry, Ron, I did have one question. Last year during the budgeting process, it was unclear the exact kind of cost to fix our stormwater lines, and I think we were encasing them on the insides or something like that. And we were going to do a study to kind of understand it. Has that study been completed?
No, but I intend on doing that this fiscal year because we have the money in fiscal year 26. So I've been extremely busy, but also working with Valentina on what the best process to achieve that is. I think we're going to do a request for qualifications rather than RFP or invitation to bid.
And then once we have the study done, do you expect the study to be completed in fiscal year 26?
Hopefully, it might run over a little bit into fiscal year 27, but I think calendar year, well, I take that back. Depending on what we're still generating the scope of this, whether that would be a condition assessment, so using the camera to actually evaluate the piping, or if it's more of a desktop study is going to depend on how long it takes, and that just hasn't been decided yet. But depending on the scope, I would say it will take 6 months to a year from when we get it
When you
started.
say desktop study, they wouldn't be using the cameras to go in there and look at it?
Correct. There's
So-
kind of two ways to look at it. There's hydraulic modeling. There's also condition assessment. More of a desktop study would be kind of more of a holistic overview of, analyzing land use, pervious area, impervious area, as well as drainage. Condition assessment is more of a hard, these are the pipes that are in the ground, which ones are broken.
So, at least in my district, I know that a condition assessment would be highly valuable, and it's something that the residents want because we have a lot of, I don't know if you want to call them sinkholes, but we've got a lot of holes around storm manhole covers that have 95 layers of asphalt. And
We
Jamie's
do have
team,
our own camera truck, and actually as part of the capital improvement plan this year, we're asking for a new camera truck because the one we currently have is starting to cost so much money in maintenance and repairs. Whenever there's a pothole or something like that, if it's not noticed by us, feel free to give me a call and we can send our own crew out there to take a
Well,
look.
so I guess I wonder, since we did pay to have the cameras affixed to the waste management trucks, I think, to do these PCI.
Maybe we could
Would-
steal their data.
Would that help? Because I would hate for us to pay for it twice. Because if we already have trucks going out there, they're going to show up. It's going to show up as a sinkhole or a pothole or something. I don't know if you can distinguish based on that.
Well, I have our own stormwater list of sinkholes, potholes that we maintain, just based on, physical observation. And we work on it when we have time.
So with that, understanding you're going to get more, and I hope you do the condition assessment, and it may, and also maybe include the desktop, but definitely the condition assessment. In the 27 budget, have you allocated even a rough estimate of what you think it's going to take to fix some of that?
Some of that, yes. Actually, just hearing that we did not get our legislative appropriations, I had also built match money for those possible appropriations into the stormwater budget. If you all would like me to leave them there, we can tackle more.
Okay, I just, maybe let's just be prepared to talk about that when we go through the full detail. But I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Of course.
Mr. McBoyd.
I like the idea of using the road stuff. Hopefully either your software or their software can notice as you're moving down a road and you see pothole, 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 and they line up same place in the road. That, I think that's how you detect that. Yeah, there's probably a leak underneath. I would encourage also, I don't want to tell you how to do your work because you know better than I do by a lot, but the actual empirical camera survey seems like it's pretty important. I don't know what the costs are. Is it, I heard the suggestion to do both. If the desktop one could be done fairly minimal, I see some use to that too, but the empirical, what do the pipes look like?
Well,
Unless you already know because you guys are out with your own truck.
we can with our own truck. It would be an opportunity to cover more ground with a sum of money. But the holistics, desktop study that I discussed is also extremely important because when we're talking about these things like sea level rise, like fully systemic issues that are going to affect our stormwater system, that's kind of the first step in master planning and figuring out projects that we will need to do about it. So I'm hoping that we can use that money that's built into this year's budget to tackle both in some way.
And I'd assume that part of that would be you need that if we're going to apply for any outside sorts of funding, which I don't know if there are any, but if
They're going away.
you would need that study.
Yes, they typically like to see shovel-ready projects, and often we can't afford the design before we go, but we can at least have that conceptual version of what a project would be to apply for grants.
Yeah.
There are not that many grants left.
No, I kind of figured not. But the other part on the empirical side is from what I hear and see around the neighborhoods, part of it, looking at flood control and drainage, rapid drainage of the streets. I don't have any way of assessing how much is a pipe problem, but there are definitely problems at the drain level, the grates. And it's mostly that some of the grates are flat and stuff just accumulates. It's been suggested, can we replace some of those with a grate that goes up the curb so that it's getting stuff above the stuff that plugs it up, the surface leaves and things. I don't know if I explained that very clearly, but if you have the street, the edge of the street, the gutter and
We're
the
getting
curb
really
and the
behind on
grade is
time.
just flat, then any leaves, if it's an area that's got a lot of trees, if the leaves, they plug it up quickly. Whereas if the grate goes up the side with the openings, now you've still got a way in that may not get plugged by leaves.
Suggesting you talk, we're really running very far behind at
Okay.
this point. Thank you.
Empirical,
You can
great.
always talk to me.
Thank you.
Okay, where were we? Page one, oh,
That's
she's
it.
done. Public services, we're up to that.
That's X fund, election fund is next.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I've been told to be quick,
Yes.
so that completes my remarks for the day. Do you have any questions?
We approve everything.
Where do you want to begin?
Page 88.
Page number.
Yeah, page 88.
Yeah, on my book, it's at page 127, so I'm not sure which one is 88. Is that this? I got it. I was looking in the wrong place.
We don't need to know. No need to know.
Okay. So the first one on this page is page 88. I was open to the wrong tab. $10,000. That's for the cost of service study for rate making purposes. That's actually underway already. Yeah, it's underway.
6,000.
The next one, that's an additional distribution engineer to our engineering department. So we've got a lot more work happening in the engineering department, particularly in the area of site plan reviews that have to be done within a certain amount of time. And we just got to have more engineering resources.
Do that.
Yes, that would be the intent.
From the previous year.
No.
It's new. No, this would be a new position above and beyond supplementals.
Any consents?
I consent.
Consent.
And this would help people get their permits quicker.
Right.
Yes, it would.
Good.
At least to complete our portion of the reviews. Just
Yeah.
exactly.
You have a lane, and if your lane goes faster, that's great.
Yep, exactly. exactly. It's not the only thing they'll be doing, but it certainly, speeds things up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the one thing that some people are gonna see.
Mhm.
Page 90.
Page 90, that's for additional equipment, poles, materials. Tariff increases have increased the cost of some of these things, but we need more money for this. The good news is on some of these items, if they're eligible for capital, we wind up capturing them in that contra function, and then we move it over to capital. We'll draw it down on the bond funds, but that's not always guaranteed. So we budgeted it here in O&M. If it's applicable for capital, we move it over later.
And then it comes out of SHRIP.
It would come out of SHRIP if eligible.
Approve.
Consent. Okay, that's it. 91.
Now we get into the details of transformers. Same concept. We're putting up a lot more transformers. Anytime they fail, we have to replace them. There's more of them that fail. And as they come down in the storm, or we just do more construction, we're going through a lot of transformers. Have to keep that process going. Exactly. Yes, they are.
Consent.
26 kV to
92.
They're more than meets the eye.
Meter reading services. Thank you.
Consent, Mr. Segridge? Yeah. Mr.
This
Boyd?
will eventually go away with the new AMI, or at least be reduced, I would hope.
We thought it would do the same thing with the old AMI. It didn't actually do that as that system started to break down. So eventually it would go down. Yes.
93, 114,000. I don't know.
No, just 14.
14,000.
We need to make upgrades to the air conditioning over in the customer service location. As we have upwards of 700, 800 people a month coming through there.
That's the one that we have, correct?
That's correct. Our goal would be to one day move over to our own building and have that be a part of our capital plan.
Leases that we have to pay for this?
Yes.
Or we can use it when we move back into the building.
No, it would stay there.
It's just,
AC in somebody else's building.
Yeah, we.
It does not make
Mhm.
Yeah.
No, it's supposed to make you cool.
sense.
Consent.
Too bad.
I was just gonna say, we actually require our tenants to do that. Same exact thing.
It's a thing.
Well, we required our beach tenants to do the exact same thing.
I
So
replace mine.
I consent.
I guess I'm a better landlord. I'm a kind landlord.
Consent.
Go to 95. You got that?
We got 93. We didn't. 94 is,
The backup.
So the air conditioning.
more
Yep.
air conditioning. Okay.
It's just back up to it.
Yep. And 95 is our portion of the expense.
That's the Yannick.
Consent.
No, it's not Yannick. I'm sorry. That's you're right. That's for our budget manager who's seeking that certification.
Okay.
As you see, in this process, we had to assume that if they had an interest in pursuing these certifications, that they would actually achieve them. If they don't achieve them, we don't pay these dollars out. Correct.
So consent?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, Mr. Segridge?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, 95 is done. 96, $1,298.
That's our portion of the expense that would be incurred on the water side because we pick up a portion of that individual's costs.
Consent on 90,
Consent.
6, consent. Okay, consent on that.
Yeah.
Next one, 97, $7,288 for project management professional.
Who's this?
Who's that?
This is Suhei Moreno, I believe. She has expressed an interest in pursuing this certification and we would support that. So what's happening with this, actually, we have more and more of our employees, especially in the electric utility, going for this project management training. Whether they ultimately get the certification or not, it's valuable for us to have them at least go to the course. Next part of that is actually take the test. If that association thinks that you're qualified to take the test and get their certification, because there's a work experience component to it. But going through the training course is valuable whether you ultimately get the certification or not. You don't get the certification pay just for attending the course. You just get that level of education and background, which helps in the work that you do here. Correct. You would not get that. In order to get the 5%, you have to achieve the certification.
Say, if you take it, you've got to take the test.
Oh,
I mean,
we do, right?
No, you don't.
I'm not 100% sure, but it may depend on whether that organization thinks you're qualified to actually sit for the test. In some cases, you have the option to sit for the test. So we would prefer that they take the test if we put them through the training, but it seems to be optional.
Why would she go through I'm confused on why
Yeah.
we would pay for a certification project. The whole point is to get certified.
But the training itself is very valuable, even though you may not ultimately achieve the certification. So some of the organizations would have a work requirement that goes with that in construction project management, for example. But there are very valuable takeaways from that, where you may not have the experience actually sit for the test, but going to the course is very helpful.
Somebody might not take it because they cannot take it at that point. They
Could
may
be.
eventually be able to.
Yeah. And we're not paying them to go. We're paying their salary, and they go for 3 to 5 days of training. And at the end of that, they may stay an extra day to take the test or just come home.
I understand that.
Yeah.
but We had Chris, who is our parks main guy, who we said we really didn't want to talk about him going to training to learn how to design and be a better park planner.
That's not what we said. We
That's
said
different.
we didn't want him to become a zoning expert.
Right,
Like,
there was which was a planning.
Right.
it was, yeah, but it's like a
Nobody
land
does.
planning degree. He doesn't
This
do
is a
that.
Project management professional. Is she gonna be managing?
Is she gonna be a
projects? That's
management
what I'm trying to
project
get at.
manager?
She may not be managing a large project, but she could be a team member on a project. So having the experience and a part of the culture of understanding project management principles. No, she's in the office. Most of our people are in the office. Some are out in the field, but most are in the office. But you manage projects from the office. The project management doesn't just happen out on the street. There's a lot of project management happens in the office. There's a lot of work that has to be done.
Is she a project manager?
No,
So I guess I need clarity on why we would have somebody possibly attend this and possibly not taking certification if that's not even in their work
Because we won't pay.
Am
them
I
the-
the only one that's confused?
Because we wouldn't, if somebody takes it and doesn't do the certification, they've got the knowledge, they don't have the 5% increase, correct?
yeah. What happens internally is it puts the management in a difficult position because you have an employee who wants to seek a higher level of training to play a greater role in projects that are taking part in the department. Yet then we have to say that, well, we're not going to send you to be trained to acquire those skills because you're not an actual project manager. So how do you become a project manager and become a valuable member of a project management team if we haven't invested in training you in the principles of project management?
But would she have the ability to become a project manager?
At some point in the future, yes, but I wouldn't want to be able to tell this employee or any employee based on where I sit today, I don't think you'll ever become one of those. Therefore, I'm not going to invest in the first step.
But she would be a better informed, more helpful part of a team that's doing that.
Exactly. There's leaders of teams and then there's followers and workers of teams. You need to know how to be a part of a team and have corresponding project management responsibilities to the people above you, the people alongside you, and the people below you. How do you become a good follower? How do you be a good team member?
The certification, we don't pay.
Correct. You don't get paid the certification pay unless you achieve the certification.
Mr. Segers?
I was just going to say to address the why go to the course without getting the certification. In my own personal experience, we did that with mold remediation. You had to have 5 years and 15 projects each year to sit for the test. But it was invaluable for all of our techs to go to that, as well as our office admins. So when they're on the phone, they actually understood the technical details of what we were talking with the insurance companies. In terms of project management, I think overall in our city, we need more of this, not less of it. I think we have a lot of projects that go mismanaged. As to whether this individual is on a path to project management, that's why I think for this particular program, we need career pathing. And I'm all for paying for the education to get them educated in this. But if it's not in their career pathing, then the salary incentive to me doesn't make sense.
But she could work her way up.
No, I understand that. And I would rely on Ed to tell us whether this is good for her career path within that organization. If it is, then I'm all for, if she obtains that certification, to give them the increase. If it's a tangent, then I'm all for them getting that education, but not necessarily if we're not going to get the benefit as a city from utilizing this certification, there's no point in paying for it. I think we have this question in general across the whole program. I think for me, for now, I trust that this is an important part. So I would consent to this. And we already know we need to go through this whole program in between now and when we have the next budget session. So,
Something.
Consent, Mr. McCoy?
Mr. Liberty, you mentioned that you may have a number of employees who are interested in doing the project management training, which is great that people are motivated to do that. Somewhat along similar line of questioning is, well, do you have that many spots that can become, do you have that much need eventually? And that's where I think, how do we manage this program? We certainly want to encourage employees, but if 15 people all are applying for project management training and in the next 5 years, yeah, we might need 2 more. Then I hear the distinction between, if you want to do the training, hey, cool, that's a
Right.
benefit. But realistically, the salary increase, and I don't know how you are in the difficult spot of, yeah, you can do it, but you can't. I don't know how you manage that, but
So to
I
put
think
this,
there is a fair question of how do you balance the realistic assessment of potential role with this path?
to put this in perspective, I recall joining the team 9 years ago, and one of the first things that they wanted me to do was to terminate an individual because a project had gone wrong. I did the research on it, determined that this wasn't the individual's fault. That individual was not a fault. As a matter of fact, that individual was a great employee, and I did not terminate the individual. I'm not going to give names. But what it led to was understanding there was no discipline here or mechanism or understanding of what true project management was. Yet the department was spending millions of dollars of the public's money without a good understanding of what solid project management was. And that problem came from the top all the way to the bottom. This individual happened to be at the tip, right, where it's happening. And so this problem was a mess before this individual even joined the city. This individual got tagged with the problem. We need to have a culture of project management, whether you're the leader of a team or the follower of a team. We've undertaken $120 million in bond issuances, probably do another 45, call it $160+ million of work. We've had 3 members of our project management office. All 3 had to be hired from the outside because nobody inside was qualified. We need to have a culture of solid project management expertise, whether it's a construction project or an IT project or an HR project. A project is a project with deliverables and expectations and skill sets. And that's important. So I don't know if that answers your question, but we do have to grow that.
Consent, Mr. McCoy?
Yes.
Mr.
Yeah.
Sigrid? Yes. Sometimes I just don't hear you. Okay, number 98.
This is a big one.
Consent.
Yeah.
Consent.
By the way, we stopped buying bottled water. We now have. Yeah, these are the coolers. What's one of the things I felt strongly about? Why are we bottling big gallons of 5-gallon bottles of water? Let's use the water that we ask our customers to drink.
Why aren't you?
So
Why aren't you drinking this?
Liquid water?
no, we are.
Oh, okay.
These are now the coolers on the walls to make it cold, and then put it into your reusable water bottle.
Love it.
Consent.
Consent.
Next one, citizen on website.
Sending.
Consent. Next one, page 100. 115.
Oh, these are page 100. These are the reusable shopping bags, small gifts, little giveaways that we give at merch. Right. Swag. Yes.
Some too.
Yeah.
Okay, now the next one's another.
Another certification, right? Everybody wants to go and get this certification.
Well, yeah.
At least
percent increase in their salary.
That's what I'm saying. How many people are gonna take this certification who may not take, I mean, I understand Commissioner Segrich's point, but how many people are gonna take this course and use it?
Well, I was saying that it only should count towards your salary advancement if it's part of your career path, and that career path this is why
It has to be defined.
I asked the director of HR, we need to understand.
this is one of our distribution engineers.
They do projects. They do projects.
I mean, that makes sense, but if it was in customer service, I need to know because that wouldn't make sense
Right.
to me that somebody in customer
So
service
do we
is
have consent?
consenting.
Consent.
Well, it does say that the division is engineering, but
Yeah.
okay.
102. $800. Gas and lubes.
Gas and lube. there you go. Sense.
Consent.
Consent.
All right.
Oh, there's another one in the course.
103, another
Now
part.
it's a management warehouse of materials.
This is the warehouse. It's called materials management. That's the subject matter. And we have people in the warehouse that are integral parts of projects. You can't execute on projects if you don't have the materials staging, arriving properly, then being charged out to the projects, delivered to the site, accounted for in the accounting
But this
systems.
same course is going to address all these different departments' needs.
Everybody in the department is involved with project management, these major construction projects. It's not just one team. It cuts across the entire organization.
And no one's had this courses before. This is like a new thing we're doing.
No, the first one that we had with that certification, I think she graduated with a degree from Palm Beach State College in project management. And she's still here in the city. She's now in the water department doing an excellent job. It came with that experience, but we have to. We could. It's very hard to do. These are very detailed courses.
Okay.
That's the certification.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, no, you couldn't do a certification. Okay.
And where are they taking these?
Typically, they're offered by FMPA in one of the FMPA cities. Last one was at Fort Pierce. Some of these may be in Orlando. They move them around so that they can get the room full of people. I have to check, but I'm not sure if there's a tuition payment. Let me ask.
Well, there's travel.
Yeah, we pay the travel expenses to go there. I'm not sure if there's a fee to take the course. I think it's off. I think that's offered by FMPA for its members.
It says registration costs $2,000.
Can we check on that? Okay, we'll check on that.
Does show continuing education, contract hours, practice exam, latest version, student's license.
But where are you reading that?
On FMP's website.
Okay,
It's $2,000 per person's registration fee.
all right. If that's what it says, then that's what it is.
Yeah.
May not take the certification. I don't.
Well, we don't pay them if they don't take them. Do we pay for the course if they take it and don't? get
Yes.
certified? We pay for the course.
Yes.
Pay for the course, the travel, the hotel.
Well, I mean, we all do travel.
I understand, but that's
Mr. Taggart?
I was going to say, it just really underscores, we need to look at this program. It has to have career pathing. I look at this and take it from the abstract. It's a 35-hour course. They're getting something done versus somebody who does a 14-week course.
Yeah.
Right.
That's where I was thinking too.
And I return to my comment about the tiers. I've yet to see a tier one. If this is 35 hours, what's a tier one? Because we also had a 24-hour one, a 3-day one webinar. I think we need to revisit this incentive program as it is, but I do hear Ed's understanding of the need for this in our organization. Taking the bonuses completely out of the conversation, paying $2,000 plus their salary to go get this education to understand how to run projects when we're dealing with $500,000, $1 million, $2 million, $3 million projects is absolutely necessary. I think.
I just wish that it was mandatory that they get the certification. I
Well,
just wish there was something.
Understood, but yes, you should, in my opinion, you should have to pass and get the certification. Otherwise, you really didn't sit for the course. You could just, whatever, you get a week off and we had people do that in my industry and we didn't pay for it. If you didn't pass the test, we didn't pay for it. But I really, with these, we could go round and round and round each time one comes up. But I think we really need to look at the program, and each director needs to justify, hey, this is part of the career path. And these are the ones where it pays. Because I could see a world where, yeah, people will take this course, get this certification, but it's a nice to have. It's not part of their overall career pathing. And somebody takes this course as a prerequisite to go from project manager 0 to project manager 1 in terms of a level, or from junior to senior kind of thing, where it does get tied to a salary increase. That's why for me, it's tough to tie these courses to salary increases. And I understand that's our policy. And I just really think we needed to take a deep dive into this.
We might, yeah.
I
we-
digress. I consent.
Yeah, we need to look at the policy.
Consent.
because it's quite generous with the $2,500 plus the 5%, but for now, that is. our
If
policy.
you achieve the certification.
It's still-
Yeah.
Hotel
Right.
plus the
Right.
Yeah, I think if you don't achieve the certification, you have to city manager.
For the record,
Right.
but I think a well-educated staff, whether or not they have a certification or the fact that it costs us more money to have a stable, happy, well-informed, cooperative, forward-going staff to Mr. Liberty is an important thing, to all of us is an important thing to have. So we're gonna do this one and we're gonna take a look at that. Do we have any more of these today? Consent on that page.
Consent
One of-
with, I'm on board with
Yeah.
the general discussion. here,
Right.
but We need to look at it a little bit more.
Mr. 104. Wire storage building, 100.
Yeah, we buy a lot of wire every year and some of it is for an immediate project. Let's say in the next 3 to 6 months, 9 months, we get the material in on hand. But we also have a lot of wire that's in inventory that'll be used one day if there's a breakdown someplace, for example, during storms. Over the years, that wire is on wooden reels and sits outside. And eventually those wooden reels rot or collapse. And now you have a spool of wire, it could be hundreds of feet of wire on a wooden spool that's no longer usable and you can't unspool the wire.
Is this building?
Not very large and it's not an enclosed air conditioned building. It's really more of a shed type structure to keep the sun and
$157,000.
well, it has to stay up in a windstorm.
With her parking stuff and the leisure.
Yeah,
people,
real
all
money.
One thing.
No.
Well, we could move wire to the Bohemian Garage, try to figure out how to get up there. But my point is it's a large steel structure.
That's cold. Ed.
Joke
Yeah,
about that.
to get stuff out of the weather, it has to take the structural load. But my point is it's ideal if you could keep it out of the weather. So it's not deteriorating. And we thought we'd best have it right at the 1900 building where they can pull up a truck, load it on the back of the cable puller. That's this. Yeah.
And we just did 2 pods for her. Why wouldn't we just make the prefabricated building bigger? And just put separators in there for parking and for leisure services? If they're gonna be stored at the same place, I'm not trying to be
No, I think you're being
why
smart.
spend money on a pod if you want to build a building to store your stuff anyway, unless your project's further along than when she needs storage. I'm just asking.
But the building will be permanent.
Work together, kids.
Right.
You can share.
Put up a divider and share the space. It's the same address.
Okay.
This is not your home solder.
This is not something.
I'm not saying put them in the exact same building, but why couldn't we just extend the building? I just think then
Why
you're gonna have
don't you
2
talk
pods
about-
sitting out there and.
Let's
The,
approve it, and if they can make.
the advantage of the pods, but I wasn't at that presentation, but I can imagine they can easily secure the materials, lock it, close it, and it's completely airtight.
Just
Or-
thought I.
as opposed to
Thought.
reels of cable that are going to be coming and going.
Just talk to each
Mr.
other.
Segridge?
What would you estimate our losses are to degradation of those wires and spools? For example, if we lost one wire spool, what would it cost us?
Tens of thousands of dollars.
The wires.
Yeah.
No,
The spool's no good.
No,
Right, we can't
for
unspool
the
it.
Public's benefit because, the public's gonna
Ultimately,
see the
yeah.
large item and go have the same reaction. We're paying $150,000 for a metal building, but just realizing we lose one spool, it could be $30,000 to $40,000.
And we could lose more
So-
than one if we lose one. There's
I consent. I do hear you about consolidating. I think we need to do a better job of understanding our buildings and facilities, especially with what's going on at 1900, but I don't really think having those large spools along with other stuff where heavy equipment has to come in and out. It's
Yeah.
probably a bridge too far with that, but
Okay,
the
well,
concept, I think.
All right, there we'll look. Let's just consent. Okay. Next 105.
105 is interesting, at
yeah.
least to me. So we do inventory counts. Makes sense. Count the inventory. We use a process of cycle counts. Other people use what they call wall to wall, but you got to count the inventory. Some items you might count 10 times a year. Other items you count 1 time a year. Every time you count them, you're going to get a different answer. There's credits and debits every time you bring something back to the warehouse or remove it. And the accuracy of the counting could vary. This is very, very common in the industry. At the end of the day, if you don't have on an inventory, when you do your count, the exact number that you think you should have, you have to adjust inventory. That's a financial adjustment. That item's not there anymore. We're not sure what job it went to, or there's more than we thought. You have to credit. You need a clearing account because you have to charge O&M in that particular year. So we need to create a clearing account each year of about $50,000, we're suggesting, of expense capability to expense the shortages and say, okay, it's expensed. So you know where to charge it.
Like
How
a
are
line
you
of credit
losing
stuff. Can I?
Well, let me say, you're never going to get to 100%. You're not necessarily, sometimes you could be losing it. It could be people that took stuff for a job without filling out the proper paperwork. They might have moved it after hours, or it was a miscount. When you're counting hundreds of transformers or feet of cable, for example, when you look at a spool, how do you know exactly how many feet of cable are on that spool? It's not, each foot is not marked. You have to estimate based on the diameter. Nuts and bolts in the bag. Is a unit of measure boxes, or is it 10 bolts per box? How many bolts are in there? So you get measurement count errors, and you have to adjust for these somehow at the end of the year. You have to, for audit purposes, close it out. What's the inventory value? So I've worked in.
Question.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, that's 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. The internal auditor had addressed this concern with your department in regards to exactly what you're talking about, materials being taken away, not accounted for, materials put back in. Where's John? Does this tie in with what his recommendations were on that audit report from 2 years ago to make sure that we were having material count corrected? Is this a policy that you brought forward to help clean that up? Does that tie into that audit report?
I don't think so. I would have to go back to that audit report. But this is
Education purposes?
sure.
And reread what his recommendations were on materials being missing from the warehouse
Okay.
and accounting. He said, you know, if you, like you said, if you take 15 things, but you bring 4 back, but you don't return them back to the warehouse, how does it get? There were supposed to be policies put in place for that.
Okay.
And I know that Will's no longer here and the follow-up for those audits have no longer been done. So I just want to make sure that we're maintaining those policies.
Will do.
Otherwise I consent. Mr. McCoy?
And I'll just point out that I've been here long enough that I remember we actually paid, I think, even 2 different consultants to come in and look at our inventory process for exactly the electric. This is quite a while before Mr. Liberty was here. It has been an issue. I don't know whether this is the right solution or not. I can't speak to that, but I had sort of hoped that when we paid those consultants, and we paid them quite a bit, as I recollect, that we'd sort of figured out some scheme that worked reasonably well. Maybe this is the missing piece and we'll be out of the woods, but.
Well, I can tell you that in a prior life, I managed inventories upwards of $160 million, 26 plus
That's
warehouse.
amazing.
I have yet to see one company in the country that hits 100% on this number.
Yeah, I don't think
It's virtually, it's virtually impossible.
Yeah.
Now, could we do better than we are? Yes. Are we doing better today than we were years ago? Yes. Clearing accounts are not uncommon. You need to be able to make these
Consent.
adjustments.
Just real ballpark. How many materials are we flowing through in a given year? Is it 50 million, 100 million?
I would say at any given time, our balance in inventory might be in the $4 to $5 million range. I think Yannick might have. I don't
Once we cycle through.
Yeah, and we have a
50
lot,
million a year.
and depends on whether you call it, inventory or is it project materials, 2 different categories and how they're flowing through.
So this number represents maybe 1-2%.
Yeah, it's a very,
something
very,
like that.
very small number.
I mean,
We also have obsolete inventory, for example. We have things that we don't really need anymore, but we still have them, but they're counting. How do we clear that out of inventory? You need to write them off.
I guess a simple way to put it for the public looking at this and what is like, you ever try to balance your bank book and there's $5.52 that you just can't find? It'll take you
Just throw it in the sludge.
6 hours to figure it out.
Right.
And, you just write it off to the balance sheet account, in terms of reconciliation funds. And that's what this is. So
Yeah.
I can send.
But I can understand.
You'd spend $50 to find the $5.
Yeah, it's,
That's what my husband does.
I think, that, the best line of defense are very aggressive stock handlers and storekeepers who control the gate. And the employees who are afraid to take anything out of there without ever producing a piece of paper, to make sure that they, keep it, so it's a tough thing to do.
Okay,
And by the way, this doesn't mean that people are stealing things. We don't have any indication of stuff we don't. It's just keeping track of it all and where it is at any given time.
Consent.
consent 105. Consent, everybody?
Yes.
Yes, okay. 106, 3 million. Yeah, I would. Oh. Stu, you're talking about big money.
So this is big money. I said, why did it go up? I've talked with a few about this. Is the PCA. We buy power every year, and every year we buy a little bit more power than we buy the year before, and the cost of that power goes up slightly every year. What changed this year was that, let's take, for example, transmission charges. Under the previous contract for supplemental power, we paid the transmission charges to Florida Power and Light on our own. We paid that as a separate bill. Under the new contract, it's paid for out of the FMPA supplemental contract. That was a cheaper way for us to go. So that supplemental contract went up in value because it's now at least partially picked up what was previously on a separate line as a transmission bill is now buried within the supplemental power bill. It's bundled together. The cost of it didn't change. Transmission, well, the transmission rates went up by a few percentage points because of their rate increases, but it's now covered in that contract, which went up. We increased solar, FMPA solar. That's now being billed into PCA. Well, where was it before? Well, before it didn't exist, right? Those projects are brand new in late 25 and into 26. So now that power is showing up over there. The FMPA contract is more expensive than the prior contract we had. It was the lowest bid we had to choose from, but it is more expensive than the prior year. So those things are all taken into account. And we allow for the fact that natural gas prices might be a little bit higher, even though it's a smaller percentage of our total power supply. That all flows into this PCA category. At the end of the day, we don't spend more on PCA than we incur, and we pass that through, as you all know, through the PCA line item in the bill.
Mr. What?
I think all of us, hears at the national scale that there is concern about, and it can be concern across state lines even, of data centers coming on that are huge power sources on the order of magnitude of half the size of our whole city or similar, and that somehow some of these costs are showing up 3 states over because they're in one another sort of group. Can you give us some reassurance that none of this cost increase has anything to do with data centers anywhere? That's a bit of a general statement.
It is a general statement, so I can give you a general answer, which is a little bit more towards the specific side. I can't imagine that there are data center costs that are outside of the state of Florida that are showing up in the bills of Floridians. And the reason I say that is maybe a little bit of a stretch is that obviously we're a peninsula, but we're somewhat islanded from the rest of the country. We're not completely islanded, but the ability to move power back and forth across that interface is very limited. And the particular power that we get is not driven by that interface. Right. So there may be some leakage, if you will, of costs across that border. I'm not that familiar with that aspect, but down here in South Florida and the bulk of the FPL transmission system, I would say it's minimal. The question would be if there was a large data center, for example, on the FPL transmission system, would that have an impact on us? The policymakers, including leadership at FPL, have taken the position that those large loads will have to be completely self-sufficient and not place a burden on the embedded customer base. So they have to cover all of their costs and the incidental costs which they cause on the infrastructure. So that's not showing up in this bill.
Does FMPA have a similar policy, or is it considering one? It's an interesting idea.
Well, FMPA is not a transmission company. It's just a generation company, but it is taking that policy, or at least going in that direction with regards to, for example, power generation associated with the power supply to a large data center. So if FMPA, and this is a stretch because that's not what's being, it's not about to happen, but the policy seems to be going in the direction that if FMPA had to build a power plant to support a data center at a customer location, the FMPA customer base would have to be protected, meaning that the entity that needs the power would have to basically backstop that transaction financially well into the future.
Okay, we're going to article consenting.
Consent.
Consent, Mr. McBoy, consent.
Yeah, it's a $3 million item, so And it's.
Or next, we consented. Okay, next up is page 108, $12,700, which seems like nothing at this point. Yes.
Moving items from one place to another. We were previously paying for it in one area. We're now going to pay for a different area.
Next one, page 109, 30,000 for the consent. Consent.
Consent.
Next one, 3,000. Page 110, consent.
Yep. As you can see, some of these were previously,
Make it.
We got notes on that one.
On paint.
Yeah, I got lots of notes on paint.
Consent.
Consent, however, I would like, this is for the power plant.
this is usually internal to the building. You can't-
Okay. I request for all of the light poles on Sixth Avenue South, 12th Avenue South, 10th Avenue North, Lake Lucerne, Dixie and Federal to be repainted. All of the green is peeling off and it looks awful. So I would like to make sure that that is being.
All right, somebody capture that list and we'll get an RFP out there to have them
Really?
repainted.
The green, it's
Yeah.
peeling on the light posts. So if I see paint for a power plant that nobody sees but the staff, I want paint for the streets that are our main thoroughfares into the city for those light posts to be power washed and painted. I don't know what we have to do. Thank you.
I'm not sure that's the utility though.
It is.
They're light posts.
There are light posts or are they DOT light posts?
They're on.
We'll have to take a look which one you're talking about. Chances are they're ours.
Feeling they're ours.
Okay, so what about?
I'm on a file. Don't ever buy painted poles.
I do have a lot of notes on the paint page. For a $3,000 item, I was like, wait a minute, power plant? No.
Okay, but this $3,000 for the interior, do we? say
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, but we get to pick the color.
Pink for
We'll have a workshop.
111, $5,000 for something else.
clearing. account.
Consideration for one good.
The warehouse has a power plant, the power plant has a warehouse as well.
Consent.
Consent.
Yeah.
It's 112. Grants and.
Or project management plan.
This is for the grants portion. Is this Alyssa?
Yes.
That's Alyssa,
Yeah.
right?
Grants and
Yes.
compliance.
Yes.
Consent.
Consent.
Sure.
Mr. Zegridge.
Everyone's going to school this year,
Except you.
except me.
She's not right. She's not going to school. Okay, number.
Would you like to go to-
113.
I want to take the project management course. I'm managing projects.
Managing all of us.
Consent. Consent. on,
Consent.
Regular chair.
Mr.
We
McCoy.
gotta do it. Yes.
Yes, and Ms. May, I think you said yes. Okay.
Yep.
Page 114, $25,000 for the frac.
Yes.
Consent. We have no choice.
No,
Yes.
we're not fracking. This is a Florida Reliability Coordinating Council. This is how headlines get written.
No frac. Okay, so 10,014.
The NERC is yes to. 150.
115, consent on that one for everybody?
Yes.
Okay, consent 116, 46, $46,000 for the CTOP.
Centralized transmission operator. So we have a regulatory requirement because we have a transmission system.
Consent.
Next
I was
one,
gonna say it was regulatory.
117, $35,000 for vegetation management. And we didn't have that before. This is a new one?
How is AI
Yeah,
managing
yeah.
vegetation?
This is a new effort that you all approved. Artificial intelligence, AI dash, I believe this is using an AI function to better predict where we need to trim and when we should trim. We're probably not going to decrease our trimming budget, but it's going to allow us to focus our trimming in the areas which have the highest possibility of creating an outage or
And
interference.
how is it determined this
I believe-
aerial satellite imagery?
I believe I'll ask the experts, but I believe it's using LiDAR. Satellite.
Existing satellite?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, duh. Yeah.
Consent, thank you.
Consent.
By the way, this will be a part of our upcoming effort to look at how to better utilize AI or how to utilize AI in the utility to drive
Consent.
lower costs and a better customer experience. And we'll bring this in.
Yes.
I'm on board, but with the qualification that I raised earlier with the AI, let's make sure that this is not diminishing our own human capacity of
No,
doing the same thing.
no.
David.
Because it may or may not work.
Davy tree contract, page 118.
Consent.
Denise got us.
And Secretary has a question.
So we have our own grounds and facilities that go around and do a lot of tree trimming for the city and so forth. Have we ever looked at this cost and whether we had the internal resources to accomplish this within our own departments?
I doubt that we would have done this. If it was done, I wasn't here when it was done. It's not unusual for companies to contract out right away clearing and maintenance of vegetation. Not a lot of utilities have their own vegetation management entities. You have to be very well trained to work around the live conductors, unless you're willing to take the conductors out of service.
Yeah.
Davy, although in all fairness, also clears and mows the alleyways down low, but they'll do the tree trimming around the live conductors.
So they're specialized.
They're specialized, and they also have arborists. I know not all customers believe that, but they also have arborists on staff when they do this.
Okay.
But there are utilities that have their own arborists and do their own right away. It's a very expensive function. Many of them outsource it. A lot of trucks.
I was just thinking, because we actually do have all these things. We might not have the expertise,
or the training or the liability.
but at 1.2 million, it's worth considering.
It's a lot of wood chippers. It's a lot of chainsaws, a lot of specialized equipment just to do that.
Well, I know, but we do it for more than just the alleyways with our public works team. And I'm saying we do have a lot of wood chippers. We did buy a lot of new trucks. There's a whole bunch of bucket trucks running around and the grounds. So
I think for liability, I also like Davies because I look at that and I think about their insurance cost and somebody getting injured or hurt on the job, workman's comp, like
we already have all that.
But we have consent for page 118, Davies.
I consent.
I consent, but I would like us to look at that possibility, at least have the discussion.
Madam Mayor, that's 30 minutes.
Okay, it is now 4:06. How much else do you have, Mr.
Yeah, really.
Because we got to go to Stantec.
We have, it looks like 3 or 4,
Okay.
5 pages.
Next one, page 119, $68,000 for transformers and consent.
Consent.
Next one, 120, $70,000 for legal fees with an ongoing dispute.
Yes, definitely consent on that one.
Yes.
I've followed that for quite a while.
Consent, yes. Mr. Secretary.
Yep.
Delina.
Oh, sorry.
We're close to the end of the Siemens conversation last year.
We have
Briefly.
called upon the performance bond, the surety contractor to pay us out for lack of performance on the part of Siemens. We have an independent engineer's opinion that supports our case, and we were unsuccessful to reach an agreement through mediation. So we're moving to the next step, which is to pull the surety. And council is already in touch with the surety provider for the project, and we're going to be hiring litigation counsel.
Thank you.
In anticipation of going to litigation. That's $9+ million probably.
Yeah.
21, $800.
Consent, $800.
Yeah.
122, $50,000 for audits of the water.
No, it's electric and water audits, energy conservation audits. We previously performed that internally. We outsourced that to an entity called Drops and Watts, which was doing a much better job, more thorough job than we could.
So
and
we
it's
still offer it to our customers.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Cost to them.
Correct. These are free. And this puts it on a variable basis. So instead of carrying a fixed cost in the payroll, we pay for these as we use them.
Consent.
The only hesitation I have is that I'm not thrilled about the idea of outsourcing the same way I'm not thrilled about outsourcing our call stuff. Is that I'd much rather have people who build involvement in the community long term. And I kind of like the idea that we did it in-house, but I guess you're talking me out.
I think one of the things that we found was that over time, the number of audits we were doing was decreasing to the point where we couldn't keep one individual busy full time at a salary and benefits that was substantially higher than this 50,000. Over the years, all of them retired except for one who then moved to another department in the city. And we took it on as a variable expense. Actually, we picked up, I believe, this company when we were overwhelmed with energy audits about 4 years ago, when the PCA really spiked, rates got high, huge demand for energy audits because we said, hey, maybe we should have an energy audit done, right? So a lot of people had energy audits done. We had to do a lot of work, and we used the contractor to help us supplement our people. After that, it's really dropped off to de minimis levels.
Can we, I'll consent, but can we make sure that all of their records we get a copy of so that we have that later on?
I believe we do. And there's multiple efforts here. Some of these are self-service online, but you could also get an in-person audit, somebody showing up on your property. But I believe we have all the records. And I say that because for quite a while, we have been transferring those records and would still do them if the Solar Energy Loan Fund, who we're not currently supporting in any way.
Right.
But if they wanted this data, we would provide it to them so they can follow up with the customer and implement the project.
Well, I hadn't thought about that,
Right.
but that's a good idea
Yeah.
too. But just that we keep the record. So let's say the owner changes on the
Yeah.
house, we have,
Yeah.
hey, is there an energy audit on my place?
I'll put a note here to check on record retention.
Okay. Well. Consent on 122, I think we did, yes.
Consent.
Consent.
5,000.
And we also have inventory adjustments in the meter shop as well, inventory there as well.
Consent.
Consent.
Bye.
Oh, that's not nice.
It's been fun, but
Yeah,
I would like.
I'm okay.
Yeah, good point. Thank you for the one.
We're just kind of.
Madam Mayor,
Sorry.
maybe can we take a break, like a 5-minute break?
Yeah, we can get right. Yeah, because we got.
We got.
We short.
Yeah, they can.
Stand take ready.
Yeah, they're ready. We'll make sure.
Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, are we taking 5 minutes or 15 minutes? 5 minutes or 15 minutes? 15? Because we know we have Stan Tech waiting. Huh? 425, that's asking. We'll talk to let him know. 425.
Madam Mayor?
And then on the lake side. That's not like Facebook for, I don't, I just watched great.
I'm getting all sorts of phone stuff, music.
Yeah, I never know what I get.
Yeah.
What? Well, here's the brother.
May?
Yeah, she'll be right back. Here he comes. Here he comes.
Ready?
Come
Ma'am,
on.
are we ready?
He'll be there in a sec. Here he comes.
Matt, where's Mimi?
Mimi. She's on the phone. She'll be right back.
Oh.
And then I think it comes back.
Yeah.
He's screaming for it. I'm a bird. I just love it to watch. I get all kinds of these things. A lot of English history. Oh, okay. Well, we have Stan Tech, I believe, somewhere. Yeah.
Yes, they're here, Madam Mayor. It's 4:37 and we have reconvened.
Okay, great. Now we are on the next portion of our program. Stan Tech Financial Analysis Forecast and Commission Questions.
All right. Well, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Yes.
Perfect.
Hey, David.
Well, hello, everybody. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. I know
evening.
you've had a long day, so I'll try to keep this as efficient as possible.
That would be lovely.
In terms of our agenda, we're going to go through first and talk about the enterprise funds. So we'll talk about the 5 funds for the enterprise, and then we'll talk about the 3 governmental funds. And then happy to take any additional questions at the end. We do have the models available if we want to do any additional scenario analysis, but we do have some scenarios included within the presentation. So that's our agenda. In terms of the, just a reminder of what we're doing, the process that we use, we're really looking at a 10-year projection period. So we're looking at financial plans for each of the funds to determine whether they have sufficient revenues. And the way we do that is we take the fiscal year 27 budget as our starting point and forecast forward revenue requirements for each of the systems. That includes
on.
operating capital.
David, we didn't get handouts for this presentation.
It's
Is that available, Yannick?
Which one?
Yep.
Stan Tech.
Stan Tech modeling. So efficient. Really.
You got it?
Had today.
No, we've had this for a while.
Oh, yeah, we've had this one for a while. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem.
My apologies.
No worries. So the revenue requirements give us a forecast of expenditures. We do a revenue forecast, then look at the changes in demands, whether it's water or sewer or whatever system it is. What do we anticipate the revenues being over the next 10 years? And then the important part is to compare those two, revenues versus expenditures. Are we able to meet those revenue requirements? Do we maintain cash balances? Are we building up to cash balances as it may be in some funds? And then also if you've issued debt within a particular fund, are we meeting those debt service requirements? So that's the process. In terms of the assumptions this year, our projections are based on, we've got the 2025 actuals. So we've got the audited financials, we've got the amended 26 budget. So we're forecasting where you're going to end the year based on that budget. And then we're using the 2027 budget as our starting point for the forecast. We're including both the base budget. So we have a scenario for that today, as well as a scenario for the supplementals for each of the various funds. Within the 2027 budget and including the 5-year CIP, our analysis, we are recommending increases in the majority of the rates and fees. So water and sewer rates, refuse rates, the stormwater rates, the base rates for electric, and then the golf fees. So we'll talk about why and what those look like for each of the funds. So our first fund in the enterprise funds is the electric fund. So as I mentioned, our analysis is taking the actuals for the electric fund in 2025. We've got the budget for 26 and 27. In terms of fund balances, you do have $500,000 at the end of fiscal year 25 within the stabilization fund. You ended up with 2.1 million in the storm fund, which is great. In 2026, you're going to contribute an additional 1.7 to the storm fund. So by the end of 26, you'll have close to 4 million, halfway to your target within the stormwater fund, or within the storm fund. And then the estimate for fiscal year 26 in terms of the cash flows is that you're going to have a positive cash flow of 1.7 million. Just happens to be the same as the storm fund contribution. That's not the storm fund contribution. Will help you build towards your goal of having the 6 months fund balance within the electric fund. So the 2027 operating budget does include decreases totaling about 4.1 million. I want to spend a little bit of time chatting about that. That does include streamlining budgets that as Ed has been able to accomplish. It's got the defined benefit reductions, but it also includes that what's been talked about a couple times today, the fact that some of the PCA costs aren't reflected in the base budget. So it's a little bit, those decreases are a little bit overstated in terms of what's actually required for the electric fund. And I'll show you what it looks like with the supplemental as well. The purchase power cost, we're forecasting based on staff's estimates. And then finally for the CIP, continuing with the SHRIP, I think this is the last major chunk of the SHRIP, which is about close to $46 million for fiscal year 27. I anticipate funding that with bonds. So that would add about $3 million per year beginning in fiscal year 28 for those bonds. Your current debt service within the electric fund is about $8.5 million. And that's what it would be for existing debt over the 10-year projection period. So now I'm going to hop into the baseline scenarios. So this is for the base budget. This does not include the supplementals. And just, I won't do this for each of the funds, but just to kind of orient everybody that may not be familiar with what we're looking at. Just up at the top, we've got the fiscal years listed. So going out to 2036. In each of the funds, as we look at them, we're going to look at what the potential adjustment to the fees, or in this case, is the base rates. So we're looking at a 2.5% increase in fiscal year 27. And then you can see the subsequent increases. We've got the typical residential customer's bill. So it's with the storm fee and with taxes, it's currently about $155 per 1,000 kilowatt hours per month. You can see the debt service coverage, the combined water, sewer, and electric days cash on hand. And then really important graph down here at the bottom where we're looking at our working capital fund. We want to try to have 6 months in the enterprise funds as our minimum cash balance. You can see we're below that currently, but with this rate plan and without the supplementals, we would get to the minimum cash balance by fiscal year 28. We've got the revenues versus expenditures. So what's going in and out of the funds, expenditures by type, and then finally down at the bottom, the capital improvement plan. So we've got the CIP spending, how it's funding. If it's black, it's debt. If it's green, it's funded with PAYGO, and then any borrowing. So the key takeaways with this plan would be, if we don't have the supplementals included, then it's pretty modest adjustments to the base rates. PCA costs are increased, or the PCA is adjusted with the purchase power costs. So looking at 3% in future years. As I mentioned, we would meet that cash balance by 2028. And we've got about $46 million for the SHRIP.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
David, I'm not trying to throw a curveball, but do you have the numbers that we approved last year when we said we wanted to do 333 or whatever? When we went through this last year, we had already projected out the next 3 or 4 years. Do you have that slide?
I do.
I would like to see that comparison to what you're showing us now.
All right, I will bring that over. We looked at a couple of variations, but I believe this is the one we were looking at. So this is where we were last year. You did adopt an 8% increase in the base rates. Then we were projecting 6, 5, 5, 5, and then a step down to 3 and 2. And we were essentially getting to that cash balance by 2031.
We were 6 and then by 2028, we were 5.
Correct.
Thank you very
So
much.
That seems like, this is Commissioner McFoy, that seems between last year's predictions and this one, it seems like, did we win the lottery in between, or? I know
Yes,
Ed's been active streamlining, but
Well, it's important that this doesn't include this baseline scenario, remember, does not include all of the PCA costs. So it's
So
showing
this
an
is-
overly optimistic forecast. If I flip to the next slide, and this is now this year's slide deck, this is with the supplementals included. So that includes that about $4.5 million of additional cost.
Right, but it's
And-
still not 6%. You're showing 3% now.
It is, and it's primarily, there's a number of factors. There's the admin transfer has gone down for the electric fund, really significant reduction in defined benefit plan, as well as Ed's streamlining of the budget. So all of those factors really have a pretty significant impact on the electric fund.
Well, the reason I brought this up, because it seemed to me that we're moving on a much more positive when I looked at this slide just now. So that's good news. And I think that should be part of the conversation that the residents are hearing, that, we ultimately made a decision last year for 8, 6, and 5. And now here we are looking at numbers that are a lot better.
Mr. Segridge?
I was going to kind of ask the same question. I think for all of this, it would be useful to start this projection based on the numbers we agreed upon last year. Otherwise, it's kind of like we're just a little bit rehashing the whole thing and moving the needle. Because I suspect if we modeled this with the 6.552, maybe we're getting there in 28 versus 32 with all the supplementals, 2028. And maybe that's somewhere where we want to be,
I agree, because if we looked at those numbers last year and we looked at our trajectory,
right.
to me, like, we already agreed, we should have started with, okay, year 2027, and then said, hey, 2028, you can go down.
Right.
But if we went through and rehashed all these numbers and made that decision last year,
Why do it again?
why are we going backwards? I mean, that's great that we're saving money, but at the same time, we don't know what the future holds. So to me, if we already as a body made a decision at 865, I would much rather see that starting number for 2027 at the 6.
I don't think that we actually approved the 865. I think we approved the 8 using that modeling to justify our reasoning, but we really only approved the rate change, correct me if I'm wrong, for 1 year.
yeah.
Right,
always on-
I understand that started the conversation with where you are, because I think that's a great idea, but it's not like we approved the next.
Right, but I'm saying if we like that trajectory that we're
Right,
on.
no,
all
I
of a sudden,
agree with you.
we
Just-
went
we
in,
did-
and now we're like,
I just don't want anyone to think that we're making decisions for future years.
Correct.
But
But
yeah.
just to me, if we're gonna have projections and we're really making sure, I mean, I'm looking at your numbers on page 11 of the big book, a negative $23 million.
Let me, first of all, I'd say you're all correct. And second of all, I'm saying Yannick gave me permission to talk. So the next 5 minutes are his. Yes, I'll do it in 2. So the untold story is where we're trying to be with respect to rate parity. So what we did within the department, and I led an effort to go through line by line every department and cut to the bone. And anything that we could not say we absolutely had to have, we took out, because we're trying to make sure that we remain competitive with the other utility in the area with respect to where we go with rates. True, last year's panel that you looked at, and this is the correct one to look at now in terms of where we get to. Last year's panel projected much more aggressive rate increases than we're currently projecting, largely because we trimmed a lot of costs out of here, and we're trying to make sure that we can accommodate our new costs, yet still stay below or at parity with our neighbor.
Well, I agree with that, but we also talked about the next cut, we would look at commercial, because commercial, we're trying to get people to bring their businesses here, and we have not cut commercial rates since I've been in office. So I think that it's a bigger conversation, and I'm thankful that you guys have streamlined and staff has done a great job. But to me, it doesn't make sense. If we want it to be on this trajectory, that we would stop here. And now I just wish that we would start with the 6% number. That's just my opinion. And if we're gonna try to do something with rates, we really should be focusing on commercial, in my opinion.
Right. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to limit the amount of base rate increase. And we typically refer to the benchmark customer, of course, was that 1,000 kilowatt hour residential customer. We do recognize that the commercial rates are higher than we would like them to be. But as a policy matter, that's where our historically commissions have marched us down that path of having rates where they are. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. That's just the way it evolved. So we could, as a part of the rate making exercise, which is in the cost of service study, is have that discussion on how we're going to achieve the revenue requirement. Are we going to achieve it with a across the board increase for all customer classes, or will it be lower for some classes and higher for others and still meet the revenue requirements? So this model, remember, is a revenue requirement model. It's not a rate making model per se.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think with all these, we really need to start with the 2026 assumptions as our starting point, and then can explore moving them around. I think we could kind of, to Sarah's point, skip the step in it. And I understand why we did it. But, last year we spent a lot of time on these models going through in different scenarios and people were kind of upset to be like, oh my gosh, this is going to be an 8% increase and look at this. And now the models change. So if we could, with all of these, get the 2026 assumptions as our starting point, I think that's a much better way to look at these. I also think
I have to ask for direction. Then you're saying to keep our expenditures at the levels that we projected before, because we cut expenses.
No, in making these models, we made future assumptions on some of the numbers, that percentage rate increases and so on. So we basically built a model at the end of 2026 that gave us a trajectory and showed us where we would be. Now we're seeing new models that changed all of those choices, the assumptions, the levers. And I understand kind of why we did that, but at least for me, it makes a lot more sense to look at, okay, based on our assumptions from last year as what we thought we'd have to do in the next 5 years. And now we have our new budget, and you did a wonderful job of cutting down. Where are we at? And then we could look at it and say, oh, are we being way too aggressive? Can we give some rate relief? Because let's just say, for the sake of it, so if we decided here all of a sudden that we needed to go to 4, people would kind of view that as, oh, you're increasing from 3 to 4. Actually, no, we're cutting from 5 to 4, in terms of where we thought we were. I would just like to see it based on our 2026 assumptions as a starting point, and then we can remodel down from there.
And the reason I brought it up is I make my decisions on the vote on the projections of where I think we need to be as a financial person. And all of a sudden now we're going backwards on the starting point.
Yeah. And the other thing, at least from the electric utility, I think we do need to look at, our base rates, because we have a lot of customers who are under the cost of service. So, I would rather get closer to the customers who are under the cost of service, paying the true cost of service in everything we do.
Not the true cost of service, bump it up.
Get it closer. Get it closer. And I think we can take some good steps to do that. And, I'd much rather get to the point where we have a healthy fund balance in 2028 than 2032, in some of these things.
If I may, Commissioner, if you'd like, Stantec could incorporate the fiscal year 26 model so you could see how close we would be. David, could you update the model to reflect the fiscal year 26 projections?
And also, just considering we approved it almost nearly every supplemental, it probably makes sense just to look at the supplemental chart.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. Do you want to, we started do you want to do it now in terms of?
Will
or
it
is
take you?
that-
Yeah, if possible, it shouldn't take you a long, it should take you a couple minutes, right?
Yeah, I've got the first one here. This is the electric fund.
While David's doing that, it's, and somebody can correct me if my understanding is wrong, but my understanding of doing these models is you set out what your objective is, and there are a couple objectives. One of them is rate parity with our neighbor. One of them is trying to get the operating balance, or whatever it's called, 6 months, build that up. And then there might be a couple other objectives, but those are probably the two big ones. And then also keeping your rate increases as low as possible while still meeting those objectives. So that top row of roughly 3% dropping down, that is an output of the model based on those objectives and whatever we've done with finances, whatever work Mr. Liberty and his team have done to modify expenses and so on. So you don't put in the top line, you put in maybe a guess to get it to prime the pump, but you wouldn't put in 5 or 6% just off the bat. You put in, keep us lower than our neighbors, try to get that 28 down to 26 or whatever.
That's essentially what we did last year.
That's what we do every year.
Right, but
Well,
to view this year's budget, we should start with last year's assumptions, because the conversation, to have with the public, and I'm thinking, because I understand this chart is balancing both of those things, because I'm looking at the next page, which is, where we are in terms of rates and so on. In terms of the public understanding of it, it skips one of those steps, which is, look, last year we thought we were going to have to hit you with 5% in 2027. Now, looking at the great job that our utility department has done and the success of the other departments and so on, that number's actually been lowered to 3. That's a huge win for communications. And I understand in the grand scheme of the finances and the numbers, that doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
But from the public perception where they, constantly, oh my God, our rates are so high, this and that, them understanding that, look, in order to get where we needed to be, it had to be 5%. But we heard you, and our department then did a phenomenal job of
squeezing,
managing this process. Now, we used to think it was 5. Now we think it's 3. And I understand it's like an academic exercise, because we will probably end up at this chart, right? Depending on what we like. But for the public's perception, at least for my, so I think we need to start there.
I think the comparison, and I'm glad you asked to bring up the chart from last year. I think that, and the perception, where are we doing? What are we doing? Our goals are the same as last year. Parity with the neighbors, get that balance up as high as you can, as soon as you can, and don't go crazy with the rates. And yes, the message should be that we have gotten ourselves to a better position than we were last year. And that message is important to get out. I don't know that you would do it by putting 6% in as your first year.
Yeah, we don't start with the top number and then back into the solution. The way that this is actually.
Yeah, the button seems to have fallen out. Good luck.
Like the little light's not going on. So the way that we do this is
They're going to hand you a better one, but it's going to cost you. There you go.
Seems to have electric failure. Maybe the battery's low. The way that we do this, we start with the workbook. These are called the panels, but we actually start with the workbook together with Stantec. And I want to say off the top of my head, there's around 250 lines, maybe. So a few hundred lines, and then it goes out 10 years.
Yeah.
So you go through line by line by line. And what we did was we went through every expenditure in the electric utility. We looked at it over the last 5 or 6 years, looked at the minimum, the maximum, and set the new line and took any excess out of there. Any cushion that was in there, we took out. We cut it to the bone, provided those numbers to Stantec, and then they work on the escalation to do years 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way out through year 10. That's how you get that line. And you crank through that. You do the same thing for revenues. You do it for expenses.
Right.
You forecast out ahead. I would say that the front years are probably the best ones in the
Sure.
series. The later ones a little bit more estimates.
Uncertainty.
Right? They're not guesses. They're educated estimates, right?
Yeah.
But, and that's how you come up with the numbers. We were cognizant through the process that we were trying to just follow your direction, which was to look closely at every line and say, cut it to what it really needed to be. Don't have excesses in there. We also knew in the back of our minds that we were very close to parity and we don't want to lose parity.
Right.
Let's see how we can do. We think that this gets us there. You'll notice in here too, later on, fund balance would keep growing, but I think you see in the bottom in the CIP spending, and then look at the borrowings, the fundings, we're only planning at this moment on one more large. After that, you'd say, well, where's all that future going to come from? That's going to come from more of a pay-go type environment. We're trying to limit going back for another financing after 27. That doesn't mean there won't be one, but we're trying to come up with a plan where we can do that ourselves. Get the system to the point where we can self-fund it.
But I just have to say, David, those numbers don't make sense that are up there because I'm comparing it to the chart. And you just increased it from 2.5.
You went to supplemental.
Oh, sorry, wrong.
He
No,
added
no,
in
the screen
supplements.
before you had.
He added in the supplementals. The earlier one had no supplementals, and then this one does have supplementals. I think that's the difference.
Can he show the
gave you-
screen where you had the 6%? There it is.
Oh, no.
Yep.
No,
That
not that.
was
The other
last
one.
The 6% one from the
Yeah,
prior.
this is essentially what we just ran these numbers, and I'll attempt to do this with my colleague for each. This is essentially,
That's what I was trying to look at. That's with the supplementals.
that's with the supplementals, with the last year's rate plan.
Can
You'd
you-
essentially be there by 29.
But that's what okay, instead of 32.
Correct.
And then
So,
when you look
3
at
years
those
more.
out years, you'd say you're generating an awful lot of cash. You're filling that fund balance tank, and you have to say, well, for what purpose? All right. So at that point, you want to say, can I trim back the rates? Obviously, the goal
Right.
for all of us is to get to the point where we have the 180-day requirement. Then you can
Because we're
really,
not compliant right
And the
now.
lowest
Right, you-
rates and less than the neighbor.
Right.
You want to optimize for
right,
all of
and,
those, but
and where you
there's,
can begin to self-fund your capital improvements.
Yeah.
One of the ways that we're doing this, by the way, we're also very mindful of when we do work on capital work. We do work on a project that's eligible for capital treatment, that we capitalize it and we draw it down against bond funds.
Right.
To the extent that the bond fund allows us to do that, right? We work closely to make sure with bond counsel to say, is this okay?
right.
And we seek to get those assurances or we don't do it. Later on, you want to be able to self-funding those improvements.
David, can you put that the one with the 6% back up there, please, so we can look at it with the supplemental? I'll just take I wish I could have. in front
Yeah,
of
and what
me.
I'll do is we'll go ahead and
What's that?
circulate. We'll go ahead and circulate after the meeting
And
a
if you can-
scenario with these panels with last year's rate plans against the supplementals for all of them.
Can you enlarge that at all? So, and that would take us to 20, you said 20 what? 2020,
9.
29, so 3 years newer, 3 years sooner to come in compliance. If we did 6% and then
6 and 5, 5, 5. Yeah.
And just for clarification, does the working capital fund count the storm fund and the rate stabilization?
I believe it does.
It does.
Okay.
not the capital.
Not the
It does-
capital.
It would not include bond funds, but example, it would include stabilization fund balance. It would include the storm fund balances. That's what you need 180 days of cash for. Does it cover some kind of a bill? You say, well, that's what the storm fund does. That's what the stabilization
Yeah, that,
fund does.
so it is in.
Yes,
It
yes,
is.
it's my understanding that it would be.
Mr. Segridge.
I was going to say, if you are able to give us that other chart, and then, you know, the one page that we didn't get to, looking at the rates and how we compare, see how we would compare with that as well would be useful. So
Sure.
using the 2026
Gotcha. Yep.
2026 rate percentages, what does that do to our comparison? And I guess, you know, to my colleagues, when we talk about bringing up the base rate to cover the cost of service, you know, I would maybe ask Mr. Liberty, how far off are we? And the question from my colleagues, you know, I've heard it a couple of times. We've been trying to do this for years. So let's take steps to do it. You know, let's not just wait. Let's actually take steps to do it.
That's true, except that you got to remember that we have customers, some of whom are seasonal, some of whom are on solar panels, who get very unhappy when they say, I'm not using any electricity and you're charging me what, $100 a month?
But at the same time, you can't say you want to bring it up so that it covers the cost of service but you're not unwilling to make the people who are paying under the cost of service a little bit unhappy.
Everybody's got to pay their fair share.
I
understand
understand
there's
that's a very
balance.
unpopular thing to say. But if that is truly a goal and if that will make future years healthier, right? Sometimes we do have to, eat a little crow today so that tomorrow we
They'll
can
never go back down is the only thing.
right. But as inflation and everything else catches up to us and everyone else is going up, if we have the healthy fund balances, we don't have to be gaining. So our percentage rate increases could go down to 1% in that model, and it should keep us at around that
Once we
line
reach the goal.
once we reach the goal. But,
Yeah,
I'm
1%
hearing a lot
optimistic.
of, since I've been in Lake Worth, our cost of service is not being covered. Well, I know it's a hard decision to say, let's just do it. Well, let's do it, and how do we get there and how long is it going to take?
What is the number? It's like $24. The minimum rate now is like
I think it's
25.
35.
The minimum bill with the storm fund, I believe, is upwards about $45 a month right now.
And what would it actually take for that same, realistically, what would it cost?
Without those notes, I can tell you the cost of service study is underway, but I'm just going to go from memory. I hope nobody comes back and says, oh, your memory's really bad. The last cost of service study that we
Guaranteed
did,
will come back.
I want to say that the cost of service for the residential customer was about, I want to say $70 to $72 per month, in that range. And we're currently collecting at about $45 per month.
And these are essentially snowbirds.
No, it's not necessarily snowboards.
It's just, I know it's not.
It's hard for us to tell if they're snowbirds or homesteaded or not homesteaded. We didn't do that level of detail. And
They
then
just don't use that much electricity.
they don't use, but they're receiving the service. So
Absolutely.
there's a, let's say, if you went back far enough in time before we started this capital
Yeah.
campaign and doing a lot of infrastructure work, you'd say, well, who's contributing to the infrastructure? Whether you use a little or use a lot, the
It's
pole
gotta
has to
happen.
be there, the transformer, the wires,
Yeah,
the staff,
that
the truck,
argument is-
because you might need it, right? So that's the cost of service.
Mm-hmm.
What we try to do is have, generally speaking, have what you pay be somewhat close to at least what it costs to serve you. So like a store, imagine we sell cupcakes. We want to be able to sell the cupcakes enough to pay for the cost of having.
But you just
made
did
the
this
cupcake.
cost of service study, like not even the last 2 years.
We did the last one around 22, 23. You want
Because
to,
that's when I said we haven't done one on the water, and then we went out, we did one for
Correct.
water. So we have done one recently,
my
and we
last
still
year-
didn't increase it, is my
Yeah.
point.
in my last 8 or 9 years here, we've done 2. We should do them every 3 to 4 years, or anytime you have a significant change in your cost of service, you should take a look at it again. So we've had those types of things happen. We've done some things where we've seen migration of customers, for example, customers in the commercial category, when we implemented the new demand rates and started watching that closely, we found a migration of probably a few hundred commercial customers who migrated from commercial rate to commercial demand. The total number of commercial customers stayed the same or went down slightly, but they migrated from one group to another. We did implement a higher minimum bill. We did add a storm charge, but I'm waiting for the results of the current cost of service study, which our rates consultants are working on. And I don't think it's going to be that inconsistent with what we saw in the past. Now that we've taken on a lot of debt service to modernize the system, that cost has to be reflected in our current cost of service study. And that has to be paid for.
When do we expect to get that service?
I
that
expect to see it
report?
drafted within the next month or so.
Okay.
We want to have it to you.
So are we going to look at raising the basic service?
That'll be your option after
I mean,
you see
I'm sort of-
you see the
I'm
report.
throwing that as, I'm sort
Yeah.
of throwing it out.
Yeah,
tonight.
I would
I
suggest.
think it's
it-
time we do that.
I like that we look at increases to the minimum bill. There has to be a very thoughtful policy discussion
Right.
as
But-
is being discussed here about what percentage of the customer classes should be at cost of service. And do you want to do that all at once? Do you want to come up to that gradually?
Right.
For example, to the extent that you have a gap, do you want to close that gap within 1 year or 3 years? Do you want to close it at 100% so that's equal? Or do you want to have a policy that sets it at some percentage of that and you get to it? Those are policy discussions. I can
And we'll
help
have
you with that in
discussion when we get the
one-on-ones to
report.
make
I was
might
gonna
make
say,
it
we're
easier.
running way behind now. We
Yeah.
went down this route. I just realized that we have to go through all of the funds with Stantec. Okay,
So far.
we're way
I-
behind.
I invite you to come in for the one-on-ones. It'll speed
And I can
things up.
call on you. You
And
can
allow you to
ask, but-
shape your thoughts.
The only thing I'd add, can I put in a request and get consensus from my colleagues that when you bring back for that thoughtful discussion of the minimum charge, the cost of service discussion, can you bring us information from other utilities so that we have some idea? Because I'm seeing, I just did a quick Google search, but that's, I don't trust the results, but they're saying 10 to 25, but I don't think they're including in of dollars a month, all the things that we would legitimately include in. So, but it'd be helpful to get some idea of where our current rate compares to a number of other places and where.
We can. What we don't have a good feel for, could be different, is what their cash on hand is, what they're trying to grow fund balances, where they are in their evolution of.
Yeah, there are variable parts to that comparison. I
Okay,
get
let's
that.
let Dave keep going.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry,
If I
yeah.
may, could we get consensus on the rates before we move on to the next fund for electric?
Well, no, that's what we're just discussing. We
We're
can't
not
consent.
ready.
That's what we said. I think that next time we need to leave Ed last and do everybody else. Not against you, Ed, it's the department. The overall, it's. there's
A lot of electric.
Okay, next.
Okay. Next is water fund. So the water fund for the preliminary 27 modeling, we're assuming a 4% increase that is consistent with what we talked about last year. The operating fund, the operating budget does reflect a $500,000 decrease in O&M costs. It's primarily due to the defined benefit reductions. But the
And we're-
CI. Oh,
And
sorry.
David, we're also waiting on a cost of service study from that department as well. Will that be done before we make these decisions?
It will, yes. We anticipate at the next budget workshop presenting our results for the
Well,
cost
then
of
I don't think
service.
that, I personally don't want to make a decision until we see that study. I don't know how everybody else feels.
I agree.
It feels a little premature.
Yeah.
It seems reasonable to wait till the rate studies before we set the rate.
Yeah, just a little bit of a clarification I wanted to make on that in terms of similar to what Ed was just mentioning. We've identified that we think in total the water fund needs 4% more revenue. The cost of service study will tell us where to get that revenue. Should we increase base rates? Should we change the structure for residential versus commercial? And should the things of that sort. So it'll determine based upon the cost of serving each of those customer classes what the rate structure should be. But overall, we anticipate needing a 4% increase in revenues, but understanding that the next, once we have those results, it'll provide more clarity. Hopefully that helps provide some context of what the cost of service study provides. So the capital plan is more substantial this year. So again, the water rate plan, fortunately, this is the plan from last year. We talked about 4% for the next until 2030, and then 5% from that point forward. So in terms of the rate plan, again, talking about those 4%, reserves are currently above the minimum target. We are keeping that balance above the minimal target by issuing debt over the next couple of years. But one of the items we talked about last year was the fact that we don't necessarily want to continue issuing debt every single year. And so trying to transition to using a little bit more cash in future years. So we are spending
Especially when we have a $3 million fund balance above our reserve.
Correct. Yep.
And what is significant about 2030, 2031, where there's a step function change there?
It's essentially we're letting the model and saying that just at that point in time, we want to transition to start using cash versus debt. We could attempt to spend more cash in the near term, but generally the rate plan would effectively be the same. We would just be spending down to that balance.
And is there any particular significance to doing that at the 30-31 transition instead of at the 28-29 or?
No, nothing specific other than just looking at, we had talked last year about the next 4 to 5 years with having that being more solidified. But yeah, there is definitely flexibility to run other models.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I think you're gonna have to run more models because we just lost money from legislation that I'm sure we are considering using for CIP.
Correct. So on the supplementals, the supplementals are not very significant for the water fund side. And given the fact that we do have cash balances above that minimum, we believe you could stay with the same rate plan. the 4% and then bumping it up to 5%. You'd issue a little bit more debt in future years because of that supplemental amount, but it's again pretty small, and that don't necessarily think you need to go higher than that, but to the effect that the appropriations aren't available, that's probably going to drive the rate increase, as you just mentioned. But not a lot of difference between supplemental and the base budget for water. So we do have a comparison. This is the current bill for somebody using 5,000 gallons per month for water. It's for about $46. With that 4%, it would go up to $47.75. And then you can see how you're compared to the average of these other communities that we've pulled. It's important to note, I say this every year, is that we don't necessarily know what these other communities are going to do in 2027. So it's a little bit of an apples to oranges comparison. From that perspective, most communities do increase rates on an annual basis.
Does anybody happen to know, do any of those other communities, which all seem to be cheaper than us, do any of those other ones have RO water as part of their mix? I don't think so, just eyeballing that, but maybe somebody else. Jupiter might. I think Jupiter also went to some RO. In other words, the quality of what people are getting is better here, even though it's,
West Palm is just behind us and it's.
and they're not RO and they had trouble with,
They have trouble constantly.
it's supposed to be.
And membrane capacity. Oh, thank you. So we really are set up to have our rates stay more stable than most of these other municipalities, because while we may be, rehabilitating some aging infrastructure, maybe wells, they will be creating entire new treatment plants.
Well, West Palm Beach especially, they don't know what
Yes.
they're going to do.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
so
answer-
we offer a different product and we're at 50%, roughly 50% RO water, so which has various health benefits too.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so the next fund is the sewer fund. And so last year we talked about a 5% increase in 2027. Believe that's still consistent. The projected 2027 budget did go up about 430,000 in O&M costs. As was talked about earlier today, regional system costs are a significant portion. They make up about 60% of the total cost for the local sewer. So we have that incorporated, plus we're assuming that's going to continue to grow in future years at 3%. The fiscal year 27 CIP is 2.25 million with some borrowing, about 1.8 million, which would turn into debt service of about 120,000 per year.
Hang on, I have a question about that.
Sure.
Maybe Yannick needs to come in on this one. If we're looking at the local sewer fund has 1.2 million above what we need, why wouldn't we use part of that instead of borrowing the whole 2.25? So see what it says, he's got number 3, CIP at 2.5 funded with the bonds that we're going after. But if we're sitting at 1.2 above what we need, why couldn't we just use the fund balance?
Given
We could, I think that 2.25 is only for 1 year. Can you go to the model, David?
Yeah, that's correct. It's just given the
It's
type of the
for 1 year.
projects.
The total,
Yeah.
I think the total that we're gonna borrow from the local sewer is more than 2.5. I think it'll be like 5 million. And
Well, here
some,
it says with anticipated bonds at 1.8 million.
just for that 1 year. Right?
Right. That's correct. So if you
Yes.
look at
So we're gonna spend, we anticipated to spend 1.8 million just on 1 year, but what we're gonna borrow will be a lot more. Will be, I think it will be like around 5 million, is it?
Lower, to 1.2 access that we have and lower our debt service for that
We could certainly do that.
rates as much to catch up to pay more debt service.
We could certainly do that. That's fine. I just don't know how much of an impact it would have.
So it's 1.2 above the required 180 days working capital. So
Right.
to me, why would we just spend that down and not have to do the increase across the board?
If you look at page 15 in the Stantec, I'm looking at the supplemental budget. The
Okay.
first two are above, the first two bars in working capital are above the target. And then from there on, it's at the target. So I think we're kind of already doing that.
No, but now they want to go out and borrow more money, which is just going to increase our debts. What I'm trying to say is don't borrow so much.
I hear you, but I
Use the
think that's
1.2
what,
that's just sitting there.
well, David can, or somebody can correct us, but I see in the working capital, 26 and 27 are above the target. And then from there on out, we've dropped it down and we're right at the target. I assume that's doing kind of what Commissioner Malega is suggesting. Use that excess and don't borrow that little bit.
Yes, according to the amount. Well,
That's correct. I can chime in. That is correct. That's essentially what we're doing.
if you look at,
Yeah.
if you look at the next, I think the next model will show it better.
Mhm.
So the next model will show, if you look at the chart, that's the one that's in the middle, CIP funding. So the green bar is us using operating cash, meaning our fund balance towards CIP.
I think that's
So
what
this
it
is being to Commissioner McVoy's point. So that model is considering using our fund balance.
But then let's see this last,
So in 28, you can see in 28, the blue bar will be right on the target in fiscal year 28.
so then in the budget book,
Right.
you're available unassigned fund balance, it'll show zero because we've drawn that down.
By 28, yes, according to that chart. Yes.
You would.
28.
I'm sorry?
It should say which was this line.
So that bond, we already went out for that, right?
Not for the 27, no.
Not for 27, okay. Ballpark, what are the bond rates? High, low?
I want to say 4 or 5.
Still low.
Yeah.
Yes.
Still low. So
you know,
that could be a reasoning to, an argument to be made to say, you know what, it's very low bond rate, capitalize, or not capitalize, but spread out across. What's going on in 31? What's the big project? 2031. Because this could also be a reason why we might want to future save, because who knows what rates are going to do by 31. Borrow a little bit now, stock up.
With our current setup, which we have about half-ish reverse osmosis water, half-ish lime softened water, we are not necessarily able to achieve the current proposed PFAS limit from the EPA. That amount will go towards either building out our entire RO plant. We have set ourselves up to add trains rather than creating a new plant, or to not sacrifice our capacity in the surficial aquifer, which is a valuable resource, phasing out the lime softening and adding a nano filtration package plant in its place. Yeah. Not as expensive as the other municipalities that will need to fully replace their water
So-
treatment. But yes, so that's what we're planning for.
My other question is, I know we have wonderful technology on it and we're producing great quality water. Where are we at in terms of our capacity? In other words, if our plant can produce 100 units, how much are we using? Are we using 10 units or are we using 90 units? Like how close are we to our capacity of what our plant can do?
Not
even
close. No.
So how aggressively are we exploring revenues of potentially helping these other municipalities out? I'm just asking the question.
We have interconnections with, I know, town of Lantana, West Palm Beach, I believe Palm Beach County. And we have upgraded those in the last year or so to be metered so that should they ever want our water, it would be billed. We're also exploring, we're still in ongoing negotiations with the town of Palm Beach to see if they want to use us as a water provider.
The other side question to that is, I think our water bill at the casino complex and the beach is something like 200,000 a year. Have we explored the possibility of running our water over there?
Yeah.
I know we're doing electrical.
We actually have kind of a shelved design to do exactly that because the original plan was to run water along with electrical, but it is not even close to economic, feasibility unless we provide water to another municipality across the bridge.
Ballpark costs on it?
Oh, $5 million.
5 million.
Actually, maybe I'm remembering incorrectly. I can get back to you on that, but we
Okay.
did have a cost estimate at some point. It might have been $8 million. It's not on the top of my head though.
A quick question for, I think, Yannick, maybe, because this is both for for any of the funds, but electric and water are the big ones. Is not, in addition, hang on, I have enough trouble formulating. In addition to the comment that Commissioner Segrich made about, well, bond rates are low right now, so it might be a good idea to borrow because they're pretty likely to go up. But isn't there also sort of a equity argument that if you borrow money, you're spreading the capital costs over the life of the users so that people who are water consumers in 10 years or electric consumers in 10 years are helping to pay so that that burden is not all on whoever is here right now?
That is correct. That is correct. That's a correct
I mean,
assumption.
to me, it always seems like, well, why would you want to borrow money?
Right.
Why don't you do it out of
The whole purpose for future residents to also pay their share towards the infrastructure improvements.
All right, just for me and others to keep in mind
Sure.
why we might choose to borrow.
All right.
Hey, keep going.
All right. So that's with the supplemental. Just in terms of the comparisons, current sewer bill for 5,000 gallons per month is about $57. It would go up with the 4%, it would go up to $60. And then you can see you're pretty close to the average at $56 there, but towards the end of the scale. But again, important to note that these are current rates for other communities.
Yeah, but I mean, Manalapan's an outlier. You shouldn't put that in the average.
It is an outlier for sure.
The average is more along the lines of $45 probably.
True, we can update in the next version.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
could use the median on that one.
Yeah, yep. All right, so the next just shows the combined. Again, we can update given that the outlier, but currently at about $104, $103 per month for water and sewer combined. It would go up to about $108 in 2027. All right, so next fund is the stormwater fund. So the modeling assumes a 5% increase throughout the projection period. That is higher than we talked about last year, where we looked at 2.5% and 3%. There's a little bit of a reduction in the budget, but higher CIP and the starting balance is a little bit lower than we anticipated. Got a number of capital projects included, particularly in 2027. Got a new camera truck, 400,000. Big project, a stormwater collection and conveyance project at 4.8 million. That would be part of the borrowing in 2027, which would turn into about $300,000 per year in debt service. And then the future CIP is similar to what we've talked about, where it's a combination of both borrowing and cash going forward. So this is what it looks like currently without the supplementals. We're looking at 5% increases in order to maintain that cash balance. You can see, as we've talked about, some of the borrowing in the near term and then trying to shift it over for the recurring projects to be pay-go in the future. So that's why we're spending down to that minimum line. Current annual assessment is $120. It would go to $126 under the 5% increase.
So can we, are you looking for consensus for some of these that we can do? I mean, I know we can't do the electric and the water, but did you want us to give consensus on the stormwater and the sewer?
Yes, because those,
you're looking for?
yes, they need to be in, I think by end of June and like in July,
Okay.
and refuse, those need to be in. We have a tight deadline with those, so.
Basically want to take, I didn't mean to jump in here. I
Go
just,
ahead.
we're all very tired because we're getting quiet.
Yeah, it's like a,
So
Yeah.
for stormwater, the recommendation then would be for FY 2027 to go up to $128.74 on here. But on the blue, so this one, page 20 says 128.74, but then page 21, you've got 126.33 on the graph for the annual residential fee comparison.
Right. So the 128 is if you include the supplementals at $258,000 per year recurring. In order to not spend below that minimum, we're recommending or think you need closer to 7% over the next 4 years.
But then essentially you're not looking for 126.33, you're looking for the 128.74.
Yes.
Correct.
So I wish that those numbers were reflective in this one down here that shows us comparing with everybody else. Because if this is what you want us to do, you guys see what I'm saying? I would rather see it on page 21,
we're, yeah.
the right number.
It's easier to.
We're in the
Right,
same
because-
place anyway, though.
What?
I think the problem is that the
If we're
page
120,
21 comes from
Yes.
the straight baseline, not from the supplemental.
Correct.
And I agree, we should do this with the supplemental.
Yeah, we can add those in.
Agreements for the
But it's not gonna
128.74.
change the ordering there.
Right.
Yeah, but it's, we should
But we
still,
want the 128.
I'm in agreement with the 128.74, the 7% increase was supplemental.
I agree.
I mean, I
Mimi?
mean, I don't like 7%, but
Okay, there you go, consensus on one. Now we gotta go backwards. What was the other one? Stormwater,
Refuse.
sewer?
Yeah, we haven't, sewer is, you don't need to do, I don't believe at this point. That's not an assessment.
It's refuse.
Refuse will be coming up. Yep.
Get out of here. It's 5:30.
All right, refuse is the
Well, I'm
next
not
one.
trying to be rude, but I don't want to keep everybody.
Okay,
Yeah,
refuse.
Keep rolling.
But
So
refuse, we didn't increase last year, so we definitely need to. Plus,
Right.
then we can have more mattress pickups.
And this is just residential?
now last year you
You know
didn't
it's coming.
increase residential, you did increase commercial, 7%.
But this,
Oh.
this is just residential that we're looking at now for the increase. Oh, it's
We'll
got-
be recommending increase in both, which I can show here. So we're recommending increases. These are consistent with last year, 6% residential, commercial, in order to maintain that minimum balance. And I can just jump to the supplemental. Need to go a little bit longer with the supplemental. It adds about $100,000 a year. But right now, in order to maintain that minimum balance, we're looking at 6% increase in residential and commercial.
Can I ask a question there?
Yeah.
Jamie, did you get tipping updates on the tipping fees, the cost of service that we talked about? I think like a month and a half ago or a month ago, we had asked about that. Oh, put your,
Yeah. We'll have the updated tipping fees in July.
okay, but are we taking that in consideration when looking at these fees?
Yes,
Okay,
yes. And to answer your question, the residential, we did commercial last year, not residential, and that's not ad valorem. So that's why we have to go to the county.
right.
That's why you have to get it, yeah.
I'm in consensus.
Let's do Secretary.
I know we talked about adding a week of bulk.
Yes, sir.
If we're gonna do that, what's that gonna add? Do we know? Even close or guesstimate?
290 and add a week of bulk. 287.84. So if you make it 290, it's probably probably maybe
If
6.
if we're doing what Jamie suggested and replacing a week of vegetation
Vegetation.
with a week of bulk, in theory, it should be similar, but the tipping fees are a lot more for bulk.
Correct. And we also receive a veg credit. So we would be basically eliminating half of that each month. Because we're
No, quarter of it.
quarter.
Or third.
Yep.
Yeah. So do we have any kind of ballpark for that we could utilize here?
1 second.
Wanted to see the 11 by 17 buck.
It's back there on the bench. It's back there on the bench. This was our.
They could get agreement from us at 6.5% if that does 2 bulks.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And
saying.
that's roughly your.
Would that be adding another truck?
Well, it might be 10%. We don't know.
Yeah, we
We
don't know.
have to figure that out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Can we make an agreement that we'll agree on whatever adding a bulk day would add to it?
Would we be able to get those numbers by the next commission meeting?
It's gonna be very close. It's gonna be really close.
Should we
No.
just go 7% so we can add a day in bulk, and if we can
Yeah.
lower it, then we can?
Let's go with
So go
7.
7%.
7% plus bulk, 2 bulks. And if we
7%.
can drop it back to 6 and still do 2
Or
bulks.
6.5. But yeah.
You say plus 2 bulks. So we're looking at basically first and third week of the month would be
Yes,
bulk,
bulk.
second and fourth would be veg.
Yes.
And we're gonna be,
Even veg, odd bulk, even veg. That's gonna be our new slogan.
Answer.
Yeah, I
So-
I think 7%, then you guys.
5
can go
weeks in a
above
month?
Your numbers, and if we can lower it down, we would.
now, so that would be 7 for the residential, and then we would remain at 6% for the commercial. Correct? Or you said 7 for both?
2 bulk pickups for commercial?
They don't.
They don't have bulk.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
They have dumpsters.
So yes, I think that.
So 7 and 6. Okay.
7 and 6.
Yeah, I'm good with
I think
that.
That's a good idea.
I think it's important.
Consenting.
That's a huge win for
And
the
it
residents.
comes with a guarantee that our city's gonna look so much better.
Your wife is gonna be very happy.
I hope.
I consent to that.
Burns
Okay,
might
there you
be-
go.
Yep.
7 and 6.
That's why you have to do that.
So obviously the 27 will be a little bit higher than this, but this is,
I know, I'm just saying.
I try to defend too, but I don't get very close.
I know. What, David?
Focus.
Sorry.
27, no problem. 27 would be a little bit higher than this if you do 7 instead of 6, but you're still going to be in the same range. I don't think you jump up.
Right.
Obviously to,
We're
Okay.
not gonna go past the 334.
Yep.
Okay, do we owe you any more?
so this is just to give you a sense for commercial. So this is commercial with the 6% current where it would be in 27, depending upon the dumpster size, whether it's dumpster or capacitor, compactor, and then the number of times per week. So in comparison, you're still at the lower end of the range on commercial side too.
I was just gonna say, the commercial people, the garbages are overflowing. I'm in favor of raising this rate. We are on the lower end. I don't know how everybody else feels, but I think that we need to increase this.
Would it be increased service or just cost?
Increase the cost, because it's already showing 2 times a week, whatever.
But that's not gonna make their garbage cans less overflowy.
No, but once we find out what our tipping fee is, we can then justify the increase.
I don't mind justifying the increase, but my point is if their garbage cans are overflowing, their garbage cans are too small.
We do 2 times a week downtown. 3.
But you're right, but some of the dumpsters are always overflowing, so they need to be switched out.
And for commercial, it depends on the level of service needed by that particular tenant. Because some can get away with once a week, some need 5. So when we see if there's material on the ground, we have to increase. And if we see a container that's not as full when we go to collect it, we can always decrease as well. So it works both ways. But we try to keep a handle on.
That for residents.
No, we cannot do that for residential. It's only for commercial.
So we don't have
So-
any commercials we pick up twice a week.
Oh yeah, we have plenty that we pick up twice a week, but we also have some that we pick up 6 days a
I
week.
understand. The ones do we do twice a week or wait on the low?
Mr. Segret.
Low end of the cost or low end of the
Mr.
pickup?
Segret has the floor.
I was going to say also to your point about the service, I've received several calls about how in the last several years, we went from opening the doors to not opening the doors for the dumpsters to not opening the doors to the dumpsters, not pulling and requiring people to pull out their own dumpsters. And I know there was various different reasons for that. But I think if we want it to be done right, and that particular commercial zone requires that, we have somebody help get out, or two guys get out of the truck and pull that out, I think that needs to happen. And we can charge for it, but I don't think we can rely on our commercial landlords to make that happen, no matter what we do. And I've just seen many of them, they just pile up behind the doors and there's trash everywhere. And then it becomes a much bigger problem for our guys if that they're even going to get to that dumpster. So I think as part of this fee structure on what we're thinking, if they need to have that kind of service where we have to open the doors and pull the dumpster out so that the truck can get to it, I think we need to charge them for that. And whatever we need to do for our workers to ensure that they're safe and not getting injured, because I believe part of the issue is we have one gentleman or lady in the truck and they're trying to pull a dumpster by himself.
Yep.
So I don't know if we have a time limit on when we have to get these settled. But if we have a little bit of time.
Not for commercial, because these are part of the fee schedule.
so
So we have time for this.
So without belaboring the point, I'd like us to take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
And see what we have to do, because I think it'll go a long way to make some of the commercial customers happier. But it will also go a long way to make our city cleaner.
And do we have, even though we don't need to do it right now, do we have general consensus that we could move the commercial rate up a bit?
I can send.
Yes.
We increased service, like, that.
Yeah, accompanied by perhaps some increased service.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So we might be looking at a 7 for that too, like a 7 and 7. Okay.
All right. Next is beach fund. So we're projecting in the 2027 budget revenues a 50-cent increase in the weekday metered parking rate. That would bring the weekday and the weekend rates to be the same, which I guess we can get into would help from an operational standpoint. So that would put it to $4 per hour. The fiscal year 27 O&M budget does reflect decreases, $350,000. Again, due to defined benefit reductions. As Yannick mentioned earlier, there's also reductions in parking, 20% reduction in parking expenses taken outside of the beach fund.
Mhm.
And then in 2026, you've got 200,000 in capital. So our forecast is shown here. Your current parking rates, $3.50 weekday, $4 on the weekend per hour. We're proposing that $4 increase. That would essentially bring you to basically break even cash flow. And then in future years, we're recommending that there would be continued increases in the parking rates in 2028, 29, and then out in the 2033 timeframe. Would allow you to maintain that cash balance, falling a little bit below in our last year, but that's pretty far out there.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Malega, Mr. McVoy, and Ms. May have questions.
Thank you. So last year, I remember that we talked about doing target pricing. I don't know what it's really called, but
Right.
so if it's
Demand pricing.
that thing, on demand parking. So I don't like the fact that it says weekday, because this year Memorial Day was a weekday and you couldn't get a parking spot at our beach. So where are we with that concept of doing on demand parking? And then obviously we talked about giving the residents a discount if they had a resident, or however we were going to do that. But for the beach, honestly, our residents can buy a beach decal.
Yeah.
But I would really thought that we were going to go this route with the on-demand parking scenario at the beach.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. So we, Tiana McKay, we did bring the resident rate in. So that is effective. There's signage out there and everything at the meters. So you,
Incorporated in this and Stantec.
I am not sure if it is incorporated
It
in
is,
that.
yes,
It
it is
is, yeah.
incorporated. Mhm.
behind the scenes, so he's
Oh.
gonna put it in the.
And then
Oh, it didn't. Formula?
I'm gonna let our parking manager speak to our parking machines and the second, the on-demand question that you had.
Hello, everyone. Carlos Bastos, parking manager. So I did reach out to back then to try to get the rates to be up on the up lot. And basically, our meters are reaching a lifespan. So we're gonna have to start thinking about somewhere down the
Can you
future.
speak a little closer?
Sure, sure.
Our meters which?
So our meters are reaching a lifespan.
Microphone.
Oh, it's
You
on
got it
up.
real close.
All right, good, good. There you go, girl. Good, good.
Eat the mic.
So we are gonna need to, somewhere down the line, think about replacing those meters. The programming of it to have such a dynamic parking there. From the top, charging a higher rate on the top and then on the a lower rate on the bottom. It requires special programming to it. So
No, we weren't talking upper and lower deck. We were talking
Time of
holiday,
day.
time of day, holidays, changing the
Right,
rates.
right. So we also talked to our vendors about that. Unfortunately, they can't support that type of rate structure to change back and forth on holidays because of the current rate that we have now. If we were to switch over to our flat rate whole dollar amount, they might be able to program that so we can have that throughout the year. So we can set those holidays.
I thought we were flat rate dollar amount anyway.
What's that?
Aren't we at a flat rate dollar amount?
No, we are $3.50 during the week, $4 on the weekend. But if we were to convert those rates to a whole dollar
We're
amount,
talking about now.
like we're talking about now, they might be able to create a rate structure that would be able to do that.
I'm not feeling confident in this answer.
Yeah, me neither. And I'm very skeptical. I think we should push back hard
Or
on
find a new.
whoever our vendor or get a different vendor. Cause you know, the technology to know what time of day it is that's getting charged and to be able to attach a rate to it and make that variable. This is not, you know, third order Bessel function, fancy calculus.
Yeah, it's just that our meters are about 8 years old. They usually last about, what they pay them pay stations. Yeah, so the programming of it's a little past that.
Park Mobile or like one of the 19 apps that I have to have on my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so.
And those guys certainly can.
So Park Mobile will be able to support it, but we have meters, right? So we have to have both of them functioning in place, so
Yeah.
to make sure that they work.
Pay station.
We have pay stations, yeah,
Well,
yeah,
they're
multiple pay
meters.
stations, yeah. So, yeah,
But do those pay physical stations run through Park Mobile or are they independent?
so they have to talk to each other, right? So what the meter is running on the rates is the same as Park Mobile has to run on those same rates. So when somebody parks out there, we will be able to see those two talking to each other, so citations not issued differently.
Yeah, but my,
Cash.
You could pay with coins, yeah,
you got a
yeah,
lot
we
of-
accept coins.
got a lot of them.
Yeah.
There's no cash option. It's a
It's a,
QC code on the wall.
I'm
yeah.
sorry, can
Mark
whoever's speaking, speak into their mic, please?
Oh, sure.
I think it's both of us, both of us.
What I said was, when I go to Park, like I go to the Kravitz or something, I just, I QR code, I don't
Right.
use ever, there's no money anymore.
Use it.
And all of that, I mean, I would definitely push hard, especially if Park Mobile is related to the physical meters.
It's two different vendors, yeah,
Yeah.
Park Mobile and
We don't use
IPS.
Park Mobile now.
Um,
We do.
We use Park
But
Mobile.
We could do
Somebody-
it
yeah.
without the coins. We could do it.
The Park Mobile side of it, they'll be
Yeah.
able to support it, but the meters will have to support the same
And one
rates.
thought is, although I don't
Rates.
really like it, if we can make the Park Mobile go to the variable rates, then it may be at people's advantage to choose not to pay with the physical thing and to pay with Park Mobile, and they have that option.
Correct.
So
The
that
issue with,
we could move this forward.
if the Park Mobile
Yeah.
will do it, but the meter will also have to
The-
read the same.
The other comment I had is if you're a family and you're taking your kids to the beach, I would not be surprised if you're there for 3 or 4 hours at $4 an hour.
Get a
That's
sticker.
pretty big chunk of change. So
Just,
if you're in Lake Worth, and I guess we don't worry about everybody
Yeah.
else. But-
just see,
Well, that's
Yeah.
what it was gonna be my next question is how do we compare to everybody?
Yeah,
we're.
yeah. We did a rate comparison. I think Dave has it up there. You probably will show on the next slide. We did some rate comparison.
Mr. Sabridge and Ms. May.
Okay, I was next.
So-
My other, my question was, how come we don't increase, the weekend instead of weekday?
The rates,
Yeah, I
It-
mean, I was thinking like,
It's 350 during the week.
it's $3.50 during the week and then $4 on the
I
weekend.
know, I understand that, but I just feel like the weekend, if you increase the weekend of, even though it's only 2 days, there's more people then, so
Right.
it would be $4.50 there and leave the $3.50 for the weekday, when that's more, I don't know. I just
Well,
think it makes.
and
more
that's the
sense.
challenge we're running a little bit with those meters is because of those rates. It's easier to go to a whole dollar flat amount.
Oh,
So we keep it at 4 and 4 or 5 and 5. We will be able to do a little bit more things with.
oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, we could probably work a little bit more technology to it, but
So
right
you
now
want me to
the
do it
rates are changing.
This year and then 4 and
Correct.
5 for next
Yeah.
year.
Just so you know, Cruiser Park just raised their rates. They're $4 and $4 on the weekend. So,
35 cents. as a matter
oh,
of fact.
there you go. But that's, yeah, Park Mobile. Yeah,
Okay,
so they charge that convenience fee, the 35 cents too. So
Do we have to use meters?
eventually, my goal towards
No,
the city,
just
taking
meaning-
down the line,
Meaning if we could throw them out tomorrow,
we can.
is there anything that forces us to have to use them?
You don't.
Okay.
You could go all Park
So-
Mobile or pay mobile pay my app.
With that said, does Park
Yeah.
Mobile have preferred meter vendors that actually integrate with their more advanced technology?
They do.
Okay.
Park Mobile just recently purchased Flowbird.
Okay, so, my thoughts on this, because there's a lot of things going on at the beach as we look at the casino complex,
Yep.
we look at the restaurants, we look at parking at night, you look at parking, demand-based parking, whether it's holiday, this, that, or
Time
even
of day.
dynamic.
Right.
Or time of day. Park Mobile seems to have the technology to handle 80% of what we could dream up. If they have a meter that can go along with it, I think having the meter is good, because maybe not everyone wants to use their cell phone, right?
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, if we were to throw those meters out tomorrow, I don't know, could the bait shop accept a payment or something? That might be a stupid idea, but I look at this and say, instead of us trying to work around this and everything, let's just bite the bullet, change the technology tomorrow. It doesn't matter to me how much life is left in those meters if they're actually costing us money. So let's get rid of them. And we have fund balance budget. I can't imagine getting 1 or 2 new meters that are
Crazy.
it's going to be $1 million.
Yeah, then we just have to price it out.
But I guarantee you they'll pay for themselves if we're able to do this. And because I think we need to consider things like in the off season, lowering it and hitting the peak times with higher rates, so that we're not having people being discouraged, showing up there going, I'm looking at a fairly empty parking lot, yet I'm paying $12 for my family to be there for 3 hours. Or they show up and they want to go pick up a pizza and they don't feel like parking on the top. They got to pay an extra $4 to go pick up their pizza, that kind of thing. And then if they want to go out to eat, so I think we need to just bite the bullet, move directly to the solution that allows us to be more dynamic.
Yeah.
And if we need to invest a couple $100,000 in doing that,
Consenting.
Consent.
But that would
Consent.
eliminate coining. That would eliminate
Yeah.
using
Yes.
coins.
So we could look into eliminating coins also.
6.
Right. So also to bring it up, IPS was our current vendor. They do also have the technology. So we could look at it both apples to apples. They do have the new technology meters out there, which is MX5.
Do we have to decide this today?
we already consented.
We're just gonna send.
He's gonna make it
look
happen.
into
Right, but so we're not deciding on the 4 and 4 today. We're deciding on you guys going back and making it dynamic and bringing us into the 2026.
Yes, what we will do is we will go back, we'll get the pricing, we'll get all the updates that are being requested, and then this would be a decision under the fee schedule. So you can make that decision.
Be matching what Palm Beach County's charging on the same lot.
Right.
Charging more than we would be. That doesn't make sense.
That is correct. Yes,
Exactly.
we do have a the comparison of the different rates of the different beaches as we
Yeah,
provided
literally
before.
right there.
We do have that. Yes.
I'm sorry, last question.
Sure.
Does Park Mobile support validation by restaurants? I think it does.
They do.
Okay.
Uh,
So I
they
think
have
that's
different
also
types of
something
validation.
we need to look into. It's an incentive. If you're going and you're going to spend money at Mamma Mia's, maybe we give you a free hour and after 4 PM or whatever it is, get people down there.
Either Park Mobile and also IPS, which is our current vendor, they both do it. They have the validation part of it. Yeah.
Consenting.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank
David,
you.
for your
Thank you.
patience.
No problem.
Are we done? Oh,
Couple more funds. This is the just the scenario with the supplementals for the beach fund. Need to do a little bit higher parking rates in the future to fund the recurring 86,000. I did just drop in. I know this isn't in your handout.
Yeah, you can just move past that.
We can
yeah, we're
provide
done with the
this.
beach.
We're done with the beach.
Okay,
Moving on.
perfect. Next is golf fund. So golf fund reflects 5% increase in membership screens and club services in 27, 28. And then some more substantial increases as you make capital improvements, which we'll talk about, which are listed down here. So 500,000 for greens, roof replacement, fairways. The assumption is that there's in 2027, the golf course irrigation system is constructed or fixed, which would be 1.6 million, but paid for by funds outside of the golf fund. So
I have a
ultimately,
question. Oh, we both have.
Ms. Malaga, Ms. Mies,
Oh, mine is on from before.
Somebody.
Does this does this, I don't see where the lease goes of the property at the beach club. I see membership increase, greens and club services. Where does the lease from the beach club go? Don't everybody answer at once.
No, I think we asked this question before. Because if we're doing a roof replacement, I'm assuming that's on the building at the beach, or is it on the golf shed where all the stuff is being stored?
Oh, a shed to store rolls of wire?
Shut up. We're putting golf carts in it too. And parking cones.
So it is on page 211 of your budget book. The second line.
Golf course, restaurant.
Which
other-
roof is planning to be replaced there in 28?
That is the main clubhouse. Yes. Yes, yes. There's some leaks.
So when we're looking at these numbers, I guess my question is, David, when I'm looking at the improvements, when I'm looking at the cost, how do you calculate in the lease of the restaurant into these bottom numbers for CIP spending, revenues, expenses? Where does that fit in there?
so if that's
It's not, if it's not a green and it's not a club.
I may need help from Tiana. Is that showing up in the budget, Tiana?
It is in the budget, yes.
So it's a line item expense within the budget.
No, it's revenue.
It's a revenue.
Oh, my bad. It does show up as a revenue within the, if it's in the budget, then we take the budgeted revenues and the budgeted expenditures.
So it's included with the bottom numbers of the CIP.
No, those are expenditures. Those are expenditures. So the revenue for the lease it's already incorporated in the revenues and total revenues.
Expenses, that yellow, orange, black line in there.
Yes, it's in there.
Yep, it's in the orange line. That would be your revenues. Yep.
We currently have that budgeted or revenue source at the amount of the renewed lease that you spoke about at a commission meeting. So that's what we have it in. We do not have it in anything else.
Right, thank you.
All right. So in terms of the golf fund, in addition to the irrigation system, I mentioned there's a lot of capital investments that's happening. So in discussing with leisure services, the concept of essentially doing fairly modest increases in the golf fees in 27 and 28, while you're making those improvements to the golf course, and then having more substantial increases in 29 and 30 once you've made those improvements and have essentially an improved golf course. And then in future years, you wouldn't necessarily have to do those adjustments, because really what's driving this need for these adjustments is the capital that's shown down here at the bottom.
And we can't use bond for capital improvements to the golf course? Like, because the rising king tides and all that for stormwater infrastructure and improvements?
For the golf course, you'd have to use, we could request additional, not geo bond, because it would be non-ad valorem, so it would have to.
Talking about earlier.
Correct.
And we have stormwater issues and king tide rising and flooding here.
Correct.
I'm just thinking that could we not get additional funds to take care of the capital improvements that the beach so badly needs with that bond?
We could explore those options.
Okay.
Yes. So for the irrigation system, because Marty, he stated that, it was urgent to get those fixed. So I recommended that we use, if it's that urgent, that we use Park of Commerce funds, those funds that we had remaining from the previous years.
And that number in the Park of Commerce hasn't been updated with the stuff that last year we said use fund, or not that long ago, we said use funds.
Two point something, yes, for the 1900 renovations.
It's still showing the 5.3, so it hasn't been updated.
Okay, well, I'll make sure we update it.
I don't know if we have consensus to think about that when we go out to another bond of possibly looking at infrastructure money for the golf course to offset I don't know how anybody else feels. Be a revenue bond.
Yeah, I don't mind
revenue
that.
bond.
Instead of a
I think there's a larger picture with the golf course, but I also think it's a wise idea. So,
I think it's our property.
It is our
If we want to increase the level of service in the golf coming on.
well, yeah, no,
A3 could take 5
fundamental core structural stuff. It's going to have to be done one way or the other. Whether we do it, somebody else helps us do it. We're paying for it in the end anyway.
Mhm. Yes, the irrigation system is very important, and we definitely need that sooner than later, because if we lose that, we could potentially lose
No,
the
I
golf
get that.
course. Yeah.
Oh, where did it go?
The grass. We
sorry.
can't lose the grass.
I consent to the golf course.
Thank you.
So just one quick thing, just like with the other models, we compared ourselves to other cities. It would be great for us to have a rate comparison. The other thing is, I'm just saying in our backup here.
We did provide that, so we're gonna make sure we did that
Okay.
due diligence for you. We'll get
Um,
that to you for sure. sir.
And then the dumpster that is right at our entrance to our golf course,
Get rid of it.
can we please put it behind a 20-foot Calusia head, or move it or something? So we get a lot of complaints about it not being dumped on time. Now Public Works has paid attention to that, and the residents are more than happy. But it's just, you're driving in, and it just looks like garbage.
It's the first thing you see.
Yes,
Garbage looks like garbage.
Dumpster fire.
thank you.
And then I also, I believe some law enforcement agencies like to use that as their staging area. And I don't know if we have coordination with that, but that's also kind of weird to be driving into the golf course and seeing 5 unmarked cars and guys in tactical gear, and it's just kind of.
I will speak to the city manager about that. I'm not sure about that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Much
There
worse.
was a mention of consensus for infrastructure money for the golf course, but I only heard I believe I only heard Commissioner Maliga. Is there consensus for that?
Consensus for golf course, yes.
I would consent to looking at bond monies for the golf course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, no, they're taking the 1.6 from the Park of Commerce. You said that, so I said I consent to that.
Oh, I'm good with that.
Oh,
Yeah.
And then the rest of it, we could talk about going out for bond.
I'm not prepared to consent taking it for the Park of Commerce yet.
You're not?
No.
Well, then we have a.
Mr. McBoyd, do you
Where you
consent
at?
to it or not?
I don't.
I don't know enough about whose ox is gored if we take it from the Park of Commerce.
I think we need to look at some of the other capital improvement projects that we have going on, as well as the other.
He's
But-
2.6 million in there right now. 3.6, 3 million? 3 million.
Right, but I still don't know if we have enough money put into our roads budget and everything else like that, so.
How quickly are you going out for the bond? That you could add this to it.
Well, first, I don't think we'll just go out for a bond just for 1.6. That won't be practical.
Bond
Um,
earlier.
Ed, Mr. Liberty. When are we planning on going for the bond?
I don't think you can add it.
I think Jan.
The stormwater stuff.
Talking about in fiscal 27, I think we're probably 6 to 9 months away.
So March, give or take.
I would think so.
Yes, we're looking at March.
First calendar quarter of 27.
Yes.
Oh, then we can't wait that long. So we need to make a decision on, you just said this is eminent that we get this done.
Correct. That's what I was told. Yeah.
But we have fund balance and they're saying pay out of that fund balance.
No, he said pay out of. You just said.
Yannick is
Commerce.
suggesting Park of Commerce.
Yeah, I don't agree to the Park of Commerce, but I believe this chart here that we're looking at shows it being paid out of the golf funds fund balance.
Let me just clarify. So we've assumed that the 1.6 million is funded outside of the golf fund, so it's not showing up here. What's showing up in the charts here is the additional capital. So the the roof, the greens, the roof, the fairways, the tees. That's what's this capital that's showing up here.
Yeah, we have other projects that
Personally, I think we need to make decisions on capital while we're doing all the other capital versus a knee-jerk reaction to just the golf funds capital project need. So
I'm okay with that.
I think the
Fresh brains too.
consensus.
no,
for-
I just don't want to make this decision right now.
I think
I'm not
the-
saying we might not do it. It's just, let's do this with the rest of the capital projects.
I think the consensus for today was to increase the rate to 5%.
That's what I'm consenting to.
5%, let's not worry about bonding
I
anymore.
consent to the rate.
To increase
The
the
fees.
fees 5%.
Yeah.
Yes, no bonding.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
we'll
on
deal with the infrastructure. of it.
Yeah, that would.
All right. Final fund is the general fund. You're continuing to see strong property value growth. It's averaged about 13% over the last 5 years. Our forecast is conservatively assuming 6% property value growth going forward. You do get franchise fees from other funds. They reflect about 8% of the revenues from the enterprise. 8% of the revenues from the enterprise funds comes in as franchise fees to the general fund. The big impact to the general fund is the police and fire defined benefit plan. Significant reduction, almost $5 million between those two, and that's reflected in 2027 budget. So when we look at the results,
Finally lower the millage rate.
Let's try. Hush. Don't put any ideas in their heads.
No.
yeah, so we're not assuming any millage rate adjustments. Again, that 6% property
I like
growth.
to, but let's see.
But did you assume the 25%
Well, what?
property loss?
We've got it. Yeah, we've got it.
That's-
That is a scenario.
You
So-
told me you were gonna show me with a rollback rate.
Oh.
Yes, we can.
So as it's, go ahead, Yannick, sorry.
No, so this is where we would be. This is where the slide shows where we would be if the bill didn't pass in November, right? Correct. This
Correct.
is where pretty much where we would be.
Yep. So building fund balance, things look good. Next slide here is if we bring in the supplementals, 627,000 and 27, recurring about 500,000, we're still good. Our final scenario is this is with the
Yes.
proposal.
So this is the slide with the homestead exemption being increased in 2028 and 2029, 150 and a 250. That would be the impact. Yes, that's how it would look. So
Yep. So
Right.
property taxes decreasing by 4.1 million in 28, almost 7 million in 29, and then escalating. So there isn't obviously a gap between revenues and expenditures under this scenario. We would fall below our minimum in 32, exhaust funds in the general fund in 34. So our final scenario that Yannick requested that we run is with the reduction in property taxes, what would we need to do to reduce expenses? So in order to maintain roughly that minimum cash balance, get your revenues and expenditures in line, you'd have to reduce your expenses by about 500,000 in 28, 1 million in 29, and 3 million in 2030 from that point forward.
And these are not one-time expenses. These would be recurring expenses that we need to
And
cut.
at the same time,
Yes,
at the same time that you're asking for this reduction in expenses, costs of everything are going up.
correct.
So.
And that's
again,
that's
we're-
incorporated in there also.
Mr. Segrich.
Thank you. Are you asking for a decision on something with the general fund right now? Okay. My other just overall comment with the general fund, obviously we have some scenarios that depend heavily on November. The other thing that I want to highlight is in this year, we're getting the pension. We stopped paying the pension,
Savings.
which roughly 5 or 6 million.
4, 6, 4, 5.
4 or 5 million, even call it 4 million.
Yeah.
I really think we need to look at our budget as if that didn't exist. As if it did not exist. Because there's no plausibly good reason for us to eat up that revenue. We did a budget last year with increases. We've done it every year without it.
Correct.
To all of a sudden eat that up would be a shame, because I really see that as an opportunity to get back on track with our infrastructure, which has been ignored for years and years and years.
We've been talking about using, I believe we've been talking about using for just that for the road, all the road.
Right, but from what I've seen
Not going to recurring thing.
in the budget books, once we do the supplementals and so on, we've actually eaten into that. But we've eaten into it. And I'd like us to consider just taking that out as a possible usable source and look at our budget there.
What have we into it with?
You want to go through the whole book? We're gonna go through the whole book on it. What I'm saying is, I think we need to consider that as take that off the table, then look at our budget, balance it.
I want to see this with a military of 5.
Military to 5?
I just want to see what it looks like.
Okay, so if we do, Commissioner, Madam Vice Mayor, if we do use the numbers that you have here for the ad valorem taxes, which is 19 million, you'll notice that there's no increase because we just received end of May. That's when we received the property valuation. So if we were to use the current rate, that number will jump to 1 million. If we keep it as such, using the rollback, which I'm not sure what that rollback rate is, then we should be okay. But our surplus will still be 3 million. So this 3 million surplus that you're seeing here is without an increase in the ad valorem.
I know we're not going to increase that. I want to decrease it.
So if we use the rollback rates, meaning the rate that we generate prior year's revenues, then we'll still be making $3 million surplus. Does that make sense?
No.
No.
So because it's 6:15.
So if you turn, I'll show you, make it easy for you.
If we can charge less and get the same amount of money, can't we do that?
And because we don't know what the real, if this passes, then we can have that conversation next year. We
Yes,
don't
it's
want
going
to
to.
lower the rate now and then next year go, okay, now we have to lay off people. We've made a bad mistake. We jumped the gun on lowering rates.
So if you go to page 30.
Okay.
See where it has on the property taxes, it has 15 million for fiscal year 27. That's using the rollback rate. As you can see, that 15 million doesn't change from prior year. So the rollback rates will not be 5.4945 mils. It will be lower than that, actually. because our property values did increase by approximately 8%.
So it's not gonna be 459, it's gonna be.
If we decide to use the rollback rate,
Right.
yes,
And if we use the back rate.
we're still generating approximately 15
so
million.
what you're saying makes sense. We can lower the tax.
We could, but then looking at what could happen in November, then we'll have to reconsider increase.
We should make it right now, but I'm not gonna give it up. I still want to hear.
Exactly. That's entirely.
Well, I think it's worth fighting for.
I'll leave that to you guys.
I want to see how badly it would hurt. Because our value is do you hear what I'm saying? Like, we're going to be getting more money. If we charge the same amount, we're getting even more money. So if we can lower the rate and get the same return.
But our expenses are also going up.
No, they're not.
Sure they are.
No,
Figure
they're-
3% a year on everything as a minimum. And it's probably
our
gonna be
salaries.
worse.
Didn't we just go through this whole thing and everybody cut a bunch of stuff out of there?
Right, but overall expenses of stuff is going up and labor costs are going up.
Gas.
Everything goes up.
Trucks,
Yeah.
metal, wood, screws, fans.
Okay.
Fuel. I think the point is, the whatever excess fund balance that we have now will help us weather the fiscal impact that may occur in November.
I
Yes.
understand that, but it's not going to be recurring anyway.
Right.
Anyway,
Oh,
I can't
but I'll
think
leave
about it
that
right
to you.
now.
I think we're all pretty much right.
But also remember, we have underfunded our infrastructure for the last 15 plus years.
No, 50.
Okay. But everyone up here, I am sure at one point in time promised their constituents that we're going to fix this problem. And for us to look at that 4.48 million that's coming in from the pension and not reserve it for that, and then on top of that, make cuts to prepare for the property tax, that's a disservice. That's an absolute disservice because we really need to remove that out and examine the budget in that light so that we have that windfall essentially, because we didn't know about it up until we knew about it.
So,
but it's if you look at and consider the amount of money that we are going to have to expend to catch up on our roads within the next 10 to 15 years. So you're talking about fulfilling a promise to people who you're just going to tell them, you got to wait another 15 years for your road to be fixed. Well, then looking at those numbers, you're talking about $7 to $9 million a year that's going to have to get spent. So that's where this money is going to have to go. And on top of it, we're going to have to make deeper cuts. That's why, I'm interested in getting into the big book and analyzing that, because if we are going to do the right thing by our infrastructure and everything, it's going to take some hard decisions on our part on making that a priority. And we've got a wonderful opportunity, I think, to do so and actually be able to get ourselves on that track. But unfortunately, I would love to lower the millage rate, but unfortunately, I just don't see it with what we have and where we're at. And I think we're actually going to have to cut deeper in order to get to where we need to get to.
You done?
Right, big boy.
I just want to say that I think the logic of thinking about our budget process this year, mentally putting aside that $4 million, I like that. And I think I 100% agree that we need to have that number for roads and any other infrastructure, those numbers, those annual numbers in mind.
Correct.
And be aware how big they are, because they are big.
Right.
The other piece on the one-time capital expenditure, we have talked and we've apparently had an at least informal offer for that piece of land. I forget how many acres at the top of Sunset Drive to buy it. And if we could even do a down payment and get him to let us pay over a couple of years.
Somebody already bought it.
We want.
Somebody already bought it.
But they're willing to sell it.
Yeah.
Not the guy that bought it.
Well, I don't know where, I haven't heard where it is, but last I heard it was, we had a possibility of buying it, and that would be a long-term investment for our community that would make a lot of sense.
We could develop it on our own. less sense than.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna, it adds to the logic of set that 4 or 5 million mentally aside. Try to make everything work.
So, and
It's my district, I would say no, I'd rather use $4 million on roads than buying parcel from a. private
so in
party.
those,
Problem is that roads always, entropy always hits roads. Whereas a piece of land that's that unique and that could be an asset to our community, whether it's, you know, an educational center or outdoor place. Think of the value of Central Park. Somebody set Central Park aside, a huge chunk of non-developed land in the middle of Manhattan, the most expensive place in the world. And that is a huge benefit to that area.
And I will say.
And you got to do it one time. The roads there, you know, the roads you'll have with us always, as the Bible says.
I'm not exactly agreeing or disagreeing with you, but I will say as an example, 17th Avenue North from 8th Street to under 95 into Vernon Heights was the most magnificent stand of old growth oak trees.
And scrub.
Right.
Yep.
And
used to bike path.
let me, when I was city attorney, it was for sale for $98,000.
19.
$98,000
And
for
they
the whole,
should've
for
bought
the
it.
whole.
Yeah.
I went to the commission, I begged them. They said, no, why do you need land? You know, it's empty land. And now it's just.
Yeah.
What it is. And it's very, very sad that.
so
I
Not opposed to having the conversation, just not tonight.
So for the second workshop, because right now the models that you see there, we are anticipating to use penny sales tax. I think we have about $4 million left for fiscal year 27 for the roads. And then fiscal year 28 on those models, we have $3 million allocated towards the roads every year. We could play with those models for the second workshop and just increase that $3 million to 7, just to see where we to see what happens.
We need the number.
Right. We need the
need to
number.
know what the
Ultimately, we need
real
the number.
is.
Correct.
'Cause
Correct.
You know, for years we've been, oh, you know, we'll give it 500,000. Oh,
Correct.
we'll give it 2 million. Oh, we'll give it 1.5.
Right.
And then, but we're not making a dent. So we need to know, look, here's a 5-year plan. Here's a 10-year plan, a 15-year plan. That's what it's going to cost.
Correct. Yes, Mr. Brown's working on it.
That needs to be Mr. Jamie working with Bond, because a big chunk of the stability of those roads is what's going on with the water underneath, stormwater underneath.
No, we love sinkholes.
Yeah, I'm in for single.
So,
Any guidance from us? Is there anything else we didn't
Well-
touch? Obviously.
well, we have time for CIP if you guys, you know.
Motion to adjourn.
He did. You're such a kidder.
Ed wanted to say